Let's try that again. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Right then. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Hi guys. Right. I think I put the thingy up, didn't I? Let me try again. Ba-ba-ba-bum. There we go. Da-da. Hello.
Evening.
From inside the fridge.
There's a lot of echo on your side.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's causing it. That's it. Is that it? No, not quite. That's not it. I'll get this thing right one day. I don't know what's doing it. Let's have a look. Could it be that one? No, that's worse. How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh no, I still got
No,
echo.
it's not.
No, it's still got echo. Lots of echo. Hello, Matt.
Hi, mate.
Evening, Matt.
Hi, Sas. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
Must be the way of getting rid of these. Hang on a sec. Possibly. Alright, let's have a look. Might have something to do with this. Is that echo? Ah,
No, it's gone.
that's
Yeah,
better.
that's good.
That's better. Got rid of it at last. Bloody thing.
Which one am I on?
Yeah, that's better.
No.
How you been anyway?
Yeah, pretty good yourself.
Yeah, just very tired. Very, 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 very tired. There you go. Where's Sass? Where you go? Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are. Morning.
Evening, Robbie.
Hi,
Sorry,
Rob.
hello. What's
Hello,
going on?
hello.
Sorry, I'm having big tissues. Hang on. There you go. That's better. What was going on there? Hey, well, at least I could fucking operate a live stream. Answer your messages. Fuck's sake. Jesus.
What?
Well, I sent you a message
When?
about 5 minutes ago, but I guess you were flustered.
I was asleep.
What, when you started the live stream? It makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, now what? Oh, go away. Oh. No, I started the live stream and then Fiona called up to me and says, Charlie's missing. Can't find him anywhere.
He's a big dog to lose.
Yeah. So I went out into the garden and there he's standing on the lawn. I'm going,
In disguise.
yeah. We go, behind a blade of grass. Oh, dear.
Oh, what's going on here? Oh, there we go. Right. Oh,
Oh.
pop out the chat.
You say that to all the girls.
I do. Pop out your chat, love. Sorry, did I say chat? I meant no.
Yeah. Oh, great. I was helping Andy earlier set up that audio interface.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he had exactly the same problems I had when I bought it.
Oh,
But he's in glorious stereo now.
yay.
So that's good.
Is it me or is Kent quiet?
A
Michael,
little quiet.
A little bit. Oh,
hang on.
yeah.
Yeah, because I can hear Matt all right, and I can hear Sass all right.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah, a little bit of rewiring today.
Leave it alone.
No, honestly, I had to do something. 'Cause, it was just, oh, mate. I still can't get. I've spent all day trying to get this Woody to work, and it won't work.
Well, while I was waiting, I thought I'm going to set my group up,
Yeah.
and it just worked. And so now I'm controlling 1, 2, 3, 4 synthesizers off of one single connection.
You're on a piece. You're on a Mac.
I'm on a proper computer, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the PC stands for, isn't it? Proper computer.
Yeah.
Actually,
So-
technically, a Mac is a PC.
Well, technically it is, but there's also this thing about they tend to work when you plug things in.
They do. They just work. It's funny. Have I ever heard that? Sorry.
I'll tell you what. Now, I'll tell you what was
So
interesting.
disengage. Sarcasm mode. There we go.
Right? Yeah. No, leave the sarcasm mode on because I had a bugbear, which was one of the things is I'm using Windows 11.
Yeah, bad
And
idea.
I'm using Windows 11 and had been using it for about a week before anybody said to me, "Oh, bad idea." Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have put
You could have just stopped at Windows.
that free virus on. So anyway, so I go, "Oh, how to fix any WIDI issues?" So I went to the WIDI website. That was immensely unhelpful.
Right.
Totally waste time. I thought, right, okay, we'll do this the hard way. And I thought, right, well, what I will do is I will go online, go onto Google, and just type in WIDI setup in Windows, and it comes up with Windows 10. And even then, it says the first thing you have to do is make sure that Bluetooth is turned on, and I can't find out if Bluetooth is turned on because it says you have to go to the Action Center, and there isn't one. And then they said, "Oh, you need to go to the Bluetooth panel and make sure it's turned on. It'll be a little checkbox." And I got a Bluetooth panel, and there is no checkbox, and it's suggesting that it's not the same Bluetooth panel. So I can't even find out if Bluetooth is feckin' turned on it.
Well, as far as WIDI's concerned, if you're not connecting directly to the Bluetooth on your computer, you're connecting to a WIDI device plugged into your computer, then your computer's Bluetooth does not need to be on at all.
Yeah,
Exactly.
if you use a WIDI U host, you don't need onboard Bluetooth, and it works absolutely seamlessly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet when you go onto Google, it says, "Oh, if you want to use a host, the U host or the
Bud.
Bud Pro," it says you need to turn the Bluetooth on. I'm going, what?
So, are you using
don't
a
need
U
to turn-
host?
You don't
Or
need
are
to
you
turn the
using-
Bluetooth on the computer, that's the thing.
Well, something needs to be done because not one thing works.
Okay,
Not one.
right. So when I come over in a couple of weeks' time, we'll sort this out, yeah? I'll bring a blunt instrument.
Yeah.
I'll put you on the sofa. You stay there with a cup of char. let me loose. And when you come back upstairs, the CS80 will have gone.
And the Hydra.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. If I've got the CS80, the Hydra can do
Yeah.
one. I could sell the CS80 and get 5 Hydras. No, actually, quite a few Hydras.
What's that? What's on the end of the stick, Rick?
Anyway, evening, Andy.
Hello. Is that
How
coming
is you?
through,
Oh,
Ken?
you sound quite good, Andy.
Oh, has Kent been spilling the beans? Has he?
Yeah.
Has he been- I thought he might. have
But you
been.
do sound better. It does sound better.
Oh, well, yeah, good. Interesting, isn't it? Because I know an audio interface built into a 16-channel mixer that isn't the highest spec of mixer is not going to be that good, really. So actually, this lovely interface. Thank you very much, Kent, for that lovely interface.
Yeah, no
seems,
problems.
seems to be doing the job. marvellously. We had a bit of a play this afternoon, just trying to get it up and running. I interrupted Kent's very valuable work while he was on the phone to lots of important people.
No, you didn't.
And
No, you didn't. Just glad
so,
to get
yeah,
away
glad
from it
that's
for
coming
10
through.
minutes.
when we had a few little tests, so thank you for running us through those things, Kent.
Yeah, it was weird though, wasn't it? It's sort of like left-hand channel only. Then, well, there was no audio at all to start with, was there?
Well, that was user error, really. As you know, really.
Yeah,
to
we
be
know
honest.
them. We know them.
Yeah, I think it was just more. It's to do with the fact that the odd numbered channels go left and the even numbered channels get summed right, and that's how it seems to set itself up. But then obviously, when you go into your DAW settings, you can put anyone where you want it to be, and
Yeah.
but we've just not got to that stage yet. So, yeah. But yeah, if that's
Come on,
coming
give us a
through loud and
blast on-
clear.
Give us a blast on the keyboard then.
I won't be able to hear it though because we haven't got that loop back feature going, have we?
Yeah.
That's much better.
Was that coming through in absolute glorious techie stereo then?
Absolutely
Yep.
fucking
Very
glorious.
loud, yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Sassy. Right.
No, it was fine.
No, that's all right. That's what it's supposed to be like, isn't it?
Well, I suppose it is. Yeah. Okay. Ooh,
So,
there we are then.
where are you? Are you monitoring from the desk or from the interface with your headphones?
I've got these headphones plugged into the computer, straight into the headphone jack of the computer.
Right.
What I haven't worked out is well, when I plugged the headphones into the headphone monitor output on the M audio interface, I could hear what I was saying. I could hear the microphone. I could hear the noodly bits, but I couldn't hear Kent speaking back to me because that was obviously coming through StreamYard. So
that's where you need to loop back.
yeah, so I don't know how that works. or what that does.
You're on Windows, aren't you?
Yes, I'm a peasant.
Just in the settings under audio, just make sure that you have the USB audio codec selected.
That sounds easier said than done.
Well, the little cog button at the bottom, settings,
clicked it
just
now.
click that, click on audio,
Clicked on audio.
and then where you've got mic,
Yeah.
it will probably say, microphone array or something.
Multi-channel M audio. There's all sorts of things come on. The multi-channel M audio 8, M track 8, and there's loads of other little bits. There's communications microphone 2 USB codec. That's the one. That's my Mackie mixer because that's still plumbed in. So.
Oh, right, yeah, you probably, if you've got multiple USB interfaces plugged in, then you'll have to find which one is the right one to use
Yeah,
with
which
your
is
headphones plugged into that M
It
audio.
it also picks up the internal computer gubbins, the real tech stuff, which you could live without. I'm sure. I mean, I've just got this plugged into the computer. For now, it's not an issue, is it? Really, other than if you're wanting to hear what you do when you're jamming along, you're not going to be able to. Right. Anyway, yeah. So there we are.
Well, we've got a much more rounded system here now.
I was going to ask you. I was looking at when you had the twin cameras up the other night, not last night, night before. Where's the Moog?
What Moog?
You had a mini Moog.
That's in the cupboard.
Because that's where mini Moogs belong.
Well, I don't need a mini Moog out. Do you know what I mean? So, well, look, I'll show you. Look. Let's see if I can get this to work in some semblance. Right, that's the desk. So let's put that up.
Oh, here he goes. Look.
Yeah, look at this.
If you've done it now, Matt, here's
Yeah.
a little break
All I
in a
did was
minute.
ask about a Moog for crying out.
Right. There's the rack on the other side, which goes.
Oh.
Ooh, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, slapback echo.
Because you've got the microphone turned on
Sound
that.
like Elvis.
Yeah, that's not one. And full screen. Oh, look at this.
Oh my god.
No, so now you're in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. See.
In the Grace in the Moog bog.
In the Moog bog.
Yeah, it's in the illustrious cupboard.
Seventh circle of hell.
And I fixed me Vangelis photo. It'd all fallen down inside the frame. So that's
As he
all
has a
working now.
tendency to do.
He was sagging a bit, bless him. So,
Oh, what's going on here? Oh, right, jeez.
Oh, you're looking a
yes,
bit
I think
fuzzy.
we're finally there now.
Who's looking fuzzy? Me?
Yeah, you got a bit blurry.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
What's going on there then?
Mm.
Oh, I'll tell you what it is. Yeah, snap back in.
Splendid.
I was thinking, because I'm not doing the show tomorrow, thinking about using my iPhone as my main camera and setting it up sort of like in between the two screens, so I'm not like always going like this. So I'll just kind of have it there, and it's 4K, so it'll be rather nice. But
Is it another record day tomorrow, or are you doing something else?
no, tomorrow is Joe Lycett. Going to see Joe at the Ipswich region. But no, Record Store Day is not next week, the week after, which just so happens to be the week we've got bloody Michael Whalen on at the EMEAPP in Philadelphia, and because he's doing his album launch, and we're going to catch him beforehand, and he was going to give us a rig tour, which now includes his live rig now includes Keith Emerson's Moog modular, the Moog
It's
modular.
crazy, isn't it?
I'd miss the record shop for that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think.
No, that's sorry. Can't. No, I can catch up with that. I can't catch up with records that will sell out if they only have one copy.
Where's Virgil? Where's Virgil?
Where's
He's been
Virgil?
long dead.
Or maybe he's talking about maybe with the Thunderbirds. I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I could be
Silly
completely
me.
wrong.
Silly me.
Uh,
Not the writer of the Aeneid and the Eclogues and the other great works of Latin literature.
Why are you not working?
Why? Whom?
So,
Your DX7 got promoted upstairs.
Oh, hang on. Let's have a look. I think this is the first time I've seen your. Because normally you're on the sofa.
Yeah. Normally I can't be bothered.
Nice.
Come and sit here. Plus,
You-
my daughter insisted on a new chair, so I've got to use it.
Nice.
you enjoying the DX7?
It's all right. I like the key bed. It's
That's the
nicest.
most pointless sentence in the world. Are you enjoying the DX? Of
Well,
course he's
yes, I know,
enjoying
but
it.
he's only a mere mortal. It's,
Yeah,
you
but
know.
the word DX7 and enjoy in the same sentence is like a complete paradox.
It's a no-brainer.
I was never a big fan of the DX7 sound. I've got to be
Wash your mouth out.
Why? Just say it. Look, lovely keyboard sound shit.
keyboard action's wonderful.
Keyboard says shit.
Sorry,
Don't
Rob.
beat about the bush, Andy.
yeah,
So you fucking-
Yeah, I mean, all those terrible records that were made throughout the 80s with the DX7. I mean, it was that bad.
Wow. Wow.
Well, talking of digital synths, did anyone see the Spitfire audio launch of the synthesizer Orchestra?
I got a pop-up.
Was that the Polaris, was it?
Polaris,
Yes,
yeah,
Polaris. Yeah.
from BT.
You're not impressed then, Rob?
More volume on my mic would be good, says Wagyu. Ooh,
Yes,
really?
he's right.
We'll stand back.
No,
Is that because you have
For
a
reasons.
Fairlight?
no. I
Is that better?
Yes.
Hello.
yeah.
Right, okay, sorry.
No, it's cool.
Would have made you all jump.
Not like yesterday.
I have reasons. I've yet to formulate them into a solid kind of, because I've literally only saw it about an hour or so ago and watched part of Christian's video. But I know how BT gets his samples out of one thing into the Fairlight, and it's not through sampling. So using the term resampling, unless of course they have actually done it, but I've seen his processes. I know the people who helped him set up those processes. And it's it's not resampling. It's taking an audio file and converting into a .vc, dumping it in the Fairlight, and then playing it back. So it's not actually going through any of the sampling process, as far as I can tell. So calling it resampling, if it's that process, and I could be completely wrong, so I insert the word allegedly. If that is allegedly the process, then it might be.
Well, I consider using a tape recorder sampling, so, you know.
Yes, because you're sticking it through a microphone that goes through some electronic circuitry and then is transported, or through magic and unicorns, onto tape. But if you simply take a piece of digital data and dump it into a piece of memory on another machine, that's not sampling per se.
Yeah.
In the
There's a difference between
accurate sense of
recording
term.
and sampling, isn't there? I think we have to be
Yes.
specific.
Yeah, I mean, sampling involves taking a sound and putting it through a process. I'm old
It's
school.
an analog to digital converter, yes.
Yeah, and then back again. So, yeah, but listen, I listened to the demo, and whilst a lot of the sounds sound amazing, I didn't hear anything in the demo that I haven't heard in a number of other places. Except I know this will be, really big and powerful and deeply sampled and has the Spitfire interface and the whole thing there. I've gone all Mark Doty on you. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, fuck it, why not? I'll be the Mark Doty of the sampling world. Yeah. But no,
If there's
it's
a forum where we
£300
can
quid.
split hairs, surely this is the place where splitting
Yes.
hairs is perfectly acceptable.
Excuse me.
It's okay.
But no, I mean, look, it's
Unlike
it's
Sonic
it's a
State,
big
where they haven't
sample.
got apart from Gaz, they haven't got a hair to rub together, have they?
True.
That's,
Well, Gaz makes up for him, doesn't it? But no,
looks like he's
it's-
stolen the whole lot.
and just stuck it on. No, I listen. It sounds very impressive. It'll have the Spitfire quality all over it. I thought, because my marketing guy who sends me all the stuff to here's the press releases, and if you want copies, let us know. Sent me that, and I saw new Spitfire, and then I listened to it. And well, maybe I don't really. I don't know. Meh. Maybe I just need to try it. Maybe I'll completely change my mind.
Well, if you can get a copy of it and you don't want it, I mean, I'm happy to try it out for you
Yeah.
and give you my honest opinion.
I'll tell you what I do. So the premise of this library is that it's an actual orchestra that has been then sampled and then resampled through lots of vintage gear and stuff. And I'm sure there's lots of other things. But that's the general premise of it. There's a guy in America who I've known for many, many years who did this thing called the Solid State Orchestra. And that was
No, I've got
way
that.
more... Yeah,
Got that, yeah.
indigenous. The guy called Tracy Collins.
Yeah.
And he basically sampled lots of analog synths and then created an orchestra from
really
sampled
quite good.
synthesizers.
Quite
And
good.
it is hugely impressive. I think he eventually converted, because it was originally on Akai S5 6000. And then he converted it to Contact. I'm pretty sure that it's still available. Indigenous sounds. I'll put the link.
Let's have a look. I think I've got it.
I've probably got the Contact instruments somewhere, but
Let me have a look. It's called.
But it is- now that was really clever, because it was taking a whole bunch of electronic sounds and trying to make them sound, not trying to make them sound exactly like a real orchestra, but here's what an orchestra would sound like if all we had was synthesizers.
Yeah, but it was very responsive.
Oh,
It didn't have all the faff that with all these really nice sample libraries where you've got to work out all the different articulations for all the different notes and how you're playing it and the speeds and stuff like that. This was just load it up and play.
yeah.
And it did a pretty good imitation, shall we say, of an orchestra.
And because it was the scripting behind it. I think we spoke about this last night about great scripting. It had really
Yeah.
good scripting.
Yeah.
So wherever you were playing on the keyboard, it would choose the appropriate part of the orchestra that, you know. So if you were playing down low, you wouldn't have all the violins playing. You'd have the cello and the basses, and vice versa. If you were playing up, you wouldn't necessarily hear the high. You know. So it was very cleverly done, and you can buy it now for $59 for Contact. Will only work in the full player, not the Contact player thing. Let me tell you what's sass. If I put that, because Kent won't make me a moderator, you see. So
Yeah, stick it in private chat.
I
and
don't
I'll
know
put it
how
in
to
the-
make you a moderator.
yes, you do.
No, I don't.
It's
I've only
alright.
just worked out how to get a camera to fucking work.
Sasquatch is a moderator. He's got a spanner.
There you go. Yeah. So I've sent him the link, and he'll throw that in there.
No, he
But
won't make
this has
himself
been
as a moderator.
this has been since the days that I originally had this back in 20 odd years ago, when this first came out on Akai. He's since, you know, really done a lovely thing with the scripting. There you go. For $59, if you have Contact, it's just incredible. It really is.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see if I've... See, this is what I don't... So I've fired Contact up. Here is my hatred of Contact. All libraries should appear as libraries in that section, you know, where it's just got the banner, and you can just click on the banner, and there it is.
No, you've got to go to files.
I know. Unless
Because
you pay Native Instruments.
Yeah, because he didn't pay the rather disproportional license
Yeah, I'll say.
fee that there is to have a banner.
Yes. So let's see. Where have I got it stored? Must be under I for Indigenous. Oh, look at that! It is. Yeah, there's that.
It's on one of the
Solid
backup
state
drives.
synth. There we
Yeah,
go. Got
it's
it.
on one of the backup drives. Damn it! I think I've got about. I think it's somewhere in the region of about 85, 87 terabyte of libraries across quite a few drives, and one of the drives that has that on, I think, is in the cupboard, probably next to the Minimoog actually. So that's probably where that is.
I'm just trying to find that favourite patch of mine, which. Come on, give it to me, baby. Here we go. Here we go.
Give us a blast.
No, can't hear much, Robbie.
Volume, young man.
He's enjoying himself. Like he can't hear us.
Love that. And there was another one.
Couldn't
Can't
hear it,
hear
Robbie.
it.
You couldn't hear it? Oh,
No.
fuck, all that. That was really good, that was, as well.
It was beautiful.
It was
The
very, very
expression on your
faint.
face was exquisite.
Yeah.
It said everything
I
we
do
needed to
good
know.
face. I do give good face. Like Rita Hayworth. Yeah, I know what I did. Yeah, there you go. And he knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, many a podium was stood on, making silly shapes, pretending I was glamorous.
The last time I danced on the podium, I fell off and fair knocked myself out almost. Oh, that was in, where was that? That was in Walkabout in Swindon.
Why would you?
Yeah, quite. It was a works leaving do, and I thought, oh fuck this, I don't care anymore. I'm going to go for it, and I went for it. And then I went back to my hotel room and vomited. It was a brand new hotel with brand new bedding, and I vomited all over the brand new white quilt or duvet,
God.
and woke up in it. So I vomited whilst I was asleep. Woke up
be alive.
in it. Yeah, quite. And so I scooped it up, dumped it in the shower, grabbed my bag, and left.
Oh,
Because I'm an arsehole. 'Cause I
sod.
really am an arsehole.
Didn't even leave a tenner on the nightstand.
No.
The road that goes through Avebury goes to Swindon.
It does.
The A303? No,
That's it.
No, that's Stonehenge. No, it's
no,
just the road that goes up, goes to Swindon.
Yeah.
It's nice. And that mad roundabout in Swindon. That's
The
like
magic
football field.
The
roundabout.
magic. Oh,
Just
used to do that
Absolutely
every week.
fantastic bit
Oh,
of
what a thing!
design engineering.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
It works. It works.
I used to navigate that every week, and I was talking to somebody in Swindon about it, and they said, yeah, they put it all in, like all the locals were like, what the hell's this? Or should I say, what the hell's this, boy? That's a very poor West Country accent. But what they did is they opened it up lane by lane. So like one week they just had one lane on each roundabout, and then the next week they had 2 lanes on each roundabout, and then they went to 3 to the 4, and it just worked. Everybody got it. Yeah, it's very... No, I can't find that bloody patch now. Where is it?
So, anyone going to get excited about the CR78 board that was put on Facebook today by a certain company that shall remain unnamed?
Because David's challenged you.
He has, yes.
Oh.
The BR78.
Yeah. I think that I mean, as much as I really admire the company, my God, I think they're trying too hard now.
Yeah, but did we need another CR78 clone?
Well, there hasn't been a hardware one, has there?
Yeah, I got one
Has-
there.
What was that then?
I can't remember. Don't ask me the name.
Oh, come on. Oh, get him.
Cyclone. TT78.
Oh,
Really? Did they?
I didn't realise
I
they
didn't
did
know
one.
about that. No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
I
there you
accidentally
go.
bought 2.
Accident.
No, seriously, accidentally. I didn't think it had gone through, so I went, oh, that hasn't gone through, so I bought it again. And then 2 turned up at the front door. Had to email them back and go, actually, I only want 1. And he goes, we did think that was a bit weird. Yeah.
Have you got some mad bald man waiting to come in the...
I don't know. It's
I
always
sent
just
him the link.
off the screen.
Yeah,
Oh,
what?
Get off my lawn, Unwin.
Fuck you.
Hi, Ty.
Good evening, Ty. How are you tonight?
And Ty announces himself.
It's looking a bit green today. What happened to the
I
red?
am. Do you know, I'm actually thinking I do look a bit green. Do you know, someone once said to me that when you walk in a room, you know you enter. And I've just realised that it's the same in the virtual world. One way and another. I have to open my fucking big gob, don't I? Hey, everyone. Is everyone good?
Yes,
Yes, very.
Excellent. That's good.
It's nice
What's
to see
on the
not
end
at
of
a
the
computer.
stick? I've literally just saved, and I'll be back there again in a minute. I'm only dipping my toe in.
In what?
And then,
Whatever this
would
is.
you like to know? No, I'm jumping in to say hi and everyone before the inane doodling starts, and then I'll jump in later.
Graham wants to know what happened to your sausage chair.
My sausage chair is still around, although it's not going to be around for much longer. So my sausage chair was it was called was it Stock? It's a Swedish one that kind of looks like, it's called Orange Peel. It looks like orange peel. It's made of it's orange suede, and I have a bit of a thing for orange suede, as you can tell. And I had it years ago, and I had 2 of them, and they were beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And then when I moved, one of them got broken, because they're really quite heavy, and I had it all welded back. And the first time it came back, it was away for about 2 months, and came back, and I sat in it, and I went, "Oh, this is great! You can lean back on it," and the whole thing just collapsed again.
Oh, no.
The whole weld just gave way. So that went, and then so I ended up with 1. But now I've got an order. Do you remember The Prisoner, the best
Yes.
TV program of all time?
In your humble opinion.
No, in my obviously very accurate and factual opinion. And so do you remember the chair that number 2 always used to sit in, the bubble chair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got one of those arriving, but it's like a 2-month wait on these things. Anyway, one of those with orange suede in the middle.
Nice.
So I'm going to sit in my own little bubble chair, in the lounge.
So you resolved some tax issues then?
No, fortunately, do you know what? Ironically, bubble chairs aren't included.
Oh, right.
How unexpected.
It's not studio furniture.
Well, it could be, except it's not in the studio. Oh God, I could put it in the studio. Fuck that. That's coming out of the books. Well done, you.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah,
I'll tell you what,
if I get inspected, that chair's going in the fucking studio.
Bigfoot tax advice. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Mind you, Ty, I think you're being a bit hard on yourself. I wouldn't call your music inane noodling.
Inane?
Very good.
Oh, bless.
Oh.
Bless. No,
Ty's just excited for the new Wet Leg album.
Oh fuck! What a pile of shit is
Shut
that?
up. Get off my
What
lawn.
is all this? What is all this fuss about?
It's fun.
I hate it when bands suddenly appear, kind of do this, and anyone with half a fucking brain and two ears can hear that it's just a pile of regurgitated shit, and yet everyone falls over themselves for it, and it's just crap.
Have you heard Shays Long yet?
Yes,
I
have.
Yeah.
I've heard.
See?
This is the thing.
So you like them that much? You went and watched everything.
This is the thing. Don't ever think. Look, my argument. My argument with everybody, with everything, is that the worst thing in the world are people who have an opinion but have no knowledge or haven't listened to it or whatever. Because these are the worst people in the world. So I have a big thing about this. So if I'm going to have an opinion on something, I do go and listen to it just to make sure they are fucking shit. And it's the same way that I jokingly said to Rob, is the fact that anyone can have an opinion on anything as long as you accept that I'm right and you're wrong, that's fine. And no, joking aside, if you want to have an opinion on anything, synths, gear, life, whatever, have experience, have some knowledge, then have an opinion.
Agree.
And then, kind of the worst people in the world are people who just talk shit, and then you kind of go, so have you actually played with one of these things, or have you actually heard these things? And it's all.
Didn't that happen a few weeks ago in here? I seem to recall something. No, maybe I can't remember now.
What? But that's been me. I wouldn't have.
No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you.
I was going to say I would never. I'm always the first. If I'm wrong, I'm the first to admit I'm wrong. But yeah. Anyway, so what was I saying? So yes, a new chair is going to be arriving at some point. So that's nice. Wet Leg album shit. Actually, I can't say shit. I've only heard the singles. Wet Leg singles shit. Robbie wrong. Yeah. Anyway, it's lovely seeing you all. Fuck off.
Turns up, starts and pisses off. Love it.
Oh, Prometheus just said, have I played a Behringer synthesizer? Yes, I have played several. Just so you know. That's good. A good question. A good question, though. I may have let my moral, kind of get in the way of that. You see, I've always said, look, if you want me to have the Behringer rant, I'm not going to say that what they make is not great for the money. It's it's great, and it sounds.
You
it
said
sounds
as
fine.
much on our show the other week.
They sound fine. They sound absolutely fine. Personally, I have a moral problem with the whole concept, but that's fine. That's my own issue. But it's more a case of, it's sort of more of a moral issue. But I've played them, and they're great. I think the only thing I do have a problem with is if you've actually got, anyone that's, Kent can step in here. If you've got a mini Moog and then put it next to their mini Moog, out of context, their mini Moog it has a lot of flavourings of a mini Moog.
Take up a lot less room in the cupboard.
Absolutely, but and for going live, fantastic. That's brilliant. But please don't ever convince yourself that you've got a mini Moog. You have not got a mini Moog, because when you put them side by side, it's a different ballgame. But there we go.
I do like. I see that does get my goat when I see somebody saying, "I could have never afforded a mini Moog or whatever it is, and now I have one." No, you don't.
No, I know.
Regardless of where it sounds identical, it's not. It's just categorically not that.
It's the same with the boutique stuff. I love the boutique stuff.
Yeah.
I love the boutique stuff, but don't think you've got a JD800. Don't think you've got a. Accept them for what they are. They're great for what they are.
Exactly. Well, I said the same thing to Gaz, didn't I, last Friday, when he said about he bought, he'd always wanted the 2600, and he's bought the Behringer one, and I said, so you still want a 2600?
Yeah, well, it's it's true.
I do think there's something to be said though. I mean, I'll well, which way do I move? I'll move that way so I can go like that. I've got.
Are you just telling us you can move in a chair? Is that what you're trying to say?
I am, Ty. I can. I've got.
Are we meant to clap at this point, or cheer, or?
When I.
Well done! You can move in a chair. Hey! Oh, go on. Sorry. Go on.
I think it's an absolute fucking delight that there's somebody more sarcastic than me. I actually think that's quite an achievement.
Can I point out that when me and my ex split up, one of her parting words, I mean, we're now really good friends, but at the heat of one of the arguments, even when we're in the heat of the really, really, really fucking deep, big argument, I have to be sarcastic. And I just remember slamming the door going, "You're so fucking sarcastic!" Storming out.
And then looking in a
Thing is-
mirror.
Yeah.
If I can't take it, I mustn't ever dish it out. So I'm quite happy to be on the receiving end.
Okay.
It amazes me. All I wanted
Sorry.
to say was, I've got a Pro 1 and I've got the Behringer Pro 1. I bought the Behringer Pro 1 because my poorly Pro 1 was just unplayable. And I just wanted my old friend back. And I got it and I started playing it. And I just thought, oh my God, this is just like having a Pro 1 back. It was so like having the sound, the feel. And then Kent's had his mauling pause on that one and brought it back to life. And I've had the two next to each other playing, and I'm going, actually, this is really quite remarkable. It's really quite remarkable, and I think that's where I think that they win out. They give you a sense and an essence and a feel, and it's just brought a smile on my face, and that's why I like it. Now I've got the D as well sitting underneath it, and I don't get on with that thing anything like as much as I get on with the Pro 1 above it, because I know the synth better. And that's my own brain, you see. But
Well, look, if I put my engineer hat on for a moment, the Pro 1 is probably the easiest synthesizer to clone.
oh, that's an interesting comment. Yep.
It is the easiest, because all they're doing is they're putting just Curtis on a board, which is precisely what the Pro 1 is. So there's nothing, there's no difficult areas you've got to deal with. The chips do the job. The Mini Moog, on the other hand, when you start messing with transistors and FETs and stuff like that, it's a little more difficult to do. But they've done a pretty good job on that. But I know, even without hearing it, that their VCS3 is not going to sound like a VCS3. But it will give people the opportunity to program like you would on a VCS3, because let's face it, there isn't much out there that allows you to do sticking knitting needles in
can go buy
transistor
Colossus.
radios, is it? Yeah, you can go buy a Colossus, but if you can afford a Colossus, you can just get a VCS3 outright.
Did you get one, Ty? I know it's a silly question, but
No, do you know what? I'm still thinking about it, and genuinely, when it got to April the 5th, 2 days ago, I was sitting there. They brought out the extension now, and so I was working out the price of the extension. And of course, the problem I've got is because the way my stupid head works is the fact that I couldn't have if I knew the extension existed, I couldn't have it without the extension now. So so I have looked, but no, we've spoken about it. He bought one down. He was delivering one somewhere, and he passed by, and we had a good talk and a good chat and a good look at it. And
he's a good guy.
He knows that the chances are, hopefully, I will get one. But it's just, I haven't got one this year.
When you look at that with the extension on top, I mean, it's just insane.
Can I just? All it's basically saying is my penis is very small. That's all it's saying, and it's fine.
Yeah, it's just an incredible thing, isn't it?
It's more a case of it's going back to what we were talking about when I had my first world problem, and I was things that I want. And the reality is, it's a bit like look, we're here with the whole Fairlight thing. Do I need one? Of course I don't need a Colossus. Will it give me anything that I don't already have? Probably not. But it's such a desirable thing. It's such a desirable thing to have. That's the thing. It's just a very desirable thing to have. And but I don't have one yet. But I kind of think that possibly maybe this year I might possibly. But I did buy the whatever it is. What's the Erica one? Not Syntrix.
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 That's it.
Is it a Syntrix? Yeah.
Yeah, I got one of those to kind of because I kind of wanted something of that ilk that wasn't a VCS3.
Okay.
It's nice. It is really nice. I mean, it's influenced by rather than a copy, very much so.
Well,
But it's nice.
with something like the VCS3, because so few people have ever actually played with one, or even really know what one sounds like outside of a mix, or maybe the occasional short video. I don't think it really matters whether or not it sounds exactly like a VCS3, because at the end of the day, it's a something to experiment on. It's not necessarily. I mean, I wouldn't say a VCS3 is a really musical sounding synthesizer that I could recognise in any track. It's not distinctive like a DX7.
No, I think you're right, and I think that's the problem I have personally with these, and things like the Colossus, and things like Eurorack, and things like the 55, and all of those things that are essentially the only way you're going to get the best out of them is to literally just sit there for hours and experiment and try and fail and try and fail and try and come up with something interesting. But only for the fact that the problem I have with that is a very personal thing. I don't have the time to do that. That's the problem. And I think the days when I had the time to do that, I couldn't afford a fucking stylophone, never mind that's the reality of the situation. When I had time, I had no money. And now I'm incredibly fortunate, but I don't have time. And so I've got so many amazing bits of gear that just sit here, and I don't get a fraction of what they can do because I just don't have the time to invest in getting the best out of them. And I think the VCS3 really falls into that kind of category. And again, something like a Colossus would absolutely fall into. I kind of think, I'll be honest with you, the reason I kind of think about the Colossus is not going to be around forever. That's the bottom line. It can't. It's the kind of thing that it's going to have a limited run.
And it looks beautiful.
It does look beautiful. The worst thing in the world will be is that in 3-4 years' time, I suddenly go, oh, fuck yeah, I will get a Colossus. And I can't get one. And I can't get one. Yeah. And the reality is, it's the kind of thing that, and I'm hoping I live longer than whatever. I would like, when I kind of pack all this shit in and I just write music just for the sake of writing music and doing what I want to do, that's the kind of thing I want to go in. Even if I buy it now and it doesn't get switched on for 5 years, it's something that I would love to have, knowing that one day I will be able to use it to its potential, rather than at the moment I don't have the time to be able to use anything like that to its full potential. That not
Mind
even.
you must admit, when it comes to flooring, a Colossus is a brilliant dust cover.
Well, it is an item of furniture as well. It's not just a synthesizer.
It's beautiful. But the ironic thing about this is, anyone that knows me knows my fascination for white synths. I love white synths. I try to get white limited editions of everything. I have to say, with the Colossus, I love it in black.
The black looks good.
Oh, the black looks beautiful. Yeah. But I've got to see if he'll do the extension in black as well. I'm sure he will.
It's not just a synth, though, is it? That's also a real investment, because, like you said, they will be rare. There won't be many of them, and it's going to be something which it's bound to appreciate in value, simply because
I don't think it will straight off. I don't think it will straight off.
There, but,
I think it will be a long wait, but I think it's got to. Anything that's that incredible as a piece of furniture, and the potential of it, and such a beautiful thing, it will eventually. But
Boo will benefit from it.
Boo will benefit from it. That's fine.
Boo will definitely benefit more.
Yeah, once I've got my clogs.
Yeah.
If she doesn't grow anymore, she can live in it, especially with the extension. Jeez, I mean, I'm just looking at this picture of it on that, and it's just like, I know how big, because I've stood in front of one.
Yeah.
So with that extension on it, I mean,
it'd be incredible. It'll be incredible. but it's one of those things that, it's
Well, I can
Yeah.
remember having a long telephone conversation with Tom when I used to, well, technically we worked for him, and I was explaining to him about how I wanted to do this. I suppose it's about 2012, something like that, and having this conversation about building nanoglyph and stuff like that. And he said to me, he goes, "Yeah, it's not commercially viable. I'd never build anything that big."
yeah.
But when I spoke to Tom about this when he first announced this, and I said, "This is amazing," he said, "Yeah, it's something I've wanted to do for years, and it's either going to make me or break me, and I think it might be the latter." And
But breaking
luckily,
him- No,
luckily,
it absolutely hasn't.
exactly.
When I spoke to him when he passed by, and we were looking before he delivered this one, and we were talking about it. He's made a good decision. He's made a great
Yeah.
decision, and it's going to serve. It's really going to serve him well. And I just, as much as, and it's also the fact that, and I know, kind of you lot think that I'm a complete fucking arsehole git bastard, but the reality is, I'm a half decent bloke, and I'd love to actually give Tom some money because Tom's such a lovely guy.
Oh, he is.
I think Tom's a really, really, really nice guy, and
Bonkers in the nicest way.
totally fucking mad as a hatter in the best way. But I would rather give someone like him money than a multi-corporation, kind of multinational corporation who,
Yeah.
are based
I
in
think
Germany.
Colossus will be that. I know he started doing lots of small and really excellent pieces, but he's now going to be the company. Analog Solutions is going to be the company that made the Colossus, and everything else will be able to feed off of that kind of.
I mean, I love his stuff. I mean, I've got a few bits. I've got a Mega City and a couple of not the Leipzigs. What's the other ones that go with the Mega City in a rack? He built me a rack with the Mega City and what are they called? The two that sit underneath the Mega City sequencer. I can't remember. Anyway, two of those, and I've got a fuse box, and they all sound great. I've always said, him and Dreadbox are the two. If you want 1970s analog, that's it. Analog Solutions and Dreadbox, they're the guys to go to, because their stuff properly sounds properly vintage. And when I was actually talking to Yanni at Dreadbox about what makes his stuff sound so vintage, I'd never forget the conversation. Johnny went, basically, we just use shit components. I mean, it's basically, we don't use, not shit, that's the wrong word. They basically don't use the top
As long as it's within 20 to 25% tolerance,
that was
it
it.
will sound like a vintage analog synth.
But that's the thing. That's how they get that sound, because they're not so fussy about the components they use, and that's how they get the sound, because they were initially trying to do it for price. And one of the best things I've got. Does anyone remember the Mermix? They made 50 of these things. Do you remember the V2 Mermix?
No.
Oh yeah.
They announced it on the. It's such a beautiful story, because they were such a small company. This is about 6 years ago, something like that. They announced this product on the Saturday, Friday or Saturday, and they made 50 of them. There was a limited run. They were making 50 of them, and they expected basically to sell maybe one a week. So they were expecting it would take almost a year to sell these 50 of these, and they all
3
sold.
days later.
Yeah, that was it. They'd all by the Monday they'd all sold. They'd all been ordered. They'd all gone, all numbered. And if you've never seen a Mermix V2, oh my god, it's got kind of tweed sides, got tweed panel at the sides, and wood, which is kind of painted very badly, and it's a monosynth with, I think it's three oscillator monosynth, but with
Got patching as well.
yeah, it's semi-mod, but
What's the
beautiful,
guy's name?
beautiful sound.
The guy always used to have a pint of a different kind of beer when he was reviewing a synth and talking about synth. What was he called?
Robin.
Oh yes, him. Yeah.
Called?
Robin
I can't-
Vincent.
No, the American guy that was living in Berlin. I've forgotten his name. Oh, he wasn't very
Yeah.
well. He had cancer. What was his name?
I can't remember now, but he reviewed it.
Yeah, and did a brilliant job. I mean, in fact, he did a lot of the Dreadbox stuff. He was
Yeah.
so into them, and I was just thinking, I want that synth. That's just the synth
Well,
I really want to have. And then you find out that,
Yeah.
well, you can't.
No, I mean literally, it was 3 days from these are the Friday or Saturday. By the Monday, they'd all gone, and he then had to kind of go, "Fuck, we were planning. These were keeping us going for a year, and we've got to now deliver them all." And but yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful synth. A real. I've actually got, ironically, and I know this sounds, I've got the nearest to a pair of Irish sound to a real genuine sound of Irish pipes out of that synth, out of a monophonic analog synth. On a track, you would not believe it wasn't real Irish pipes, and it's not. It's an analog synth.
Yeah.
The sad part about it was, and this is why I have to admit this, that I've now had it set on that patch for I don't know how many years now, because it's one of those synths where if you even touch it, anything, that one of those patches where it just disintegrates, the whole patch completely falls apart, and because you've just got to leave it, because if you change anything, that sound will never come back, because it's all based on this. Basically, it's resonance that's basically feeding back on itself, and you only need to just move the slider a bit, and that goes.
It's gone.
So so it's
and then for some reason dialing it back in is next to impossible.
it never does. It never does, because by that
quite
stage,
back.
by that stage, you've switched it back on, and the filter setting is slightly drifted by kind of 3 millimeters. So it's anyway. But there we go.
Can I give a lovely example of the importance of aesthetics? I called into a music shop in Sheffield, a real one that sells real musical instruments, with one of the few that's left. I'd gone to buy coffee filters from the market, but I thought I'll pop into here as I'm walking past. I'll have a look at bass guitars, because I've got a thing. I think I'm going to learn to play the bass guitar, because I don't play any other instrument other than keyboard. So I thought I will. And I went and I was looking at these things, not knowing a thing about it. So I'm looking at the ones. Which one do I like the look of? Which one do I like the look of best? I went, that one. That one looks really gorgeous. And I went up to it. And it was 2,600 quid. It was a 2,600 quid Rickenbacker. And I'm going, typical you, Brooksy. You could have gone for a 250 quid bass at the other end. No, you went straight for the 2,600 quid Rickenbacker.
Yeah, well, the Rickenbacker is a gorgeous thing.
It was just because it wasn't polished. It was just wood, and it was just there. It just looked. I thought, that's lovely. I like that one. $2.5 grand. Thought, oh
Is
dear.
Ty frozen, or is he super glued
No,
into his
I'm
head?
I'm just looking on the chat. Is there something wrong with my mic? Is my mic?
I think your bristles
Scratching
might
your
be.
beard on it, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, is it using this one?
Yes.
Fuck off! It shouldn't be. Hang on a second. No.
He's only been at it 20 minutes.
Oh fuck! Why didn't someone actually? Oh, actually, I was
we're
about to
very
say, why
polite.
didn't someone say? And then somebody did. And I completely told them. Is that better?
No, we can't hear you now.
What,
Maybe that's an improvement. Oh, sorry.
Is that better?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, is this one now not working?
No, it's
No,
still
that's
working.
still working.
Still scratchy,
Oh, for
scratchy.
fuck's sake! Hello. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can I have
everyone.
2 new eardrums, please?
Sorry.
It's all right, Ty. They've been running a sweepstake in the chat as to what actually somebody was
Oh,
eating. We've had prawn crackers, we've had
Oh, I'm
peanuts, we've had that.
It sounded like somebody was sorting out a jam
Why
jar full
didn't
of
you
screw.
fuckers say something, you twats?
Didn't know it was you.
Because we knew what your
Can I just
response
say,
would be.
You didn't know it was you. All I can see all up the chat is Tyrone. It's Ty's mic. It's Ty's fucking mic.
I can't
scratchy
see that.
beard.
It's all the way over fucking there.
I'm really sorry, everyone, and especially because I'm the first. That if I'm the first to be moaning if someone's fucking doing some shit.
Have you
I
noticed
just
this
moan
with mix
about it.
engineers?
Poor
So I'm
Robert.
really sorry about it. I'm
Poor
sorry.
Robert. We got shouted at the other night. Poor Robert. But you were right, that bloody arpeggio. But poor Robert.
Oh, look. Come on, Robert. Come back on just so I can shout at you. I mean, I
Come
know
take
he's
your
baiting me.
punishment.
I know he's baiting me to do it, but it's just. Oh, hang on a minute. I've got a call coming in. I'm
Hey,
going to
Jim.
mute myself.
Hey everyone,
Yeah, but mute the
Evening,
correct
Jim.
mic.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, buddy.
how you doing?
Yeah. Well, the second show seems to be going better than the first one, which lasted, what,
20 seconds?
20 seconds?
27 seconds. Yes. That's a new record for Kent, I
I
think.
tell you what, I was...
From one extreme to another, isn't it?
Because I come down the stairs and I said, so, where is he? Oh, I've looked... I've looked everywhere for Charlie. I can't find him anywhere. I went, okay. I go out into the garden and he's standing on the lawn. And it's like, he's
Is he
there,
green?
you dickhead. Look. And she goes, oh, he wasn't there before. I said, But she's in my good book. She bought me a velvetizer yesterday.
Oh, what? Oh, for the yeah, God.
But do you know what I didn't buy today?
Go on.
The car.
Oh, you didn't.
No,
So you've got the bits.
I've got the bits, but I didn't buy the car. I can sell
Because?
the bits.
What was wrong with it?
Aside from the fact it was a Chrysler.
No, I think what it was my dick grew an inch, and I go, I don't need another Chrysler. I certainly don't need another V8. No, I don't need to do this. Stop. I don't need to do this. Enough.
Proud of you, mate. Proud of you.
So I didn't.
So you bought a vintage
Awesome.
Jag instead?
No.
Chieftain tank.
So Fiona's going, she goes, oh, instead we could get
A Range Rover.
bespoke shelving and benches for the workshop. Okay.
She's thinking sensibly, you see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What are you
she
going to
just-
spend more time in?
Yeah, but she just likes spending money. That's what it is. More
He
than anything
doesn't,
else.
let's be honest.
Well, that's true enough. She's enjoying herself with it anyway, so good for her. But no, I don't need it. Why does an agoraphobic need a fucking V8? What am I thinking?
I was wondering that myself, to
Yeah.
be honest.
Well, the
I was
idea, I
wondering
mean,
how
the
much
idea
use
was
you'd get.
if I have a really nice car to drive, it would
You'd want to spend time in it.
influence me to go out
Yeah.
and push the boundaries. But I know that it won't.
Yeah, but
Maybe it will a bit, but then
You're a
it will-
synth nerd, and you apply that logic every time you buy a new synth. Oh, that
Yeah.
might be the one.
Yeah.
But it never is, so you go and buy another one, and then another one.
Yeah, and then you forget the one that you bought, and then you find
That's
it.
it. It's like,
in
oh,
the
I forgot I
cupboard,
got
so
that.
you go, oh, I didn't know. Shit, I just ordered another one of them. So
Then you sell that one, and then a few months later you buy another one the same.
this is the thing. I never sell things. I
Hmm.
just I've never done it. I used to. I sold a couple of things maybe, but I haven't
What
sold
happened to
anything
the
for
second
years.
CR78 clone then? Did you just send it back?
I sent
to
it
them
back.
again?
I sent it back and they reimbursed me.
Makes a change. For you to send something back, that's...
Oh, back then, mate, I was really pushing the boundaries buying the one. Money was not a widely available commodity back then. Well, I say back then, it was only about 5 years ago. So,
Oh, there's hope for me yet then.
yeah, well, Fiona said to me this morning, she goes, I'm looking at the books, and I think it might be time that you need to put your prices up again, and your minimum first hour charge should go up to £95 now.
And storage fees.
Well, never mind them. You never get them back. But the thing is, she said, because because everything's gone up. Ordering the parts are more expensive, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I said,
She's got a point.
yeah. But
Nobody's going to complain about it, because everyone's doing it.
Well, to be honest, I'd recommend 15%.
I think
Because
teachers will get a
component
15%
prices are
pay
going to
rise.
go up.
Well, here's the
Component
thing.
prices are going to go up. Your labour has to go up. Your heating and electricity costs are going up.
Yeah.
Well, the costs are going up, but the consumption is falling. We've invested a lot of money in the new super duper economy boiler, the super duper double glazing, and our winter quarterly was half of what it was the year before, and that's with the pricing increases. So it's not that bad. I don't know. I mean, I think it could stick at 85 quid for a while. I don't think it's that bad yet. I know she says, you know, we will have to do it at some point. I said, well, we'll do it at a point when we really, really need to do it, rather than just do it now because everybody else is doing it. Because that's just a dick move, really. You know. So, because there'll come a point where there'll be less work coming in because people will have less money because they've got to spend more money on essentials like, you know, water, food, air, fuel, heat, etc., etc.
Yeah, but then you're still going to get people selling their vintage gear to try and fund living, and then somebody else will have that gear and want it fixing. So
Well, this is true. Mind you, it's like that thing where you always you always hear this people saying, "Oh yeah, collectors are pushing the price of vintage analog up." I go, it's not collectors doing it.
It's just people
Collectors
with money.
don't sell their gear. That's why they're called collectors. The people who are pushing the price up is people who are trying to make a quick buck and an opportune buy and sell. But, take it in and turn it over. Not collectors don't. I mean, most collectors, they have to prize it out of their cold dead hands. They're not going to stick it up for sale. So,
I resemble that remark.
yeah,
Honestly,
We weren't going to say anything, actually, Robbie, but
so
I was looking at you at that point.
yeah.
you see, I'm glad Ty's
how
not here.
many
'Cause
in one room?
I'm not going to count them again because it just makes me sick. But yes, I collect them, but I also use them periodically. They're not something that will just sit there and I take people around and say, have a look at my Polybrute or have a look at my Fairlight or whatever. They do get tinkered with and messed around with, and but yes,
Actually, I had a chappie message me. I think, it probably came in last night, but I saw it this morning. Who had listened into our impromptu show?
Which one? There've been a few impromptu ones.
Yeah, last night, about when you and me were playing Vangelis together.
Oh yes.
And going, that was really nice. Oh, that was really, really good. I love that. Oh God, yeah. I wish there was more people doing that. But there is, isn't there?
Have you searched on YouTube?
I thought there was. So, and even Fiona said, she goes, yeah, that was nice. I like that. I said, yeah. I said, that was probably, I think it was a successful jam. I don't know. I heard.
Well, yeah, because what I'm
it
hearing.
sounded in time to me.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it's one of
probably
those pieces that, because,
yeah, it blurs, doesn't it? At the change
Yeah.
points, yeah.
So you could just do it, but yeah. it
Put
was- it
four
was
on
good
the
fun.
floor and you start noticing it's.
Oh,
going,
God, yeah.
it's
Yeah.
yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Saw the
Let's get
trailer
latency
for.
just right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the trailer for Ty's latest David Attenborough thing. I think it was this lunchtime, actually. The Final Day. Dinosaurs, The Final Day. And that's the one with the DX7 bell in it.
Yeah. Actually, I'm still waiting for the flak tie.
He's nice. Yeah.
Tie.
He's on the phone.
Get your dick out of the wall socket.
Yeah, I was saying he's on the phone to the missus.
And
he's
email
this
me
is
the
good.
flak.
Dear, oh dear.
I missed the crackling, said Agnes.
Yeah,
BA.
yeah. It was making me feel hungry. I thought he was eating crisps.
I got
I thought it was eating polystyrene.
I'll crunch some peanuts if it makes me feel better. Okay.
I've got to go in a minute. I've got to go and pick my son up.
Same here.
Yeah.
Falling down.
You've got to pick Robbie's son up as well, have you? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
everyone
Really? Wow.
That's
I'll have a
not
try before I have.
a bit late for a school run, isn't it?
No, he's doing it's his second night of his school
Shush,
performance.
Shush, he's back. Stop talking about him. He's here. He's
So as I was saying, Ty's an absolute. Oh shit, he's back.
Legend.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not going
legend.
to. I'm not going to
Legend.
disagree. You tell me as it is. I know.
I was
The
just
one-
saying that I saw the trailer for Dinosaurs: The Final Frontier or whatever it's called.
Hey. Yeah.
And I told my family what you did, and they're like, "Oh, is it really in that? Did you get him to do that?" And I said, "Yeah, I held him at gunpoint. And I made him put that sound in. Will we hear it? No, but it's there.
It is
It's
there.
there.
No,
And
she,
that's-
the exec called me today because apparently there's been an embargo on all the information. Actually, can I just say I really do look shit
We
and
got
green.
the
Alexa,
scratches back.
oh fuck, Alexa.
I'm telling you, Ty. I'll take it.
Okay, cheers. Thanks for that. Alexa, main studio red. There we go.
Now a brothel.
I feel more at home. Yeah.
You knock on the door
How
and
many photographs are
We
you
can't
developing?
see you now. You've totally blended in.
And did everyone note that was
Just keep
main
your glasses
studio?
on, then we can see you are.
Main studio.
Main studio, not Studio 2 or Studio 3. Or
Third studio.
the storage
series.
room.
Anyway, so there's been an embargo on all the information because I know I told Kent and I may have told Robbie. So basically, a lot of the information that's going out in this Attenborough thing isn't kind of common knowledge in terms of it's been kind of kept under wraps for years. Anyway,
You know we're on the internet now, yeah?
oh, that's fine. I know you can do it now. Fine.
Yeah.
There's an embargo, and it was up until 9 o'clock last night. They weren't allowed to tell anyone about it, and apparently it was on the 10 o'clock news last night, and apparently it's running in all the newspapers now because there's this. They found this leg, which basically has all the skin on it, and it's almost like a perfectly preserved leg.
DNA.
So
Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park. Here we go. Yay.
here it comes. Yeah.
God.
And anyway, so I mean, look, if it's your kind of program, it's your kind of program. It's David Attenborough, you know.
David Attenborough and dinosaurs.
Yeah, can I point out? I do have to say, I kind of have to say that as a music score goes, I will quite happily admit when I do my good stuff, and I'll quite happily admit when I do my shit stuff. There are some bits of this that are really good. There are some, you know, it's one of the good ones. Put it like this: my rule of thumb is always, if I drop down dead tomorrow, and they come into the studio, they will always turn around and go, and the last thing that he was working on before he had that freak gardening accident was
In David Attenborough's voice.
Exactly. And honestly, I
Wet
can
leg
honestly
cover.
say, if I drop down dead, because it goes out next Friday, if I drop down dead on the following Saturday, I'll be happy to have my name associated with it, because there's some good.
You're only as good as your last gig. Eh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest one I always had was years ago there was I can't remember what it was called now, but it was Piers Morgan does something, and I can't remember. And it was some crappy theme tune that I wrote because it was a last minute thing. The composer they had fucked up, and it was one of those jobs where you got the brief on the Monday and they wanted it by the Wednesday. And I did the theme music. It went out. It was shit. Well, I thought it was shit. It was
But it was Piers Morgan.
60s pastiche. Oh my god, it took off. This program took off. The program was huge. Everyone loved the music. I got so many fucking emails going, "Wow, the music's great. Where can we fuck off?" And my biggest concern was always, if I drop down dead tomorrow,
Been known for that.
yeah, I'm known for his fucking Piers Morgan shit. So no,
That's a good reason to stay alive, that is.
Oh yeah, if ever there was one. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so it's nice. The Attenborough thing it's a nice score. There's some good music in it, but and there's lots of bits of dinosaurs, you know. So
Not just legs.
not just legs, like whole CGI. It's on at 6:30 on Good Friday,
Yeah.
so it's a
Cool.
prime
Forward
time
to that.
slot.
Sorry, we won't be watching
Excellent.
Pro Synth Network. Oh no, that's the Michael Whalen one, isn't it? Oh, neck. That's a clash.
Oh no! Don't don't watch David Attenborough. Watch Pro Synth.
No, David Attenborough's on 15th, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, not Michael Whalen's on the 22nd.
All right.
Oh yeah.
he's
So
on the
whoever's on
15th.
next week, fuck it. No, watch David. Attenborough.
I can't remember who we've got on. Have we got somebody on, haven't we?
Yeah, but it's not me.
It's not.
Oh,
you.
God, wouldn't that be ironic? Have me on.
You're probably asking the wrong people.
Tara.
Ah,
Tara
Oh,
Bush.
God, watch Tara. Don't
Yeah,
watch David.
gotta
Attenborough,
watch Tara.
Absolutely.
No, actually, you can do both because, well, no, you can't because it's half an hour, isn't it? I keep thinking we're on a bit later, but oh well, time shift it, kids.
Yeah.
if only there
Record
was
the
a
Attenborough.
program where you could record it and watch it later.
Yeah, I'm not missing speaking to Tara and Math. That's gonna be fun. Asio Head says Tara ? Tara Bush. This is where I'm gonna get so wrong.
the American
Tara Bush,
pronunciation.
and Math Lewis, aka
Tara.
I Speak Machine, who just literally yesterday or the day before finished supporting Gary Newman on his US tour, and she's got a new album out, and it's bloody brilliant.
Well,
Have you
can
heard any of
start-
it yet?
You can start calling her Terra when they start pronouncing aluminium correctly.
Yes.
See how
Yeah,
she
it's-
manages with
Get off on
Puricella.
a get off on a
Oh,
good note.
she's good with that. Yeah. Sorry.
Just get off on a good note. You know,
Yeah.
start arguing about the pronunciation of a name. Yeah.
Yeah. It's always good.
It's always good to have an argument with a guest just as you're starting.
Absolutely.
Tell her she needs an umlaut on the first day.
Ty, have you not seen this show?
I can't believe I'm having to hold this fucking microphone. I feel such a...
Yeah, I was going to say,
Well,
I love your invisible
reporter.
microphone.
Yeah.
It's always
So-
the studio, like the really big musicians, big names have
Yeah,
shit
have the worst
microphones.
sound. Yeah, I know.
Seriously, everyone I've interviewed, like for podcasts and stuff, you included.
I
Just a
can't
lack
be
of
asked.
preparation. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Shocking.
It's the can't be asked. That's
No,
what
the reason I'm often given is, well, I don't sing,
No,
so
mine is-
I don't have a decent microphone in the
Mine
in the
is
place.
literally, I've got plenty of beautiful microphones that I could get set up. The same way that I told you I've got a really nice camera that I bought another lens for the other day,
Which will never get used.
which will never get used. I know.
Go on, what mics have you got there, Ty?
I'm going to just switch off. I'm going to go and get my son. I'll see you in a bit.
My
Right, cheers, Robbie.
Cheers, Rob.
See you,
Do you know
Robbie.
what? Actually, the one that I use, my favourite is I've got a blue bottle, but with all of the heads.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the big, the big blue bottle.
Yeah.
With every head for it, every capsule for it, which is beautiful, and that's just so versatile. What you can do with that,
Yeah.
you can do anything with it. And then I've got the Neve NTS1, and I've got what else have I got? I've got a few. I don't use them often, but actually, the one I do use more than anything else, and I can't remember the name for it now. What's the modelling one that you do that Rhodes do?
Townsend.
Townsend.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking amazing.
Yeah, my boss has got that.
Absolutely amazing. Completely, honestly, it just blows everything away because you basically you record it and then you can alter everything after
Yeah.
the event.
Change your mic models and
Try
patterns.
change
and
the models and the patterns and the axis and everything. And
you can even do patterns for the models that never had that.
they'd never had
pattern
those
as well.
patterns. Yeah.
It's just
And
incredible.
it is incredible. But the thing is, it's because I've tried different modelling ones. I've tried the slate ones over the years
Yeah.
and all this kind of thing, and they're okay, but they sound
Yeah.
it's a bit. They have a hint of it, but that's it. Whereas the Townsend is just incredible. It is
Yeah.
literally mind blowing. So yeah, so I'll be honest with you. Most of the stuff that I do, it's either the blue bottle with normally the U87 capsule, or it's I use the Townsend. They're the two that I use most.
Yeah.
But the Neve, I think it's NTS1 or NST1. Well, it's the ribbon mic. So basically, I kind of use it on strings quite a lot, which is really lovely.
Yeah.
But I don't have I do have other bits and bobs that I generally can't remember. I think I've got like a Gemini 3 and a few other bits, but I don't have a huge collection of mics because, joking aside, yeah, I don't do the singing, like as Robbie said, I don't, but it's nice to have a few nice ones that but I've kind of gone, with
duck
the,
out. I will try and catch up later.
Cool.
Is it
Cheers,
the
Matt.
Cheers.
See
Cheers,
you
Matt.
later. You
is
look
it the
after yourself.
R&R one?
that's the one. R&R. I'm talking shit. It's not NTS. It's R&R. That's the one. Yeah, the Neve one. Yeah, it's beautiful though.
Nice.
It's really, it's just nice to have a few just versatile
Yeah.
bits.
I wouldn't mind a ribbon, just having that figure of 8 as well.
Yeah, no,
The two
ribbon.
birds with
Yeah,
one stone.
it's a completely different sound, and it's nice. As I
Yeah.
said, I like it on string. It's got a really nice smooth sound. So.
Plus that null rejection is absolute from the sides.
Yeah.
It's just like nothing there at
Yeah.
all.
Nothing at all. Yeah.
So, Ty, do
No.
you fancy doing a podcast where we talk about string articulation?
Fine. That's my bread and butter. That wouldn't be. That's me on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be the guy to talk to about it, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah. Yes, I've had to live with this. So, yeah. Why? It's just, it's part of my... It's just how you use it and why you use it and having the knowledge to know why and how you use it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But that's what studying orchestration since the age of, I don't even know what age I was when I started studying orchestration. That's what it does.
Mind you, the algorithms
Obviously, it
are
turns you into a complete cunt, but
yeah. But the algorithms are starting to catch up, though, aren't they?
they are. They're still, but there are still loads that you still can't do.
Oh,
There's still, yeah. I mean, even when they record every articulation known to man, there's still certain things. Not that you can't do, but it gets to the stage where there's so much work and effort to get one line to sit well.
Yeah, to
It's
make
like
it sound realistic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
It's like the way someone would play a guitar. It's like it's so hard to actually.
But you can do it. I mean, to say
Yeah.
it's
possible, but
it is. It's to say. I mean, the best one for that. It's not even Spitfire now. Really, it's VSL are kind of the kings of that. Really, in terms of articulations, and you can, if you've got the time and inclination, you can really shape some lines so they are incredibly realistic. But the amount of time it takes to do that, you tend to, if you go and look at some of the demos, for example. I would love to see some of the demos for some of these VSL demos, because there's got to be so much shit going on. You know, once you've played the line, actually going in and shaping it all, which is great if all you're doing is you're doing a demo for a product, so you've got a lot of time to work on it. On a day-to-day basis, it's there's such a lot of time that goes into that. That I mean, I've got a friend who's does what I do. But he uses real orchestras, and his demos are shit. But he said there's no point, because his demos are just made to play because he wants to write for real players. Yeah. So the amount of time it would take him to actually do the programming and, you know, kind of marking in the articulations, he said, I'll just write it in as it is, and then I'll just write the music for it, and they can play it. So it works both ways. So yeah, if I had more time, I would spend more time doing it, but... You know, as the common theme is with me, time is the one thing that.
And also, dare I suggest that a lot of people would not necessarily notice.
No, they wouldn't particularly
notice. It still sounds good.
Yeah, but that's not the point. No, you're right. The thing is, I've always said all my life is my biggest fault, my biggest problem. Is that I'm a perfectionist, and that's not. Although you think it sounds like a good thing, it's not. It's a fucking hindrance, and it has been all my life. I mean, I was, you know, I remember when I was a student, I was doing a hi hat pattern for something, and I'd start at 9 a.m, and I'd play it to the girlfriend. She'd go, "Yeah, that sounds great," and she'd come back 12 hours later, and I'm still doing the same hi hat pattern. And I'd go, listen to this now. And she'd just go, it just sounds exactly the same as it did 12 hours ago. Yeah. And I'm there going, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And that's me. I know for a fact that the stuff I'm writing now, I spent all day doing one track. I could have finished this track at 10 o'clock this morning. I know that for a fact. I could have finished it at 10 o'clock this morning, but I just want it to be absolutely perfect. So here we are at whatever time, half 8. I still haven't finished it because I'm trying to make it.
Yeah. You know, the thing is that's kind of like, you know, you have to just keep working away till you're happy with it, or at least feel able to abandon it.
That's the thing. You never finish. You always abandon. Yeah. That's all. Abandon is the right word. You never finish it. You always have to just stop and abandon. And I can honestly say, nothing's left this studio ever that I haven't been happy with. I just can't. I just can't do it. And that's why. You know, that's why I'm always up till the early hours and getting no sleep, because it has. If I'm not happy with it, it just doesn't. I tell you, the worst one is, and I do this all the time, is that the biggest mistake I make is once I've mixed it down, once I've exported it, I listen to it. I always check it. Always check it. It's the worst thing I can ever do, because I can spend hours and hours and hours getting this track right. I'll export it, going, that's it, it's done, and I'll do that one last check of listening to it before moving on, and in that one last check,
you notice something straight away. Yeah.
I'm gonna kind of guarantee 75% of the time I will go, fuck, how did I not notice that? Because mentally there's something about I've exported it, it's a stereo track now, and all of a sudden I can hear what I haven't heard before. So 75% of the time, having exported it, having finished it, I then go back in and change it all again.
Yeah. That's how you know your mix is done, when there aren't any more points like that you're like, I need to change that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like when I mixed Midge's album, when I did all that, and that was just the end of that project was, oh my God, there's a whole podcast just in that 2-month period of finishing that project. That was beyond nightmare. But just doing that, literally mixes were just abandoned, and it was literally. I mean, it was all fine, but every single mix I know for a fact I could go in and redo again.
Yeah.
And some of them, the funniest one was Rage in Eden. Wasn't even going to be on the album because I just couldn't get it right. And we'd been working on this track for almost 2 years, and he was fine with it, and I just couldn't do it. And in the end, I just turned around and that's it. It's not going on. I'm just not happy with it. I'm not happy with it. And the rest of the album all got mixed, and it was the day before we were going to do the mastering of it, and we'd already delivered the first version to the record company unmastered, and it didn't have Rage in Eden on. And just the day before the mastering, I just turned around and went, "I'm gonna have one last go," and we did. And I did Rage in Eden, and even that, I was just like, "Oh no, it's kind of right." And we just abandoned it, but we abandoned it by putting it on the record because we just thought, just get it on there, and just let go of it.
And how many people will notice?
Nobody.
Actually, yeah.
No.
It's your own perception.
Yeah.
Do you think you'd actually created demons there?
No. It's just I work on a very clear assumption for me is the fact that I've lost the ability to just listen to music for the sake of being music. I don't have that ability anymore. Every time I listen to anything, I have to analyze it. I just have to. And from my point of view, all I do is I get to a point in a mix where I go, if I didn't know this track from Adam, you see, one thing over the years I've mastered the art of, I can go and get a cup of coffee, I can walk away, and just the action of going up to the house, getting a cup of coffee, coming back down again, it's almost like I've never heard the track that I'm working on. I have this ability to just completely come to it fresh.
There's a subtle thing that happens there is like when your ears and go to a different acoustic space as well.
Exactly.
It'd be a kitchen, and your brain basically gets sort of refreshed.
Completely. And I come back to it, and all I look for in a mix is if I heard it.
Exactly. Kitchen, and your brain basically gets sort of refreshed. Completely. And I come back to it, and all I look for in a mix is if I heard it.
A little bit of feedback there.
And all I look for in a mix is if I heard.
1 second.
That's some dirty delay.
It's always the engineer, isn't it?
Isn't it just? And so all I do is I'll basically come back, and if I kind of go, if I heard this mix from someone else, would I be offended? What would I change? What would I want? You know, when we all sit there and listen to other mixes and go, "Fuck, that snare's too loud. I wouldn't use that bass sound." And I always have to apply, what I think. If I kind of think, well, nothing really, then it's done. The mix is done. So,
have you ever worked with a mixing engineer and sort of passed that element off to them rather than you doing it yourself?
I'm a control freak. I'm a self-admitted control freak. Giving someone to someone else is literally like me passing my child to them and getting them to hang them over a cliff. It's exactly what it is for me, because I do. They comes back and I'll go, that's a nice different approach to. I wouldn't have done that.
That's a nice interpretation.
And I'm there going, but there's a reason I wouldn't have done that. Would you like me to give you the reason I wouldn't have done that?
Whilst sharpening the knife. Yeah.
Exactly. So I've tried it and it's just failed miserably. But I can understand why people do that. I can totally understand, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just not. It's absolutely not for me. But,
well, good evening, Rich.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
How are you doing?
How's Arizona?
Where are you, Rich?
Hot and sunny and beautiful.
Oh.
So, on the subject of what Mr. Unwin was waxing brilliant about, I was mentioning in the chat how when you play... Well, I'm hearing echo from somewhere. But anyway, when you play something for somebody, you hear it with their ears. You could have been listening to it all day and thinking you've got it completely understood. And as soon as I sit down in Ty's room and play it for him, I hear it through his ears. And I know immediately things I need to do to make it better, no matter how long I've labored over it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's more spiritual. Jim suggested, I believe it was, that it was. Oh no, somebody in the chat room suggested that it's visual, and by gauging their response visually. And I say it happens no matter what. You could have your eyes closed. You could be in different rooms. You could be anywhere. It just happens somehow.
Yeah, you just you're no longer sort of isolated. You know, there's something else going on there, and you reflect on it differently.
It's weird because it's like you're hearing it through their ears. It's very strange. I don't know how that happens, but I've noticed over many years that it does.
The amount of times I've got just through the intro and I'm like, I need to stop it and change stuff right now, just because somebody else is there listening to it and I can hear what's wrong with it. And it's strange, definitely.
But it's like when I've sent tracks to both Richard and Ty before now that I've done. And getting the feedback from them was able to, because they were being very, very nice about it, and I knew they were being nice about it.
Was I? Fuck, I won't do that again.
Yeah, no, honestly you were. No, honestly you were. But the feedback I got back allowed me to realise that I had a shitload more work to do. In terms, Richard with mixing, and then Ty with both mixing and articulation and all the rest of it. But you did. I remember you said something about Ty, the track that I sent you. There was something you picked on, and you said that's this bit was that's just shit. Get rid of that.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I do very much work on the kind of Simon Cowell approach to. I don't know. I've always said to people that I will always listen to, because obviously, I'm sure Rich is exactly the same. I get people wanting to show me stuff or play me stuff and get feedback, and especially within the TV and whatever. Yeah. And I don't want to be that person that tells their daughter that they're amazing, and then they go on stage and they can't sing for toffee and they sound like shit and everyone's laughing at them. And so I just don't think that that's healthy. And so I've always said to people, I will happily listen to what anyone wants me to listen to, but you have to accept that I will give you a very honest and a very direct and a professional opinion. Yeah. And if you want that, then I will absolutely always give it to you, always. But be prepared. Be prepared that if it's great, I will tell you it's fucking great. If it's amazing, I will absolutely tell you it's amazing. But if it's not, I will tell you it's not. That's all. I won't. I don't kind of pussyfoot around. That much. But I always kind of think it always comes from a place of genuine kind of love and a genuine wanting people to get better, because at the end of the day, I love good music and I don't care who's producing it. If you can show me some good music and show me some talent and show me some ability and that's just amazing. I want to help you. If I can help you by being critical, then I want to do that. Well, but I don't do the pussyfooting around.
Well, surely that is the only way of being helpful, is to.
I hope so.
To critique it and sort of like, well, look, this, and this, and this. No, mate.
Rich has got an opinion.
It depends on whether or not they think it's done. Oh shit! I just lost an ear. It depends on whether they think it's done. I need to know whether they see it as finished music before I comment on it, because if they think it's done, it's not even worth going through all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, great job, good work. It's got a vibe. I can feel it. I see where you were coming from. Because if it's not done, you might actually be able to do them some good. But if it is done, everything you say is, oh, no. And you've ruined their life, so
is it final
I try to get
approval only?
clear.
Yeah.
I try to get clear straight up front as to whether or not they think it's done.
You see, what we've done here is absolutely 100% just what I always knew all along, which is Rich is a really good person, and he's a really kind-hearted, lovely, wonderful person. Whereas I'm not, because even if they do think that it's finished and done, I will turn around and tell them that it's crap and what the fuck are they wasting their time doing this kind of shit for. But I would do it in a creative way. I will do it in a creative way. Rich is just a really nice guy. That's the bottom line. And,
you wouldn't do that.
Actually, do you know what? Joking aside, this actually happened literally this week. There's someone who I used to work with. I did 3 albums with 20 years ago. And they've come back to me and they've basically started saying they were trying to work with some producers and it wasn't kind of working, and writers. So they've decided to write for themselves. And this is someone who 3 months ago has never written a piece of music. And that was 3 months ago. And now they've written about 12 pieces of music in 3 months, having never written anything. So I don't really need to explain. You can kind of imagine and it's all written on it sounds like an old 90s Yamaha PSR something. Okay. They can't really play that well. Their main instrument isn't the piano, it's the solo instrument, and so they can't really play the piano, so they can't really play the keyboard parts that well or program the drums that well, and they're writing music for the first time, and they basically wanted an opinion. And the words that really worried me were, I've played it to a few people and I don't think there's a lot to do. What do you think? And
similar, it's done.
Yeah. And it was basically, I think what they expected me to say was, wow, this is amazing. Yes, you don't need any help. Just maybe put a bit of EQ on the bass drum. And that's, it's that kind of, whereas, it sounds like someone that hasn't written music before. It sounds like someone who's started writing music 3 months ago.
You have the first grain of rice in the bag.
Absolutely. And the great thing about it is some great ideas in there. But that's what they are. It is literally, it's the equivalent of back in the day of having your 4-track Fostex and you've just come up with a chord structure and a melody and you've just banged out some chords and stuck a melody on top. And that's what it sounds like, and it's that level, but it's trying to then convince them that that's the level it's at, and with a lot of work and getting a producer in, which isn't going to be me because I don't have the time, getting someone in to help and write and suggest things
and
like
some musicians
and some musicians, but I was turning around about exactly, and I was turning around about structure, going. But there's not really any structure. That you need bridges, you need middle eights, you need intros, you need all this kind of thing. And it was just that thing of, this is what I want to hear. And they never said it, but all I wanted them to walk away from was understanding there's some great ideas in there. That's the level we're at. There's some great ideas in there. Pursue those ideas, but don't think that that this is where you're at. Yes, and hopefully you will get there. But
the thing that rubs my nuts up a cheese grater is when I'm doing a track, whether it's with strings or whatever it is, right? And I listen back to it, I know it's not right. But I don't know what it is I need to do to correct it.
But that's just I don't want to say experience, Kent, but that's just doing it again and again and again and again and again and again and again, and that's when you learn to do it.
And
you basically the only way you get things right is by doing it wrong fucking so many times.
But also
9 times out of the 100.
Listen to it on something that isn't your studio monitors.
Yeah,
play it through your phone or play it through
Can I tell you
an FM transmitter.
Can I tell do you know that the best one of doing a mix? Someone told me this years ago, and I'm sure Rich has done exactly the same. Is if you want to get a really good mix, is that step outside the studio and listen to it from outside. And that instrument that will suddenly start, that will leap out, the thing that you're not quite sure of, and all this kind of thing, step out the room, and all of a sudden, the mix, what's wrong with it, will suddenly just leap out at you. I do all this. I mean, people must think I'm fucking mad. The fact that I just I'm stood outside the studio with my ear to the door, listening to a mix.
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
Yeah. But it's
and similarly, playing it for somebody else gives you that same
completely. You're absolutely right, Rich.
And then there's also value creatively in walking away from something. It's not because you're giving up or you're depressed or because you're in some sort of like syndrome. It's because it gives you the opportunity to come back with fresh ears.
Yeah.
So that's another technique I use quite often when I know I've been banging on something for too long and I can't see it anymore, is go do something else for half an hour and come back to it, and then you will immediately hear some percentage of the things that you might have heard if you played it for somebody else and listened to it through their ears, and you'll start fixing it. And as relates to Kent's comment, what I do at that moment is I start taking things away and playing things in combinations that exclude certain elements to find out which of those elements, whether it be one or more, are contributing to my overall angst. Because sometimes when it's all in, it's hard to figure out which one of those things is the offending thing. But when you start pulling them out, it's kind of like when you're searching for a plugin that's crashing your system. It's the same general process.
Yeah, everything should have a reason for existing in that piece of music.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, take it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not what you say; it's what you don't say. We all know that. Yeah, it's very easy to fill it all. That's what I mean. I'll
between the notes.
Absolutely, all of that. And I mean, I can say for a fact that when I'm working on a track, if this track was going to take 4 hours, if you look where that track was at 1 hour, it'll have kind of loads of stuff in there. Come back in 3 hours' time, half of that stuff that was there 2 hours ago is gone. And it's not that it wasn't. It had to be there for me to get rid of it, if that makes sense, because it's shaped what comes after that. And then once what after that is now serving its role, the stuff that was there after an hour is completely superfluous to requirements. And it'd be very easy to just leave it in there, but you'll soon realise that getting rid of it means you get a cleaner mix, you get a kind of a tighter mix and a tighter arrangement. So
you might end up editing it down to the essence.
Absolutely, absolutely. Might be one or two notes. It might be, or it goes together altogether. It's just
It's probably a classic
or a different
Eno
sound
technique,
on that
isn't
same
it?
musical idea.
Yeah.
Well, look, I have. God, I sound like a fucking broken record. I have got to go do some work. I have got to go.
Longest break you've had for about 3 weeks, isn't it?
Tell me about it. Tell me about that one. No, I do have to go and do a bit of work. I mean, honestly, if you are around later, sorry, I'll rephrase that. When you are around later, I may
pop in for a coffee.
I'll get the coffee on, and I will stick my. I might even have a different color. I might go for purple or something very adventurous and how exotic.
Ooh, yeah.
That'll clash with the orange.
It will. I know. Oh, God, yeah. Good point.
Okay, nicely.
We can't actually see.
A bit Austin Powers, but
orange square in the middle of the screen. That's all it is. Just an orange.
I mean, thank God you're wearing your glasses. Otherwise, we wouldn't know where your head is.
You wouldn't know where I
The Invisible Man.
But I'm going to go and do some more work, and I will return later with. Hopefully, this piece will be finished by then. We'll find out.
With a hi-hat pattern.
You know what? Talking of what we just talked about, on this track, there was a hi-hat all the way through it. And just before I came on, having been on this track for ages, I just thought, nah, doesn't need a hi-hat. So the hi-hat kind of started the whole rhythm thing. It's all gone. No hi-hat.
Awesome. There you go.
Funny enough, you just reminded me. I wrote a patch yesterday, and I called it "Scratched Porsche Bonnet." Because I was trying to think of a name, and I remembered what you were saying about that one with the shaker or something, wasn't it?
Don't.
Oh, the R8.
The handbag.
On your R8.
And the
Oh,
R8.
was the R8? I have to change the
God,
name
if you're
now.
going to get your titles right.
I've got to go back and... I'll edit it.
It's less characters. It's cool.
Exactly.
Yeah. Scratch the R8 bonnet.
Look, hopefully I will see you lot later.
All right, dear.
Cool. Cheers, Ty.
Meanwhile,
Cheers,
have a
bye.
great one. See you later,
darling.
Bye, guys. Bye, bye, bye.
Bye-bye. There you go.
Has anyone ever done the making excuses? I'm only asking because it was as soon as Ty mentioned the Fostex 4 track, which I used to have a Fostex 4 track, and you've done a thing and you're playing it back, and I used to say things like, "Yeah, here I was trying to do this, and there I was trying to do that." The effect I was after was, and then somebody else played me a demo, and they did exactly the same thing, and it was the most irritating thing on the planet.
Yeah.
And
Never
I
do
just
that.
thought, never doing that again.
Yeah.
Let somebody listen to it.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was a lesson learned.
Well, it's a human thing, isn't it? It's apologising before the fact, almost.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is, Sassy. Yeah, it is.
And you know,
It's
if
a very British thing as well.
yeah, but if you're not happy with it, don't play it to someone else.
Yeah, I've always anything that I've ever played to anybody else, I've always made sure I was at least 4 light years away from where they were listening to it.
I kind
Don't
of,
want to know.
pretty much-
walk away.
I pretty much wait till something's finished before playing it to anyone now. It's just the way I don't like other people's opinions to really sort of influence me and sway the direction that I'm going in.
Admittedly, but with these sort of tracks, they, where I'm thinking it is finished, and let them listen to it. But when I listen back to it, give yourself a few days and not listen to it, and then come back to it, and then you listen to it, and then you go, "Oh no, it's not finished, is it?" In fact, it needs a shitload of work. Actually, there's a load of things that need to come out. Maybe something to go in.
Occasionally,
change that.
Yeah. Occasionally as well. If you're struggling with the mix and you go back to it and you're like, "Oh, it doesn't sound anywhere near as unfinished mix-wise as I thought."
Yeah.
That quite often happens as well. I mean, I've gone back and listened to stuff I did years ago that I remember really hating mixing at the time. It was just like really painful, and just abandoning it and going back again years later, listening to it and going, "What on earth was I thinking about? The mix is fine." It's just a bit of distance is always good.
No,
I
I haven't
think
had
like
that luxury, unfortunately. Everything I've listened to back from years gone by, is I've gone, "Oh God, oh no." Just.
But isn't it like any other form of art, whereby the artist is striving to achieve something that is so deeply personal that they will probably never be truly satisfied themselves?
It's like Jackson Pollock looking at one of his pictures going, "That bit there just needs to be..."
Yeah,
It needs another blob there. Or Damien Hirst with his bloody sharks.
Yes, that's, I can see that as well.
Yeah.
But I must admit, a lot of
It's
the
2
time when I'm
centimetres too
listening
low in the formaldehyde.
when I'm listening to tracks from yesteryear, I'm even from a composition level going, "Oh, no. It would have been better if it had gone to that chord and gone that way or whatever." And I think what it was how I play now and how I played then had changed. Plus the gear is a lot better, because a lot of the tracks I've got, it's just me with one keyboard, no effects processor,
But
no mixer, just multi-track.
But the beauty is, with music, you can always redo it.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, sometimes it seems like a real busman's holiday doing that, but because you don't get you don't get the same kind of reward, I suppose, when you redo a track that you did from the first time round with your new baby and everything. But yeah, there's a lot to be gained from going over them again and having another crack at it. And
But just
hopefully do it better.
Just imagine how a band feels when a remix sells more than the original.
Well, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the music, because most covers are done as, let's face it, almost gimmicky. You know, what would it be like if this band did that record, sort of thing? So these records can outsell the originals simply because of the sort of like the whole gimmick of it. You know, not that it's better than the original.
Remember
Sometimes
Wet
it is,
being at number
and-
one for ages.
No, true. Yeah, no, there is times when it is better. Yeah.
And the artist knows it, like in the case of the Reflex with Duran Duran, which cemented their relationship with Nile Rodgers for decades.
Yeah.
Because they knew it was better. And it made them a huge splash in the U.S., which they had failed sort of to do up to that. But I mean, they had done to a certain extent, but not to the same extent as overseas. And that really made it much more solid. So there are cases where the remix is going to be better, and that's fine. I mean, it's funny. You got to not be quite so precious about your own shit, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I tend to work quickly. I like to work
Yeah.
quickly. I don't like to be labor. I don't like to spend 8 hours on a hi-hat part. I'll come back to it. I need to continue moving forward. I just, it's sort of just the way I'm built, but I've been working around people who are far more analytical than that for decades and decades. At one time, I worked with an engineer named Glenn Kolotkin, who used to be a pretty famous guy back in the late 60s and early 70s, and he's recorded a lot of very, very big artists and some hit records. And he used to say to me, if it takes me more than 20 minutes to mix something, then something's wrong with what's on tape. 20 minutes.
Wow.
I mean, you have to remember, lots of the time, these people have got assistants to set the mix up on the board for them ahead of time and get everything.
I was the assistant. He wasn't having me set up anything. He came in and in 20 minutes he had a mix.
Right.
Well, I mean, you have like a reverb path set and things like that. You have a certain effects chains that you'll use that you know that you always use if you're him. But I've never met anybody who said anything like that to me since. But it's an interesting contrast to the 8 hours on a hi-hat part or 2 weeks on an 8-bar groove way of working.
Yeah. Mind you, it's horses for courses kind of thing anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, one of those
I'm
20-minute
not a sound
mixes was the
designer.
song. One of those 20-minute mixes was the song "I Love Rock and Roll," which we're all still listening to this day whenever it comes on, and it sounds fine.
Yeah.
It sounds like it sounds. You know, that's Joni. It's what it is. But
Yeah.
you know, it's not like he couldn't get results like that. He just wasn't so precious about his shit. He was, you know, he liked the energy of getting there in a certain frame of time.
Yeah, I think especially with rock stuff as well, that, you know, the quicker you work, the more you're going to capture that vibe and just really sort of, you know, it's going to have that energy.
So Rick Ocasek told me that when they were making, what was it called, Heartbreak City, the one with that song Magic, the Cars album with Mutt Lange, that they spent 7 days working on the sound of the bass guitar for the entrance in the song Magic. 7 days. They hired in every amplifier in England. They hired in all kinds of stuff. And they spent 7 days on the bass sound for that one song. And it drove Rick nuts, Ocasek. As he was telling me this story, I could see it on his face. He was, I'll never work with that guy again.
Yeah.
Mutt Lange.
Well, didn't Mutt Lange allegedly tweak every single note on one of the Shania Twain tracks? And
What's
literally
unusual about
adjusted
that? I did
every
that
single
2
element
decades.
on it.
I spent decades doing that to records. It's just, once it got in the computer, that's what you do. I mean, for in the beginning anyway. I'm not so much that way now, but that was my job for a long time, is making everything as exact as it could be.
Yeah, maybe I'm weird. I like imperfection.
Well, so do I.
I like that
I'm working for
natural.
somebody else at that moment.
Yeah.
Right then,
well,
I'm doing
true.
a job.
If you're being paid, then that's a different matter. But
Well, yeah, fortunately, I've been paid.
yeah. But that maybe that's why I also like live music, because it isn't perfect.
Me too.
It's very, very good, but it's not perfect, and that's exactly why it's very, very good.
So you're saying my band isn't perfect now, huh? I'm just kidding.
It's very, very good.
Thank you. I know. I'm not really taking it that way. I'm kidding.
But the acoustics in a stadium or any concert are very, very different to the acoustics that you'll get at home, and listening to a CD, through headphones or whatever, and it's. You get the feeling of the ambience, you've got the people around you, you've got the noise of the crowd, you've got the interaction of the crowd.
You've got the pressure waves. It's like,
you can feel the bass, or you get your ears blasted out by the top end, but it's not clinical, and that's why it's great.
Well, now, all right, so when we play the iTunes Festival, there's 51 bands. 3 of them play the whole show from the stage. So how do you say that's not clinical? For the other 48. In other words, that's the old backing tracks trade-off, the deal with the devil, where you gain precision and you give up the possibilities of energy carrying the day. And I'm not disagreeing with you, Sass. Not at all. I'm actually standing on the shoulders of your point, which I think is a great thing.
Yeah. I mean, a band that is tight is still, in my opinion, better live than they are on record.
Me too. Me too.
Because that sometimes I think that over-engineering removes the emotion.
No, I do too.
Oh, yeah.
I still had to get good at it, though.
Oh, undoubtedly, yeah. I mean, but it also, if you're involved in the production of your own music, to the level where you've got the experience of mixing or being a sound engineer, that just adds to your skill set. So when you are performing yourself, you've got that whole wealth of knowledge backing up what it is that you are doing. It's very different to a band that goes into a studio and they are mixed and produced by someone else, and all they are doing is being the performing monkeys.
Well, I once had a very famous young band, tell us during the basic track session at the power station that they had never all played together in the studio before. Let that marinate for a minute.
Yeah, I can believe that.
It's true. I couldn't believe it. It was amazing to me. Really?
Oh, I was once in this band. I mean, this is quite bizarre. It was kind of like this improvised sort of jazz rock psychedelic kind of thing, and we played someone's birthday party, and remember after we played, we did a couple of sets, and between the 2 sets, someone came up to us and was like, "God, you guys are so tight. You must play together all the time." And we're like, "This is the second time we've actually ever played together. We'd only had like 1 rehearsal before, but I'd played with the bass player quite a bit before, and but everyone just kind of gelled. It was really strange, really unusual. It's quite rare to sort of find that where you can just gel with a group of musicians that well. But yeah,
but that's a sign of musicianship as well. It's when you think a lot of bands throughout history haven't necessarily been great musicians. But they're employed in a band for a different reason.
Yeah.
I mean, just think of the Spice Girls, for example. You might have had 1 or 2 good vocalists in that, but it was an image thing rather than employing people for their musical ability.
One of the upcoming guests on Pro Synth Network might be able to shed some light on what that experience was like. So Elliot Kennedy, who's coming up, he did say you'll be there. The Spice Girls #1. So I've heard some stories about what happened on that session that he probably won't be able to repeat on the internet. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what he says. About what that recording session was like. I think he's worked with Mel C and Brian Adams quite a bit as well. Subsequent to that, but yeah, that will be quite interesting. Sheffield's own Andy Brooks.
Yeah.
What?
So I was talking about Elliot Kennedy, who's coming up on Pro Synth Network.
Yeah, never met him. I don't think I've ever met him.
You have, I think.
Have
So
met him?
remember, there was that industry event that was organised down at Red Tape Studios, and there was, I'm sure you were there along with Jamie.
Are you going to talk about the demos event?
Yes, with like Tony Wilson was there, Clint Boone was there,
Yeah.
Elliot Kennedy was there.
God, yeah. Do you remember that? It's interesting because that has popped into my head tonight because there was one demo that was played that was just a complete car crash. It sounded like the poor guy had no idea what on earth he was doing and put this thing in, and it was just truly awful. Everything about it was just wrong on every level, which is awful. And every single person on the panel was just unscrupulously polite, and encouraging. And I'm just sitting there thinking, that was just
tell them it's shit.
Yeah,
that was just so awful. And yeah, but I mean, can you imagine the impact that would have had on that poor lad who'd done that? Oh yeah, you're right. I do remember that. And yes, you're right. I'd forgotten all about that. Apart from, I'd forgotten he was on the panel. I have to say, but yes, I was at that. Definitely.
Because they played an outset track. Well, only like sort of the bit of it. Intro was too long, definitely. But we had to leave quite shortly because I think we had a gig the next night and we hadn't finished writing the set yet. We had like sort of an hour set to do, and I think we were probably had only written about 20 minutes of it. So we needed to like compile the rest of the set all on Atari ST.
You did something different. I just did the same tracks again. I'm sure there were two of these that I went to, and there was what, because I know there was two tracks. The first one, they played a track of mine called Techno Babble, and Clint Boone said, "Sounds like Germans marching backwards."
Very specific.
Which has just stuck in my head ever since. I thought, thanks, Clint. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. But in order to get the second one, because they said they weren't going to play, if you'd had the demo played in the first one, they weren't going to play it in the second one. So me and Jamie hatched this plot, and we do you remember Gay Bikers on Acid?
Yeah.
The band, right? Well, we created a band called Pete Darnborough's Arsehole on Acid, right? Because you remember Pete Darnborough was
Pete Darnborough from Red Tape.
From Red Tape Studios, and also from the Sheffield Star music page and all that sort of. Pete Darnborough's Arsehole on Acid, because if it had electronics in it, he hated it. He was just so not Sheffield, that man. He needed a slap.
Well, we blew the NS10s in Red Tape when we were there.
So we put this demo in, and they said, well, we've got to play this because just look. So they picked this. We put a nice pink, sort of salmon pink, sort of inside, and we've got it printed out, and Pete Darnborough's Arsehole. So that got played at that little event.
Excellent.
So, I can't even remember what it was now, but it was just
Pete Darnborough. There's a name from the past.
Heady days, yeah.
I mean, Red Tape Studios. What?
It's still there.
Is it still there? Have they actually put any acoustic treatment in? Because we were in there. It's just like breeze block walls. I've got a load of photos actually. I will dig out some photos. I've got this photo session when we were at Red Tape with our insect heads. We didn't actually have them on at the time, but
yeah, just like Grace's point. Oh gosh, Pete D. Yes, good old Pete D. Oh dear. Yeah,
I feel like I'm wearing his shirt. He always used to wear a check shirt like this, didn't he?
Plaid. Sorry, we're going soggy with nostalgia for Sheffield there.
Yeah.
That's
But yeah.
oh, why not? So yeah, Elliot Kennedy. Yes, I have
Yeah.
met the man. Of course I have. Oh, it's
Yeah.
such a blur, fuzzy blur in my fuzzy head.
Mm.
And Red Tape, Grace has just said, yeah, Red Tape is still there. I haven't actually physically been inside for decades and decades. I mean, seriously, but maybe I should go down when they knock on the door and say, do you do any courses for idiots like me who need to learn how to use Cubase or Cakewalk or Ableton or any of these other things? Do you do any of those courses for me? Because I'm an idiot and I need to know.
Yeah. Grace is saying, tell the chatties what Red Tape is all about. So it's like council run, isn't it? Council run recording studios.
Yeah,
yeah.
It was, yeah.
It was, designed as a sort of teaching place as much as anything, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the name says it. I mean, it was Sheffield.
Yeah.
Red Tape, obviously, is what they used to bind up bureaucratic documents. But red, as in the Soviet Socialist Republic of South Yorkshire, and tape, so it all grew out of that. It was a community-based recording studio that was council-funded, and hence the name Red Tape. Really quite clever when you take a step. Far too clever for Sheffield Council. Somebody else must have come up with that. But it was a great facility, and it was used frequently. You could book in as a band, and you'd pay heavily. They were heavily subsidised by the. You didn't have to pay to use it. They ran courses. Like I said, this industry thing that we were just talking about was quite famous people doing demo reviews and things. It was a great facility, and I drive past it. However many times. What are you flashing? Oh, insect heads.
Yeah. That was Sheffield Octagon, Cole Cox.
Soggy with nostalgia, we're going again there. Sorry, Synth Addicts, we're back to Tom Lehrer.
Right, somewhere I've got pictures of Red Tape. There we go.
Is this your nostalgia box you've just dragged out?
It is, yeah. So, I don't know if you see that. That's Red Tape as it was back in the 90s. And me with a silly hat.
It's a nice black and white. You look like Ben Simpson on that, actually.
And that's chilling out with the insect heads.
Wow.
Jeez.
Outsect, yeah.
Yeah, got tons of this stuff.
Well, I mean, when you think these days, with the technology that is available to everyone, you don't need
Scorpion desk, was it?
Can't really tell. It's a shiny photo, Jim. Can't really see it.
Yeah, I think it's a tack.
You don't necessarily need access to recording studios, but a space where people can get together is a completely different matter.
Yeah.
Well, it provided that too, I think. I think there were rehearsal spaces in there, if that's what you're meaning.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the average sized bedroom in a house these days, getting more than two people and a keyboard in there could be a struggle. Whereas, getting a 4 or 5 piece band together in one space is increasingly difficult. We're not blessed with the size of some American houses where their garages are larger than most people's whole houses. It's rehearsal space for a band that actually has drums and guitars as well as keyboards. I think could be a struggle.
I need to go and get a coffee. I'm parched. I need something to keep me awake, actually. I'm running on about 4 hours.
You need some, I was going to say some pharmaceuticals that can help with that.
Yes.
Caffeine,
beer.
Obviously. Caffeine.
I might
Richard's got to get.
settle
Is
for
that a beer, Richard?
No, this is
It's a smoothie of
a
some
very
form.
exotic juice concoction from California, which is where Arizona, which is where I am now. As is this, it's all healthy, very healthy food.
Yeah, it'd be weird if it was from California while you're in Arizona.
Well, no, Stevie Ray Vaughan ordered barbecue to the power station when they were doing David Bowie from Austin, Texas. It's
Yeah.
true.
Different
story.
days. Different days.
Yeah. So do you have any weird riders in your contract, Richard?
How did I know you were directing that at me?
None of us have any riders.
No, never had a right.
I mean,
No. The short answer is no. Nothing. We like to have coconut water in the dressing room, as well as regular water. A bottle of wine wouldn't hurt. There may be a bottle of liquor that somebody has asked for. Not so much for the show, but usually for the bus ride after the show. Let me see.
What would you have on your rider, Sassy?
Exactly.
I think I would be very much sort of food based. I'd go for the Wagyu beef and exotic mushrooms and that sort of thing. I'd stick to food, and of course
I thought you were going back
maybe
into pharmaceuticals then. Exotic mushrooms.
No, never again. And maybe a really good Merlot or something, and a decent bottle of scotch. So I'd be pretty tame. I think as long as you're well fed and watered, you can be happy almost anywhere.
Usually our kids have been catered so that we've eaten usually before we get there, and if not, we get there early so that we can eat and have a good space of time before the show. So the food requirements of our ride are to be more along the lines of what our former trumpet player used to refer to as shiny flat meat. Cold cuts, a deli tray, in other words, or something you can sort of pick at with your fingers but doesn't really fill you up like a meal. Because none of us wants to eat within an hour and a half of the gig if we can avoid it.
Yeah.
And we do.
I used to
avoid it.
Jim might know that at the Archers gigs that I did, well, one, I'd get paid 50 quid if I was lucky, and 4 cans of Red Stripe.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing I was going to be doing was drinking alcohol before doing a gig. No way would I do that, because I needed to be absolutely focused and concentrated on what I was doing, because there were so many variables in what I was doing. I had to be absolutely focused. And I'd have these 4 cans, and invariably by the time I'd finished, these bloody 4 cans had disappeared somewhere else. So I never got to drink these 4 cans at all. So that was the highlight of my life of a rider I never got.
Yeah. No, we did a bit better than you, but I guess
that's because there was 3 of you, and you were probably an awful lot more stroppy, and you weren't actually busy mates with the promoter.
Yeah.
He just told you,
well, no, we
were.
were.
A gig, Andy, sod off.
No, we were best mates with the promoter. He just was a better promoter and believed in paying what we were worth. Which, I mean, it was varied between sort of 250 to 600 a gig.
I never even got close to that. I mean, I do think that I was just happy to be playing live, and I never really thought about it because I was working, I got a salary, and it wasn't really. But then you think, as soon as you've done a gig and you say you're happy to take 50 quid, that's what you're going to get.
Yeah.
And the next time you go, well, that's 50 quid. Oh, we're a bit short tonight, Andy. Can you wait till next month when we get? By which time next month's come along and you don't get it. And
see, this is where you got it wrong. You see, I used
got
to
it wrong on every level, Sassy.
I used to help my friends set their gear up, and I would handle the mixing side, and I'd get the same pay as them, and they were the ones who had to perform. So I was roadie stroke sound engineer, and got the same pay. So
Yeah, I was useless.
Some of the best gigs we did around Sheffield. Do you remember the Foundry climbing wall?
Mm.
Yeah, we've played there like a couple of times. One time it's like New Year's Eve, stroke of midnight. Just, how can I describe this place? It's a bit like doing a gig in the Batcave or something. It's like so strange, really unusual sort of space, but really cool. But yeah, that was really good. But,
I mean,
Yeah.
you guys were together in a unit and had an identity in a way that I just never was. It was, it was a world apart. I just think, oh, why can't I sound like them? They sound amazing. And I think, oh,
no, but you were the guy doing the Doctor Who cover, you know. That was like-
oh,
I know that
well,
probably became a
yeah.
bit of a millstone, but
it's all bloody Mark Armstrong's fault. But
Mm.
it's true. I mean, because at first it was great, but yeah, then it really was, because there's no way I could play a gig at, say, the Arches and not do that, because people would have been like, what's
Yeah.
happened? And
Yeah.
it did become a bit of a millstone, because it meant that nothing else could get beyond that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. But I'm sure, on that YouTube video where your Archer's gig, I'm sure I'm dancing in the audience there with my
Possibly.
ponytail. I'm like sort of 90% sure it's me.
well, cool,
Just-
you can have it. Yeah, I'll go back and edit and put a little arrow going, Jim!
Cool. Yeah. No,
You
good
see,
times.
Pink
Good times.
Floyd have just announced they're releasing a new track tomorrow. First new track from that incarnation. Sorry, just noticed that on the news. Their first newly created music since the Division Bell.
I
Basically,
sort
it's
of
only
feel,
half Pink Floyd.
yeah, I feel ambivalent about that, because for me, I mean, this is the problem with bands that reform or come back in another guise, that I liked what they did. I'm not sure I'll like what they will do. And Pink Floyd immediately comes to mind, Wish You Were Here, or Pulse, the live tracks, which were brilliant, but possibly only because I was in love with Sam Brown and thought she had a fantastic voice and was one of the best backing singers ever.
No, she can't sing.
Yeah, I know, shame.
Tragic, isn't it?
But yeah, I'm sort of, I will listen to it, but I don't know, maybe
It's all for
I'm
charity,
weird.
mate. It's all for charity.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've got Guy Pratt on bass and Nitin Sawhney on keys.
Who
Funny
on
enough, I'm
keys?
get Nitin Sawhney.
Nitin Sawhney playing keys for Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Don't know who
Well,
he
that's
is.
interesting.
Um,
Sorry, I must.
well, they heard you were busy, Rich, so I think they just kind of went with
So-
second choice.
So Roger's just singing then.
Roger's nowhere near it. It's
Hang
it's
on.
just Dave and Nick.
Gilmour.
It's Dave
Oh,
and
it's
Nick.
David Gilmour.
Yeah,
Oh,
Guy
alright,
Pratt's
well
playing
then-
bass.
Then I've got a little more hope.
It's funny because I'm having an album delivered tomorrow. Do you remember the Toy Matinee?
Of course.
They did
Kevin
one album.
Gilbert,
Yep. Kevin Gilbert, Patrick Leonard,
Pat Leonard,
Guy Pratt,
Pat Leonard, and kind of,
and yeah, and it hasn't been available. I don't think it's been available on vinyl since like it originally came out in '90. And yeah, it's coming out tomorrow, so I'm really looking forward to that because it's a really good album.
wow. Well, unfortunately, Kevin is no longer here, but yes.
Yes.
Have you heard
was
Kevin
that?
Gilbert's solo albums? Particularly
No,
the
not-
one called Thud?
No, I'm not particularly familiar with anything outside of what.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Do I recommend them highly? Oh my God.
I will check them out.
Unbelievable. Thud in particular, but the one that followed it as well.
Hmm.
The name of which escapes me at the moment.
I was watching
What?
a clip on YouTube of who's the guitar player in that Toy Matinee? I forget his name now. He's done so much session work.
Who else?
I can never remember, but he was talking to all the individual band members, and he got to Guy Pratt, and they showed Guy Pratt playing, because Guy Pratt played on loads of Patrick Leonard compositions, which mostly was, you know, in the 80s Madonna stuff. And he was playing the bass line to Like a Prayer, and you just don't. It's not one of those songs or albums that you kind of listen to in a critical fashion. It's just great pop music, and when you hear his bass line,
Tim Pierce.
Tim Pierce, that's the guitarist. Yeah, he looks like. Have you ever met Tim Pierce? He looks like a really nice guy. He's like one of those really just like genuinely sickeningly nice people. But yeah, Guy Pratt, what a bass player.
I've got a load of rejection letters here, by the way.
From?
This one's from Skint Records, which is cool. They're actually quite nice about it as well.
When I first met Robin
BMG.
Scott, well, that's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
When I first met Robin Scott, I said to him, "You know that record label you had back in the late 70s, Do It Records?" "Oh yes, yeah, that was fun," he said. I said, "Yeah, I'm still waiting for your response to my demo tape that I sent you age 9." And he said, "Oh, I can't have got that one."
I was just going to ask Jim if he's got my rejection letter in that file.
No, afraid not. Got one from Warner Chappell as well. And Big Life Management. Yeah, this is
Big Life.
cool. The Skint
You have
one
to know
is-
somebody in Warner Chapel to get into Warner Chapel. Yeah.
Skint one's quite nice. Thanks for sending in your demo to Skint, and sorry if it's taken a while to get back to you, but it's been very busy around here. At present, our release schedule and artist roster is packed, so your demo would have to be absolutely outstanding to get on. However, whilst you have not quite reached outstanding, we do feel that your tape showed some promise and good ideas. We'd like to keep up to date with any new material you produce.
Oh, very nice.
Better
This is
kicking
not the sort of
what's it?
music we are looking yours for.
Yeah.
Signed, Virgil
These are-
Sharkey.
Yeah. These aren't the droids you're looking for.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No, I never got as good as rejection letters. I still waiting for a response from Bill Wyman. We went to clean some of his cars, and we said to his housekeeper, "Oh, we're in the band. Do you think you'd listen to our demos?" "Yeah, give us a tape." So we gave him a tape and never heard back.
50-50 that he heard it.
Got replies.
I bet it never even made it to him.
Maybe or maybe not. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. She probably chucked it in the bin. He was on tour in Moscow at the time, or in Russia somewhere, I don't know, with the Stones. That's how old it was.
Well, my music
He
can't
was
be
still
that
in the
bad.
Stones. That's how old it was.
When did he? I can't remember when he left now. It was quite a while ago.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, my music can't be that bad because the last track that I submitted to a record company, the next time I heard it, Bewitched was singing it on Blue Peter.
Really?
Yeah. Fucking note for note.
See, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, Bewitched.
Christmas #1. Fuck you.
Same record label by any chance?
Yeah, pretty much. Definitely
if they
same
didn't-
management anyway.
Yeah, if they didn't acknowledge receipt of it, then you haven't got a hope in hell.
Yeah.
Unless your name's Ed Sheeran.
But I wouldn't want to be
yeah,
famous
well-
for writing Christmas #1s, though. That's just-
Did I hear that Ed Sheeran actually won his case?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
What, Mr.
And
Hebden
then went
Bridge
on a
himself?
went on a rant about people claiming copyright, even though isn't this about the 100th millionth time he's been in court
Yeah,
over
it's not the first time.
plagiarism?
And he said in his defence, "I always acknowledge those people who have contributed to my." And I thought, hang on a minute, Ed, you were being billed as like one of the greatest songwriters of your generation, and yet you clearly
copy an awful lot of stuff. Allegedly.
Yeah, you magpie, yes. Yeah. I don't know. Kids, eh?
I mean, you know, how soon will it be before every song that's ever written has been written? Especially with AI
Done, isn't it?
systems now being used in music production.
And everybody goes, oh, well, there's only 12 notes in the scale. Well, yeah, in one scale.
Yeah.
Not in all of them.
11 actually, but yeah.
Yeah, but fear not, there are MIDI packs.
Oh, yeah, MIDI packs, yeah.
MIDI pack,
yeah.
They will save the day.
Yeah, you produce a song in 2 minutes.
Yeah. And then go, oh, that's cold.
I just bought
That's fire.
a new EP from a guy that I buy stuff off on Bandcamp, and this is the 3rd volume, and what he does is he records 7 tracks, and he uses generally vintage gear, and it's mostly kind of 80s inspired kind of synth wavy pop stuff, but it's a bit better than the most of the stuff. But what he does is when he releases it, you can buy it as a digital download on Bandcamp, and he does limited runs with a floppy disk, and on the floppy disk he includes the MIDI files for all of his tracks, and encourages you as the purchaser of this to take the MIDI files off the floppy disk
And do something with them.
and instrument it yourself and mess around with it. And I think it's such a cool idea. And like, there's only like 9. I think there's only 19 for some reason. 19 copies this time round, and he's done 10 before. So there's not many people get hold of the stuff. But you get all the MIDI files, and he tells you what he used. And then you think, oh, okay, I'll assign that to this and do that to that, and he encourages you to do it and upload it to the other people here, which I think that's just rather cool.
That's brilliant. Yeah.
It's a very cool idea.
Well, I mean, there was a discussion in the chat earlier about, you know, wouldn't it be great if we could have access to stems from tracks, and I think Ken Lewis said, you know, Rick Beato when he does his breakdowns of tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And you just think, I mean, there are so many songs that I would love to have just so I could listen to just an individual piece, you know, rather than the whole mix.
Well, can I jump in and question what you mean by stems exactly?
Well,
because this is a bit of a bugbear of mine.
Oh, here we go.
Okay,
I know what you're going to say, Jim.
In my opinion, a stem actually is just a piece rather than a whole track, but it's easier these days just using the phrase stem rather than saying, actually, I would like each individual track from the multi-track broken down. So if there were, you know, 132 tracks used in the mix, you know, having all 132 of those, or you have the sections that were used on a track which might be the same instrument that was used elsewhere in the track, blah blah blah. So as far as I'm concerned, a stem is a section of a track.
All right.
But it could be a complete track.
Yeah, that's a bit different to what I mean. The current vogue that people use for stem is what I would say is a multi-track, which is like all the individual tracks. But what a stem should be, and always used to be, would be like, say, the drum bus, you know, the bass, the guitars, you know, the sort of group outputs generally, you know, and that's what you'd be given if you were doing, say if you were doing stem mastering, that's what you'd provide, so that those things could be rebalanced in mastering. But yeah, whereas a lot of people now, I mean, presoners haven't helped this by referring to the multi-tracks as stems. So you can basically export stems out of Studio One, and it's actually exporting the multi-tracks. But yeah, so a lot of people, you know, talk about stems when they actually mean multi-tracks.
Yeah, for me, the whole multi-track is a different thing. A stem is a piece of.
A stem
Usually
a track.
submix of Yeah.
Yeah, submix,
Or-
basically. A stem's
Or a submix of all the guitars or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Most of the stuff I've collected over the years is kind of more like stems than multi-tracks, but I do have a few that are pretty much all of the multi-tracks, and it is fascinating to listen to them, to everything in isolation, not just to hear the person playing it or the composition or whatever it is, but also the bits that you don't hear, the bits that got mixed out. It's so informative. Wasn't there a company in the last year or two that started selling, legitimately selling multi-tracks of some description? Maybe they were more stems than the actual individual tracks, but you could pay like $9.99 per track and get a multi-track of that with a limited kind of license, but it was legitimate. It was all done with permissions of all the owners. There was something, I can't remember who it was now.
No idea.
But that was because honestly, if you look on the internet, you'll find all sorts of stuff, and a lot of them, so I'm told, come from these video games like Rock Band and Guitar Hero, or any or GTA, any video game that has music in it that comes so if you take GTA 5 for example, there's loads of 80s music in there. When the game developer licenses the music, whoever owns it will send them a bunch of stems. It's usually about a dozen tracks, but it's like you say, it's a submix of the guitars, a submix of this, simply so that they can place it in the game and put it into surround if necessary and all this kind of stuff. And
a lot of music libraries demand that as well. So.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff that you can find online is that stuff. So people have been able to lift it off either the game disc or maybe it's come from an earlier part in the process. But that's where a lot of that stuff comes from, and you hear it. And it's just like all the BVs are mixed onto one stem, and all the vocals onto another, the guitars. But even then, it's still a very educational thing.
Well, it's like that app I sent you ages ago, Robbie, Splitter, where you can split a track, an MP3 up, and into vocals, guitars, keyboards, drums, and it's at the click of a button. It's not perfect, obviously, but in terms of separating out sections, if you want to try and learn something, it's a really, really effective little tool.
Yeah.
And it's free. I mean, how much would studios have paid for that 30 years ago?
What's that one that I picked up a couple of apps that do this kind of, using AI, they can strip away various bits, so you can strip away the drums, so you can play along if you want to play on the drums. What was it? Decoder, I think it was called, by Z-Plane. There was a couple of apps that came out fairly recently that could do that kind of stripping out. Isotope RX is another great one where you can throw a thing in there and it'll strip out the bass or it'll strip out the guitars. And it's just like this witchcraft. How do you do that?
Well, going back to your comment about Guitar Hero, I once attended a seminar in which it was discussed how they managed to extract individual instruments from the early Beatles recordings.
Oh, right.
For Guitar Hero, which at the time there was no Isotope RX. And they had done all kinds of fancy frequency-based phase reversal techniques.
Yeah, because actually you can get acapellas like that, can't you? You got the instrumental of a track and you can sit it, in line and then just reverse the phase or something.
Well, in the case of the earliest Beatles recordings, which were either mono, well, generally were mono, they didn't have access to those things, and they were having to work from finished masters, which of course is fraught with artifacts and things like that. But nevertheless, they were able to achieve pretty stunning results. And when you put them all together, the artifacts kind of disappear, and it starts to sound like a record again.
Yeah. I'd love to get hold of the multi-tracks from like Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. That would be pretty amazing.
Mm.
There's a multi that's flying around of Bohemian Rhapsody. It's obviously not the full multi because legend has it that ran into a huge track count, and then they bounced down because they were just using up all these tracks. But that's quite. I've heard that, and that's quite revelatory, shall we say?
Well, I worked on a Freddie
Rockfield,
Mercury
wasn't it?
track.
Oh yeah. Which one was that?
I believe, oddly enough, and this was posthumous, the song is called Time Waits for No One, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty eerie and weird to be working on from a guy who just passed away. And it was from some show, West End show that he had written for, that was produced by Dave Clark of the Dave Clark Five.
Wow.
And it was, there was a whole multi-track of just vocals. And it was pretty stunning to hear the work that they had put into them.
Yeah.
And we ended up creating it for it.
Nice.
And it went on a posthumous solo album called The Great Pretender.
Yeah, yeah.
So the results are there to be heard.
Mm. There was a guy once, back in sort of like 20 years ago, when mashups were a thing. And he used to go under the name of Smash TV. And he got hold of this Freddie Mercury demo that had been recorded on a cassette player on top of Freddie's piano. And I think the track was, it ended up being called New York, but it might have been called something else. But this guy took this vocal demo, which was kind of in a, it wasn't straight 4/4. It was kind of in a swing sort of sort of type, and he took that vocal and managed to isolate it pretty well in software, and then created a backing track. But he created a backing track by sampling tons of Queen tracks, so just picking out a bass part or a guitar, and he then comped this all together and created this wonderful backing track, put Freddie's vocal on it, processed it a little bit to try and maximize it. It's a bit like those John Lennon vocals that they used in Free as a Bird and stuff. It was a little kind of, top end and needed fleshing out a bit. But he did this brilliant track. I think it's just called New York. And I think you can probably still find it online, but it was released, just free of charge. And I think EMI issued a takedown until Brian and Roger heard it, and they said, actually, this is really, really good, and stopped EMI from taking any further action. And it just kind of sort of permeated the web. But if you can find it, it's utterly brilliant. The way that he's taken lots of elements of Queen tracks and created a new backing track for this Freddie vocal. I think that demo was on some kind of box set or something, and he just took it. It's utterly brilliant. It really is. Well worth checking out. But that whole mashup scene, I used to love that.
I've got two humorous stories to go with yours, Robbie.
Go for it.
During the making of this album that contained the song Englishman in New York, the New York crew and people around the studio who were from New York, which is where the album is being made, did their own version called A Jersey Guy in New York, about guys from New Jersey. With the actual multi-track. They starting from the actual, as it was being made, they did this. And then during the time I was around the record plant in LA when Prince was working next door to us, apparently some of the guys on that session put up some kind of instrumental track of When Doves Cry and recorded their own version of some song over it. And when he found out, he summoned them to the house he was staying at and made them all jump into the pool fully clothed.
Awesome.
Like they got called into the principal's office, the headmaster's office
Yeah.
from England.
Yeah.
And that was he brought them out back and he pointed at the pool. He said, "Jump in." and they started to take their clothes off, and he was like, no, jump in. And this was told to me by one of the guys who jumped in.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. Excuse me. Just trying to find the link.
My internet's going to crap.
New York at last.
That's it. New York at last.
I'll
That's it.
post the link in the.
Yeah. It's when you listen to it, you instantly think it's Queen, and it is because he sampled it. It's like when Danger Mouse took the Black Album, Jay-Z's Black Album, and the Beatles' White Album, and created the Grey Album. And because Jay-Z had released an a cappella version of the Black Album, so it's just literally just Jay-Z's vocals and nothing else. So he had the vocal track straight away, and then he went to the White Album and just sampled everything and just like took little notes or riffs or beats or mashed up just a snare drum here or a kick drum there. So all of the music was from the White Album. It just wasn't any of the songs. And if you listen to it, he then puts Jay-Z's vocals on top of it, and it's an incredible piece of work. And again, it was this big, massive kind of mashup thing that kind of went viral sort of in the early days of the internet, and you could download this thing, and then I think some bright spark created the Grey Album construction kit, so you could download all of these samples and all of the vocals and create your own version of it. And it was I mean, again, EMI went through through the roof, but it's a very clever thing. And that's how Danger Mouse really kind of got noticed in the early days.
No wonder I never noticed him.
Well, not long after that, he did this brilliant album with a guy called Gemini, and it's like an album that is proper hip hop, but it's kind of one of those ones that you only know if you know it if you know it, but it kind of flies under the radar. But it's a real cult classic. And then he starts to get asked to produce lots of people and do lots of amazing things, and yeah,
he was working with Sparkle Horse for his untimely death.
Yeah, very good. But even the Niles Barkley stuff, I mean, I'm not a massive fan of it, but the production is just stunning. It's stunning.
Yeah, whether you like it or not, you've got to admit it's good.
Yeah,
it really
he's a very clever man.
Yeah.
Very clever man.
Right, I'm probably going to duck out, guys, but I'm going to give this
click that
the last
link.
plug, wherever it is, down there.
I've actually bought it, and I haven't
Have you?
downloaded it yet. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
When did I buy it? Oh, bollocks. When the last time when you were talking about it?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think I shut up about it.
Yeah, yesterday.
It might have been yesterday, yeah.
We plugged it on the show.
Awesome.
Plugged it on the show on Friday.
Yeah.
That's right, yes. Yeah.
And there I was
bought
kidding.
Yeah. No, I went and bought it there and then.
Oh, brilliant. No, appreciate it. There's some really good stuff on there. There's a track by someone called Hovercat, and that track is just amazing. Really good, sort of dark, sort of ambient, sort of breakbeaty. It's
nice.
Yeah, crosses loads of genres. Really good track.
Good. Yeah, good.
But yeah, 25 really good tracks on there. Well, if you include mine.
Which we do.
We do.
But yeah, please check it out. It's well worth it. Thanks
Those other
everyone
24
who has
tracks
bought
were
it.
shit.
No, they're really not. No, the whole album is like, I was really surprised at the quality. It's really
So
good.
were we.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Cool. Andy, were you saying something then? Because you are muted. But
Yeah, everybody
You're
takes
still
it.
muted.
Oi,
yeah,
get another sweet.
You're muted within StreamYard.
within StreamYard.
There you
That's
go.
it.
So all my pearls of wisdom for the last hour have been unheard.
Were you talking?
All of those
clearly not.
sexual exploits.
We thought you were
talking
doing a
about.
goldfish impression.
I can do, yeah. Well, okay. I did. I have to be honest and say that explains a lot.
Yeah.
Ah.
But I'm not entirely surprised, to be fair. So thank you for pointing that out, Jim. Right on that silent note, I'll go.
Oh, my internet's going
What I
really
was
bad
saying,
as well.
what I was actually saying,
nice
Jim,
chatting.
was
Oh, gone.
no, I was going to say, bought, downloaded, not listened yet. We'll make sure it goes on my little thing so I can listen to it when I'm on a long journey tomorrow, because I'm going on a nice drive tomorrow, so I will have that on in the car. So
Awesome.
we'll let you know. I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Looking forward to it very much.
Fairly well. That'd be good. Cool. Brilliant. Cheers, everyone.
care, Jim.
Thanks, Ken.
Alrighty.
Cheers, Andy.
Richard,
Take care, mate.
Robbie, Sass,
All right,
Andy.
Jim.
Cheers.
See you.
Bye.
No, man.
Bye.
Yeah, I'll be able to play that in the new workshop. Which is everything installed, and I've got to put my CD player back in there.
What is
again.
it, 10 p.m. where you guys are?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
What
Kent's
is it?
flagging.
2 in the
Kent wants to go to
afternoon
bed.
here.
What was it?
Right,
really wants to go to
Tuesday
bed.
there. You're so far away. It's Tuesday.
Yeah, Keith in what with Andrew's rendition of song. I asked some interesting. I want to. Okay, an Englishman in New York. Who's it about?
Yeah. Pardon?
Who's it about?
The Sting track that was mentioned. An Englishman in New York.
Yeah.
Who's it about?
It's about him.
It's about Quentin Crisp.
Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's
I
in the
think it
video,
is.
isn't he?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
it's about Quentin Crisp. I just thought I'd chill in it, and I got no response. I thought, oh, okay, I'll shut up now. I'll go on.
Don't tell him that we heard him.
Yeah, it wasn't muted at all.
No.
Oh, well, thank you, Jim, for pointing out the error of my ways. I muted it so because when I went to the loo, so you wouldn't hear the bog flushing. That's the reason
We don't worry about bullshit like that on this show.
I was being delicate.
I just ate lunch on camera.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And good it was, too.
So, I finished it. Oh.
Is that your lovely velvetizer? You've been velvetizing everything now, have you?
No, that was just a standard strawberry milkshake.
You're like Alberto the frog in Bod, isn't you? There's one for the UK kids. Do you remember Bod?
Oh God, yeah.
What? Here
Yeah.
comes Bod.
Here comes Bod.
Never saw it.
And
I
there was this,
preferred Mr. Ben.
and isn't that relevant at the moment because the guy that drew Mr. Ben passed away today?
Yes.
Do you know what? Every time somebody says Mr. Ben, I always think of. And then you change into the clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bling. And the shopkeeper with the
The
fez.
shopkeeper, yeah,
As if by magic, the shopkeeper appeared.
that's it.
Bing.
But
Now
halfway
Richard's
through,
looking at us like we've gone
Yeah.
crackers again.
No,
He's thinking,
I'm sitting here feeling flush with gratitude for the cultural education I receive from you guys every week.
crap children's TV from Great Britain
told
in the
him about
1970s.
Yeah, look at Mary, Mungo, and Midge.
oh yeah,
Oh yes.
Crystal Tips and Alistair,
Crystal Tips and Alistair.
Oh, that was somebody else's. Well, I mean, honestly, just the name.
Pew,
Chorlton and the
pew,
Wheelies.
Barley McGrew, crusty, dribbly cunt.
oh Kent, you have to lower the tone.
Time flies by when you're
When you're
driving
driving on the train.
Yeah,
Standing on the foot.
over the engine.
There and back again.
Will o' the wisp.
Riding along in an army
Yours
truck,
the
in a
steamer.
humpity bumpity army truck. Here's another one.
Yeah,
Yep, that was Chigley.
So, what was your children's TV like, Richard?
Probably very sane.
did they have TV back then?
Yeah, they did.
So,
They did, yeah.
someone had
The
someone had to
bananas-
say it.
The
It
banana
was all black.
splits.
It was all black and white. It was all black and white though back then. and there were
some of
maybe
the
5
rockets.
channels.
It was
Of course,
shadow
you guys-
puppets. It was
Of
shadow
course,
puppets.
you guys still have 5 channels. To go through.
Yeah.
I wish.
No, it's unfortunately.
But
we actually wish we still
Captain
had 5 channels.
Kangaroo was.
Mm.
Oh,
Why
yes,
is that?
Captain
Why is
Kangaroo.
that, Jim? Andrew,
Well, actually, when there was
you
5
said
channels,
you wish you.
when I mean, 5, that was a luxury. We had 3. When I first started to work, we had BBC One, BBC Two, and ITV. There were
Yeah.
3. That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Three.
but BBC Two didn't start until 6 o'clock.
Or something
That's
like that.
Yeah.
And you could sit and watch the test card, and it never moved, and it was quite entrancing. But then they released Channel 4, and now we got Channel 5. Those were the terrestrial channels. But terrestrial's all gone. Analog television's all gone, so everything's digital. So you can switch your telly on and skip through 300 channels on Freeview,
All full of crap.
Absolute rubbish.
and
Yeah.
it's just drivel. It's just so when my television dies, I'm not buying another one. I'm
Yeah.
just not going to buy another television because I never watch it. I'll sit here and looking at you guys basically. It's just a bit weird, really, when you think about it.
I fancied watching a John Wayne film the other night, and could I find one? I've got all these subscriptions. I couldn't find one. I ended up watching it on YouTube.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Which one did you watch? It was that good you forgot.
No, I watched more than one in the end. I think I watched Rio Lobo again, and was it the Defeated or Undefeated? That's the one with
Well,
Rock Hudson.
The joy and both joy and frustration of having, in our case, only 3 channels, was the fact that it was a shared experience.
Okay.
I mean,
everybody saw.
the reason why we
Everybody knew
all
everything.
we all know and recognise these children's programs is because there was nothing else.
So we all watched it. Everybody watched the same things. That's
Yeah.
right. You're dead right, Sassy. Everybody knew everything. Whether you liked it or you didn't like it.
Yeah.
I remember sitting as a kid, watching Open University
Yes.
lecture things.
They were
Some beardy
fantastic.
guy drawing maths
Yeah.
equations on the board, thinking,
Yeah,
what?
the physics
Yeah.
ones and the maths
Which-
ones were
yeah.
brilliant.
They were,
With
and they were
the
just so
guys in the
funny.
white coat with the big beard, and he goes, "We took a beaker of sodium dioxide and addition agents." Go, what are you doing?
Ken Lewis has just mentioned Romper Room, which was this kids show back in the early 70s, and it was made by Anglia TV in Norwich, and that's where I lived. And I remember my auntie.
You weren't one of them, were you?
No, we all wanted to be in Romper Room, because Romper Room, it was like, it was a gathering of local young school children and this woman who would tell stories.
Never
and
heard
this
of
kind
it.
thing.
Never heard
Really?
of it.
No, it was on Anglia.
Me
It
neither.
was nationally
It must have been.
syndicated.
Was
It was
it?
nationally
I never got to
syndicated.
Yorkshire. We were obviously very wise.
But
The only thing that came out of that part of the world was
Sale of the Century.
Sale of the Century, yes.
And now
Live from Norwich. It's the sale of the century. So I was out with my auntie one day shopping in Norwich, and I was probably about 5 or 6 years old. And this is one of these kind of visual things. We're going to have to try and paint a picture. So at the top of Castle Meadow, you got the Norwich Castle, which is in the city centre, and the top of Castle Meadow Road, there's this. Just beyond it is Anglia TV, or was Anglia TV. I don't know if they're there now. They've probably moved. And that was the big TV studios. And so you could often see, famous people coming in and out, because they did Tales of the Unexpected and all sorts there. And she stood me on the path and she pointed at Anglia TV and said, "That's where they make Romper Room." And I was fascinated because I saw her hand actually pointing to a war memorial, which was quite tall but quite thin. So my 5-year-old brain was like, they make Romper Room inside that war memorial, because I got the whole perspective. She didn't obviously get my low perspective. So for a number of years, I thought Romper Room was made in this war memorial, which is very bizarre, but that's just one of those things. Yes.
There's a new building which contains the BBC right opposite St. Peter Mancroft Church in Norwich.
Yes, the Forum, yeah.
And that is just a wonderful building, and that whole bit I just love. That was a couple of years ago. I was there, absolutely loved that. Really, really beautiful. There's the market square. There's the old town hall. There's the new town hall, and it's all this
City
hideous
Hall,
monstrosity, which is
it's beautiful.
also it's amazing
Art
as well.
Deco,
Proper Art Deco, and then that lovely. And I got just talking to people because there was a great cafe just sitting out on the terrace and just talking to people.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of mixed feelings about it, and I was just thinking, because it's startlingly modern, and yet every single bit around that square is from a different period of English history, like the old what's called the Guildhall, isn't it? I mean, that's like dates back to like
on Jail Hill,
1300.
Yeah.
It's like all around. And I just thought, what an amazing square that was.
It
I
is.
loved that. I really, really enjoyed my visit to Norwich.
Yeah, it's a wonderful place, and like you say, that when they built, so the Forum is this beautiful modern building that houses BBC TV, local BBC TV, all the local radio. Also houses the City Library.
Well, the
so
library
the City Library's in there. But the thing is that those of us who are old enough to remember what was there before was the old library that burnt down in a massive fire and destroyed so much history and so much stuff.
Yeah, that was sad.
And so there's this kind of mixed feeling that when they put this brand new building in there, the city council, to be fair, they really thought about it, and they said, well, this is going to have to house the new library, and they went on a big mission to restock. The only problem was all the kind of the local documents, historical documents, had gone, and there's no way you can restock that. But the BBC moved from their place, which was about half a mile away, into it, and now you've got the cafes, you've got the restaurants, you've got the library, you've got the TV and the radio, which you can see. And then, like you say, if you stand with the Forum behind you, you've got St Peter Mancroft Church in front of you, which is this glorious, massive church. With the castle just over beyond it, the marketplace, which is the largest undercover outdoor marketplace in the UK, if not maybe further afield. Then you say you've got the Guildhall, which stands on Jail Hill, which is this 12th century stone building. You've got the massive Art Deco City Hall with its big clock tower and the massive lions, which Alan Partridge fans will probably know from some of his stuff. But yeah, it is. Norwich is one of those places where wherever you turn, there's some piece of it's full of brutalist architecture as well. Stationery office, Her Majesty's Stationery Office used to be in Norwich, in this massive brutalist construction, and Anglia Square, and it's just full of it. It's so lovely. I love my home city.
Evening, Keith and Andy.
Hello,
good evening.
Hello, Keith and Andy. Sorry, we weren't ignoring you. We just listened to.
Yeah, I was just.
Robbie
That's right.
on.
I had annoying work pop up while you guys were talking, so.
Sorry, Richard. We went very parochial there, didn't we? We were very focused on a
I don't mind. Please don't
out of the way.
apologize. It's fine.
Out of the way part.
I'm the
of
guest
England.
here.
We're all guests.
Well, we all are. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how's things, Keith?
Quiet, I suppose. Just struggling with work at the moment because seem to, had COVID. It's gone, but there's a number of after effects that aren't very pleasant. So that's all I'll say. Really, it just makes work a bit of a struggle on a mental and physical level. So other than that,
I walked to the local shop today and I got back and my legs. I was like, what the hell's wrong with me? And I thought, oh yeah, I've had COVID. It's just, you don't notice it, especially if you're like me and you sat down most of the time. I mean, actually do some physical exercise, it really, really hurts. Yeah. And there is another side effect that I don't know if that's what you've been going through, Keith, but it's not something you want to talk about in public. Some sort of physical manifestation. Yeah.
No,
Or
my
lack
life's been.
thereof.
I had this just after Christmas. I had gastroenteritis, and for 2 weeks I was like through the eye of a needle. It was horrible, and they thought it was COVID, but it wasn't. And then I get COVID, and then I realised why they thought I'd got COVID because it messed me up in that department. So Yeah,
Okay.
not good. Not
It's
pleasant.
not like rabbit ears or anything. Have to go around permanently with a hat on. Got my COVID ears.
No, I don't venture. Well, for a while I didn't venture too far from that room back there.
The porcelain.
The porcelain, yes.
Where we keep the best china.
Yes, my daughter has it now. Bless her.
Oh my goodness.
One more to go, and then we've got a full house, literally.
I'm lucky. I haven't had it. Don't want it. Staying
too.
away from anyone who has.
Just booked my second booster shot for next Monday
Oh, okay.
because I've got a lot of traveling to do this year.
Yeah. How is travelling? I mean, are they still insisting on masks and hand sanitizer and all this sort of stuff?
They're insisting on masks in airports and in planes, and when you sign up to get on one, they make you swear on a stack of Bibles that you're going to wear the mask religiously and all of this, and then you get to the airport and people just don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
Are you stuck?
I still carry one in my pocket because I'm still wearing my hoodie when I went out later. Earlier. What's the difference between earlier and later? So I still have mine, and I've still got a box of these and stuff. So I do because I mean I've had a horrible cold. I've been really snotty, really horrible, very COVID-y.
Well, you're
kept doing
exposed to germ carriers every day.
All the time, Sassy. Yeah, and so I see it as my personal responsibility that when I go into a place where there are other people who are going about their lawful business to do my little bit, I can't dictate to them what they do. Because our laws and regulations have all changed here, and if they are happy to go into a supermarket or a shop or wherever without face coverings, that's their choice, but I can make my choice, and I do. So, because that's easy.
Me too.
I've got boxes of the bloody things.
Me too.
My mask is a lot more fun. It's made and autographed by Tom Savini.
Yeah. I've seen people wearing those. It freaks me out. No,
They have skull ones too. They're
or
cool.
the skull ones, or the people with the fangs. And okay, thank you.
Well,
Right.
last time I was in a
Just
petrol
get a boring
station.
blue one.
Last time I was in a petrol station, they made a chap take his helmet off, and he had a full face balaclava on underneath, just with eye holes. And I could see the guy behind the counter go, "I can't do anything about this, can I?"
That's
And
Kanye West is doing
everyone
one,
in
that
the queue,
balaclava.
everyone in the queue just pissed themselves laughing.
He had a sense of humour. We like that.
Yeah, I keep my mask at the front door, so anybody comes to the door, I can pop the mask on.
The flight crews will occasionally remind people, and especially if you ask them to, surreptitiously, they will remind people to please put the mask on. But in the airport, it's open season. It does it particularly well in certain areas more than others. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but it'll always be like that.
To be honest, getting in a plane at the moment is the one thing that really puts me off travelling, because when I was flying quite a bit, I would always get a cold or a cough or something 2 or 3 days later after getting off a flight. So the idea of getting on a plane at the moment is, worrisome for me.
I'm less worked up about being on the plane than I am getting to the plane.
Right.
And off of the plane. As it turns out, I thought I would feel the way you're describing, and in the beginning I did, but as it turns out now, having done a bunch of it, it's the plane air is exchanged fairly quickly. If the people near you are wearing masks and you're wearing masks, there really isn't that much stuff being transmitted. And when you mix that with the air recirculation capabilities of the plane, it just doesn't feel as dangerous to me as the movies would have you suggest.
Most modern planes have HEPA filters and stuff in the air recirculation. So It's not as bad as many people think.
It's the guy in the front row in the front row with the MAGA hat on, coughing and spluttering all over the place. That's the problem.
Well, I've had moments. I remember one tour I went on in Australia where it was a bus full of people from Asia, and they were I was stuck in the back of the bus, basically amongst them, and they were hacking and coughing and sneezing, and they barely covered them. They were barely covering up, and it was like, and this was before everybody had masks on, and I was back there like, freaking out, like, what have I gotten myself into?
But it's a very cultural thing, isn't it? Because I've got a colleague who's from Hong Kong, and he was stood presenting to myself and our boss, and he was like the bodily function things, like, you know, the sort of and it's because it's culturally just like acceptable to do those things in those places. He just, you know, he didn't obviously acclimatise to the kind of the Western cultural ways, but then why would he? So
right. Well, these people were tourists, so they may or may not even have known the differences between what
exactly,
they were doing and what were.
It's funny. My girlfriend's from China, and she's got the inside track and all this stuff going on over there through this whole thing. And it's funny because they're very draconian to put a lid on this whole thing, but then they relaxed too soon and they got it spreading all over again. So
yeah. Well, they've been locking down whole regions, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. My colleague in Hong Kong has gone. They've gone right back to the strictest measures again. It's just.
But if you ever went to Japan, like I went to Japan, 30 years ago or more, and they've always had a culture of you have a flu, you wear a mask. That's just the way it is. You know?
If you have a common cold, you wear a mask.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely. I actually, during the first SARS outbreak and the first OOs, was traveling to Asia and back, and we were wearing masks on the plane for that as well.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's a situation in the U.S. where people are surprised that our cases haven't spiked to the same extent that they have across the ocean. And they're looking for ways to explain it. And I just read a New York Times article on the subject yesterday, but it is interesting, and it may be that we've reached a 65% vaccination rate added to all those people who resisted it, having either contracted it and died or not having some form of natural immunity, and that in general the cultural immunity level may be, they're speculating, high enough to prevent another giant spike in hospitalizations, at least, if not in cases. So we're kind of watching that play out to see, because typically up to now, the U.S. has sort of followed 3 to 4 weeks behind the U.K. in terms of the curve of the case counts, hospitalization counts and such. And this appears to be breaking from that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I maintain a healthy level of scepticism regarding numbers and reporting and massaging of figures. And I mean, presently, if you want tests in the UK, you have to buy them yourself. But how are they reporting test results when, if you test positive, you don't have any responsibility to report it to anywhere? So
the ONS are doing it all now, aren't they?
Yeah, but where are they getting the stats from?
Exactly, yeah.
Because you don't report it. So are they going on number of test kits sold? Well, I went down to Boots on Monday and bought a pack of 5 because I had to test because I was going to see a friend in a vulnerable situation. So it's just the mere fact that I've taken a test being or bought tests being recorded. But
that doesn't mean anything, does it? I mean, you could buy a test, and like Andy, he's tested 3-4 days in a row with COVID-like symptoms, but is testing negative. So it's not really
Sass is right, because I haven't reported a single one. I would only have reported it if it had come back.
Exactly, yeah.
Positive, of course.
There's a lot of people in the UK on that Zoe COVID study. I do it. I have been doing it since the outbreak, which is a good collection of information, because you report on a daily basis. You report any symptoms, you report your tests, you report your vaccinations, you also report other health conditions as well. And that all goes to Imperial College, so they're obviously gathering some sort of data through that, and that's, you know, I would certainly trust that a lot more than many others. But yeah, I had to buy some tests from Boots today online because we've been very lucky since the outbreak, because of kids being at school and my wife working at school. They get free tests. They had all, you know, just got sent home with boxes of lateral flow tests, which we now have 2 left because they stopped the other week, and we've all been having COVID.
We've got none left. We had none left in school. We completely run out by the end of.
Well, apparently there was quite a few boxes left about the week before it all went. You know, when they stopped giving them away, and then like everybody just dove into the office and grabbed armloads of stuff because why not?
A bit of that.
I had to visit 5 chemists before I found one that had some for sale.
Well, I went online. I thought today, because I said, well, we're going to need some tests because Sophia's now got it, and my son is likely, because he's the last one, so he'll probably, you know, get it at some point. So we're going to need some tests. And I instantly thought Amazon. You know, just go on Amazon. Yeah, I'm sure Amazon got a whole bunch.
They don't have any.
Well, the only one they had,
and it was like 12 quid or something.
One test, £4 something per test. So and then you had to buy them individually. Boots were doing like 5 for £9.80 or something.
Yeah, that's what I got in the end.
So I ordered 3 boxes of those. That should see us through this, and then we'll just get what we want when we need it. But yeah, it's about £2 a test, I think, is the average.
It's been an interesting. I'm sorry, Andrew. Go ahead.
I was going to say, on that cheery note of testing ourselves ad nauseam, which Grace has just said she's got through a box. Yeah, me too. I've got 2 tests left in my box. I'm actually going to duck out and clamber into my little bed with my lovely book with the VCS3 on the. No, it's not. It's Cynthia AKS on the front, the Kraftwerk book, and say I'll see you all at PSN tomorrow, but not you, Robbie, because you're going to see
Joe likes it.
Some camp bloke.
Yes. Some camp bisexual who is very, very funny.
Well, cheers, Andy. Take care.
Take care. Good night, Andrew.
See you later.
See you tomorrow. Mate.
So there's been an evolution in the way these countries have been handling this. Last summer, we were touring for a bunch of weeks in the UK in August and in September. And it was amazing to me that we, as non-citizens, and obviously non-citizens, could walk into a Boots and you'd request tests, and they'd ask you if you have any symptoms. You'd say no. They'd ask your age. I'd give them my age. And they'd hand over 2 weeks' worth of tests for free.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this was incredible to me, and I thought it was very, very it took a very good long view of things, and I thought it was a really intelligent way for a government to be handling it. At the time, there weren't even really antigen tests available in the U.S. for us in any kind of quantity, and if there were, you were buying them. And we're still mostly buying them, and initially when the government wanted to make a big hoo-ha about the availability of these things, I can recall watching the smarmy press secretary for our current administration, who I support, the administration that is. And some reporter basically asked a question based on the kind of information I just described, where he talked about making these tests more widely available to the public as a public service. And she basically mocked him for even suggesting that that's what they should do. And within 6 weeks, that's exactly what they were doing.
Yeah.
Now, they were doing it in a very, very measured way, where you could apply online to have 4 tests sent to you per household, which is woefully not enough. And really in the land of some, I want to make it look we're actually doing something and not actually do something. And pretty soon my Brit friends were telling me, well, you know what, we're not going to be giving them away anymore pretty soon either. And now I can see that in both of our countries, for the most part, we're having to buy them. And by the way, here, go ahead.
The UK's been doing providing free tests since pretty much the start of the outbreak, and I think it's with the decrease in the Delta variant, and the most common viral load is presently the Omicron variant, that there is still a requirement to test if you're in a vulnerable group, or you're going to be interacting with a vulnerable group. But for the majority of people, it is a much less serious form of the virus, and therefore it's sort of if you need a test, you can get one, but it's not compulsory for everyone.
Understood. So in our band, both our monitor engineer and the substitute monitor engineer got COVID successively, one of whom is Italian and one of whom is Brit. And so we've decided to start calling the new variant Monocron, for monitor engineer.
Oh, brilliant. But I think also the UK was quite quick off the mark in terms of the scale of testing and the reporting or management of reporting from the get-go, which made the UK initially seem like a huge viral mess compared to many other countries that had a much more lax approach to these matters. But I generally think the UK has handled it pretty well.
There are some things that there's a lot that you could say that they got wrong, and you can't blame them, because
it's unparalleled, the situation.
Yeah, everything was changing. On
nobody's ever done this before.
Yeah, well, they did, but not with with far graver consequences. And so when you look at the figures, you think, oh, it's a horrible number. But when you think like 100 years ago, when the so-called Spanish flu, which wasn't from Spain, that was the numbers of people dying then was far greater. So the fact that we've got vaccines pretty rapidly, and the testing regime, like you say, it made us look. It made any country that had a very big testing regime was made to look like, oh my God, you've got it everywhere. But because we're testing everyone, literally everyone was getting tested for something. Mm-hmm. But it did, it clearly helped. But then there are other aspects of, the profiteering of PPE and the contracts.
But that's happened everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's still I don't, obviously I'm not a supporter of this government, but credit where credit's due.
I mean, is it coincidence? Is it a coincidence that all our testing kits are made in China?
Well, they saw an opportunity.
That's right. They give us the stuff, and then they give us the testing equipment.
But the thing is, China is in a position. I mean, regardless of where the virus came from, China is in the position to ramp up manufacturing at such a level to get those numbers of kits out. There was nobody else. Previous administrations, certainly in America and other countries, were warning about there will be a pandemic in coming in soon at some point. It's just inevitable that it will happen, and we need to prepare for this. And certain administrations followed those, others didn't. Others had better plans than others, so it's interesting to see, like New Zealand, who reported very few cases, per capita compared to everywhere else, because they shut everything down. That was it, And as painful as that was, exactly. And you look at the UK. Well, surely, we could have done something similar. Would it have worked? I don't know.
Yeah. But the problem is that Heathrow is an international transport hub.
Yeah.
New Zealand doesn't have that. I mean, everywhere that there was a major transport hub, that is where the virus spread from.
Yeah, of course.
It is that simple.
Yeah.
And also, New Zealand, whilst they basically killed their economy for 2.5 years, the minute they started relaxing things, what happens? They get a spike in infections.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know when we will actually get a balanced, I'll use the phrase, clinical view of what was effective where and when, and things like, does the general climate make a difference? I mean, in the likes of Australia and New Zealand, when they're exposed to sunlight and UV, did that have an effect, as opposed to the UK where we'd like to have some sunlight and some UV.
It would be nice.
These things, also lifestyle. My cousins in Australia, throughout the pandemic, they were still living outdoors. They were still, all their meals are held outdoors. They have a very different lifestyle to us here in the UK. Did that have an effect?
Concentration of populations as well.
Yeah, population density as well.
I think for Australia, a lot of it is they shut their borders for such a long time and held it out, and then it just went in, and they all got locked down into their territories and things like that. But they sort of seem to have had a pretty free life of it for quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, there were issues in places like Australia with interstate travel, with borders being closed between, Queensland and New South Wales, or Melbourne and everywhere. Victoria and everywhere. So it will take years. I mean, the data will eventually come out, and I think mistakes will have been made everywhere, and I think, some countries may have handled things slightly better, but places that didn't lock down seem to have had similar infection rates to places that did lock down. So I don't know.
Well, a virus doesn't care, does it, whether you're locked down or not? It will always find a way.
And what are the actual transmission vectors?
Plus, when it comes to manufacturing questions, everyone complains about China all the time, but we chose to give up our manufacturing base to save money.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, can't really complain about that.
I think we'll come out of this, a lot wiser, and hopefully a lot more prepared, because it will happen again, accidentally or intentionally. There will be something similar to this, and hopefully we may have learned, the collective we may have learned, from this and be even better prepared. But I see Richard shaking his head. Probably,
I'm not sure we've learned anything.
This is true.
Because
you'd like to hope.
The same conflict that existed at the very beginning, which was between ongoing commerce and dead people, is still being argued.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, just to lift it. Let's lift it now. Because I'm going to touch on the subject, then take it away. Right, so, 2020, when we first went into furlough, over a number of months, enabled me to save money. And saving money has bought quite a lot of what you see. No, seriously, around me, because I've had lifelong fascination with keyboards, whether they're pianos, synths, organs, whatever. And I've had a couple of keyboards here and a drum machine and a couple of small mixers, nothing at all. And then between that and a bit of a pay rise this year, it just means I managed to, I saved money and bought into what I wanted, which is this. It's the first time I've had the chance to, accumulate something. I know you can make a track with a keyboard and a drum machine, as I think it was Espen Craft showed the other week.
Yeah.
But, I've now got to start wiring it up properly. I've got plans, and Arsene the Body Electric mentions, my modular wall behind is work in progress. My mixer, my poor Mackie, is covered. I don't know how it breathes. my stack of rack mounts here need to go onto here. I want a Jasper stand over there. Just saying, it's it's bought, from one side, it's just had a really positive effect, is what I'll say. Is
oh yeah.
Well, there have been positives, all sorts of things,
Yeah, the working from home has been great. I love it. So nothing wrong with that.
A lot of people used to, because I've been working from home for a decade, if not more. and there's a bigger appreciation for the discipline that's required for working from home, because you have to, if you're sat around like I am here with all of this stuff, it's very tempting to turn it on and have a little play, but you have to be very disciplined when you work from home.
Well, there was a time back when I worked in Nikon, people who worked from home were the first on the chopping block when we had cutbacks.
Yeah. And yet they're some of the least expensive people to keep on, because you've got no bills to pay for them. You have to give them a seat and a desk and an office. So
yeah, I think Richard, you've just raised a very serious point there that a lot of people have suffered. I think especially in places like the States, where you don't have the freedoms, don't have the protections, employment protections that we have here in the UK, and sick days and sick pay and all this sort of stuff. And I think that if you look at the fast food business, for example, not just in the States but here in the UK, those businesses that depend on footfall did suffer. I mean, here they responded extremely quickly and extremely well, and started offering purely drive-through services, etc. But the fact that our supermarkets pretty much remained open, and I think the staff that work in those supermarkets really do deserve a hell of a lot of praise. They were the ones working their arses off throughout the pandemic and exposing themselves to the great unwashed in a way that I don't think any other operation did.
Apart from the NHS.
Agreed.
Well, I think the NHS had more protections than supermarket workers.
Some people in the NHS, certain parts of the NHS might disagree, but yes.
Yeah, my nephew's girlfriend's been working graveyard for over a year now. It's pretty rough. So she's a nurse at the local hospital.
Oh wow, what a noble thing for her to be.
Well,
doing.
luckily she's not in a COVID unit specifically, but you can't get away from it in the hospital, so it's pretty unpleasant. But the one positive thing out of it is because she's chosen graveyard, she's making bank. But it doesn't matter in a hospital. Doesn't matter what time of day it is. It's always dangerous. In college, I was a security guard at a hospital when I was pre-med, and I did the swing shift on Friday nights, and it was the craziest thing in the ER you've ever seen. I could write several books on it. So,
I think Kent's gone to sleep.
There used to be an actual television series about Tales of the ER or something.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got plenty.
That? Friend of mine.
Yeah, I've got plenty of
Was
stories.
a doctor who was on that show. Pardon? What's that,
That's
Andy?
Cool. I have a lot of stories about that.
I'm sure you do.
Just stuff I can't put on the air.
Understood. Things in places they never should have gone.
Well, just drug things, attempted suicides, a bunch of crazy stuff. But just humanity, right? And the mess that it can be.
Of course.
So how are we going to wake Kent up?
Send him a text.
Can you tell
us what's wrong? There he is.
You do a sine wave sweep and wake him up.
Oh, God.
Is David Surchek waiting to come in?
Oh, man. Do you know
Come on,
what?
Sasquatch.
4 hours in 3 days. It's not good, I tell you.
Well done, David.
Come on, Sasquatch. David, who said at the beginning of the programme about you mentioning Beringer and David taking a drink? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. I still haven't.
I'd like you to name the manufacturers of all these racks and modules.
It's Korg and Roland, isn't it? And
look, there's little prophecy there.
There might be some Moog bits.
But no, you can't see above them, then, can you?
I'm trying to get through a show without saying it.
You are? Oh, I've dropped my bit of phone now.
I missed the golden opportunity to wake Kent up with this, didn't I? The thing is, it would have probably given him a heart attack, and then I would have regretted it for the rest of my life.
Oh dear.
Would have made great video, though.
Yeah.
At the very least, I might throw up from the overuse of that thing.
Yeah.
Ken?
That'd be the clip they keep playing at Christmas parties. Oh man. Oh.
I'm just going to go and get myself another beverage.
You need to get Fiona to bring you some coffee, Kent.
Yeah. Well, we got to be careful because we're very, very low on milk. That's why I had a milkshake, because it comes in a bottle already. But the actual milk is pretty low. So we're trying to make it last. So I can't really drink coffee when it's too dark.
You should always keep some milk frozen in the freezer.
Do you know what? We used to do that. And we thought having regular deliveries would alleviate.
Or powdered if you're desperate. Right?
Oh,
yeah,
I find frozen milk tastes better than the long life UHT stuff, especially in coffee.
We used to have powdered milk in the nearly all of the 70s. We couldn't afford normal milk. We used to have this powdered stuff. I forget what it was called. God, it was horrible.
Yes. Or Coffee Mate.
Well, it was. There was a technique that over the years we had perfected, so you could make the milk like really, you didn't get any of those horrible surprises at the bottom of the cup. We get that. What the hell's that?
Yes.
So
I remember when the pandemic started. We had milk delivered. Here's a local, dairy.
Yeah.
And everybody started bumping their orders. That they had to send out a note like, "Hey, can everybody just try to keep what they had on their orders? Like, we don't need people asking for like 4 milks every week." It was just, you just shook your head like, yeah. I guess that calmed down at some point.
Yeah.
Well, I remember watching a piece, I think it was on one of the news channels, about some guy who'd gone out to Costco and basically bought up every single toilet roll he could, and had filled his whole garage with Costco toilet rolls, and then was trying to scalp people.
Oh yeah, that was a big. What was it? We had that here. It was God, what was the guy doing? He was like down in Georgia or something. He got in a lot of trouble too.
Yeah.
I think it was like the cleaning wipes and everything.
Yes.
And he was going to make a lot, and they went in there and just took it. It was a little bit like, come on.
Well, I just made up my own hand sanitizer with isopropyl alcohol and glycerin.
Jack Daniels.
Just as effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just bought pocket atomizers on Amazon and just put isopropyl on that. Carried them around.
Yeah.
I also found that diesel and a match works quite well.
WD-40.
Paint thinners. Come on. You've got all this stuff around your house. Let's get creative.
Yeah, there's always something around it.
Liquid wrench.
Yeah.
The deoxit.
600 grit sandpaper. Do it.
Yeah. A loofah. Yeah, you just...
Yeah, do you know what? I can still remember the day that I found out that the loofah was a vegetable.
That's a sponge.
Yeah. So
Yeah, my Chinese girlfriend used to eat those. She said that was one of their food items.
Yeah, I
Before
remember
it turns
finding
dry,
out and
they actually
going,
eat it.
What?
After you use it or before?
No. In the green state. Yeah.
No, but then after your colonoscopy, they're complimenting you on the condition of your colon.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to think there are probably kids these days that don't realise that sponges used to come from the sea.
You can still buy natural sponges.
Oh yeah, but it's sort of, when we grew up, that was all there was.
No.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't even want to use those now. It's filled with mercury and God knows what else.
Mind you, I remember when pillows used to be full of duck down.
Yeah, and eider down quilts.
Yeah.
I still prefer them to artificial ones, I've got to say. And it gives the geese something to do.
Well, we got goose feather ones now because the sponge ones. I couldn't deal with them.
I think I had one bed growing up, and I remember at some point I had to like put stuffed animals or pillows over one part because the metal was coming through it, piercing me. But the idea of like just going to IKEA and getting another bed was so out of the question, you know, that it's kind of funny now when I think about it. It's like, geez.
But also, aren't IKEA beds non-standard sizes?
You got to be careful with everything there, but you know.
Certainly for here in the UK, their king size is a different size to everyone else's king size.
I don't think we have that problem, but
yeah, but your king size beds you could land a bloody 747 on.
Well, that's the California King. The massive one's called California King. It's huge.
Yeah, they are huge.
Perfect for 20 people orgies. Yes.
Well, I mean, it is California, so.
Well, yeah, true.
No, I must admit, it's because it was quite funny actually. I was explaining to my my nephew about the things we used to do because we were so poor in the 70s. Because when my dad died, my mum had a nervous breakdown, so she stopped going to work. It was like zero money coming into the house, and they were paying her, I think it was £35 widow's pension, and that was it. They had to cover everything.
Yeah.
And we learnt all these new ways of living. It was quite an eye opener. Wow.
I think we were a lot poorer than we ever realized in retrospect to today.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's kind of was my point. Like we had. I remember we only got a new car once, but another thing I remember is we had this one car that when I would sit in the back, of course, with no seatbelt, we had a piece of wood that covered it because if you took that off, you could see the road. And so you kind of knew not to like. But it was humorous because every once in a while things would fall through it. And you turn around and look and like, oh man, we just lost them. But it really, we go on long trips in that thing. It wasn't like just around.
But it's quite funny for us because we used to do this thing where, like at the weekend, we go to shopping in Kingston here, and that used to be like fun. But after Dad died, we couldn't afford to go on the bus either, so we used to walk to Kingston, which is
that's
12 miles.
Jamaica's a long way.
Yeah, man. And then walk around Kingston, and it was like after about 6 hours, you just go. We want to go home, but that means we've got to walk as well. So, but what my mum would do, she goes. Look in her purse and she goes, I think we've got enough money that if we walk 8 stops, we can get a bus at the 8th stop home. I can afford that fare. And I go, oh, thank God for that, yeah. It was like luxury not having to walk the last 4 stops of this bloody route. That went on for years and years and years and years. Awful. But when you compare it to today, I think what it is, it's not so much that we were poorer, or if you were poor, you were very poor back then, as opposed to today. I think what it is there's more safety nets today.
Yes.
Than there was back then. Weirdly.
Yeah.
Because you had no money, that was it.
But also, there were other people who were also in that situation.
Yeah.
Well, and you appreciate less when you're in that frame of mind in that time period. Now no one appreciates anything. So
yeah, and funny enough, with my mum, she was very proud, and so she wouldn't. If they offered her dole, for instance, she wouldn't take it. They said that because she was a single parent, we could have free dinners at school, but she wouldn't take it. So we didn't have dinners. I used to have to walk home from school lunchtime to have a hard-boiled egg and one Rivita, and then walk back to school again. And by the time I got back to school, break time was over, so we didn't have a break as such. Most of it was spent walking and eating egg.
But I think it's fascinating because everybody was like, "Oh, COVID's going to ruin these kids," and I do think some of the teenagers had a tough time, but the young ones, they just adapted so quickly that it was kind of striking how easy it was for them in a lot of ways. It was us that had a hard time.
Honestly, I thought it'd be the other way round because kids today seem to be more indoor than they were.
Yes. Yeah,
Indoor.
I mean,
they are, yes.
So
we didn't sit around playing computer games.
Yeah.
I mean, when we went out and played, and we didn't have mobile phones, and it was literally, make sure you're back by 8 o'clock, and that was it.
When the street lamps come on.
Yeah,
but I also
be within shouting distance so you get your ass tanned.
We also didn't. There wasn't as much property. I don't know. We had a lot of open space. I'm not sure who owned all of it or what, but it wasn't as developed. So there also seemed to be a lot more space to just move where nobody really cared if we were there. Whereas I got older and I remember joking with my friends, it's like, man, there's literally nowhere we can go and sit, hang out, that somebody isn't screaming at us. know? And I think that maybe some of that we've created ourselves with just more development,
Well, loads of schools around here have been selling off their playing fields to housing developers because they don't use the fields.
Yeah, but the dogs do.
Well, they used to. Can't now. Got a building site out the back.
Competitive sports are wrong.
Nobody must win. Everybody.
You can't have winners and losers anymore.
Get a participation trophy, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know, I often feel... Go ahead. Go ahead. Please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we had a different perspective as children as well. I wasn't demanding of my parents. I didn't say, oh, I have to have this, I want this. I wore my elder brother's clothes when they grew out of them. And I wasn't alone because everyone did that.
Everyone did it. Yeah. Toys, everything.
Yeah, I mean, we knew a couple of kids whose parents were obviously very wealthy, but the wealth wasn't flaunted, and it certainly wasn't spent on the kids.
No, we all hung out there.
Yeah.
It's like they got all the cool stuff. Let's we all.
Yeah. Well, I had one friend whose family had a swimming pool in the back garden, and we would go around there regularly. But I was never sort of envious. It wasn't. I didn't go home complaining to my parents, why don't we have a swimming pool? It was just, oh, this is what they've got. It's like, I didn't travel abroad until I was 16. And then it was just my brother and I who went on a trip around Europe. Probably only a handful of the people I knew had ever been abroad.
Yeah, it was quite ironic because somebody said to me, "Go, what's irony?" Well, it's what happened to us. My dad had been saving up for a couple of years to do a trip around Europe. He was pulling us out of school and everything. We were going to go around Europe for 6 months, and he was buying the first new car he'd ever had in his life, which was it was a sky blue Honda Civic. The very first few that were coming off the line, and he was taking delivery of the car on the Monday, and we were leaving on the Tuesday, and he died the Saturday.
Oh, God.
So we had this car turn up on Monday, and my mum's saying, sorry, he's died, you have to take the car back. And I go, yeah, that's irony for you.
Jeez.
And I think it's because of that is why I always tended to do things like, bollocks, do it now. Just go and do it now. You could be dead tomorrow, which is literally my motto all the time. It's got me into a lot of shit, but I think it's because of that. When you think back and you think about that, you go, no, don't hang around planning things or thinking you might do something. Just get off your ass and go and do it now. And I think that's
my mom died at 46. That made me just live in the now. So.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have any rehearsals, do we? There's only one life.
The thing is, I did that. When I got divorced, I felt this kind of big, because I got married when I was 21, got engaged when I was 19. So I mean, stupidly young, really. Now looking back, I think, oh God, I should have waited and waited. But I did all this stuff, and then I was divorced by the time I was 31, and we'd been married 9 years, together for about 11. So I thought, fuck it, live in the moment, let's do all this stuff. And I did all this stuff, but the thing is, I did it stupidly. I had a bunch of cash in the bank from the sale of the marital home, and I got laid off by Gateway Computers, and they paid a decent package. But no, I threw it all on the credit card. I flew to around different places, like I then met Jackie, and who is my current wife, probably the last one, and that's what she would like to think. And her friend was getting married in Chicago, her old school friend from Chobham days, and she said, "Oh, I'd love to go to the wedding." I said, "Let's do it. Let's go. Where is it?" She says, "Well, it's in Kalamazoo, in Michigan." But then they want us to go to Chicago afterwards. I'm like, okay, yeah, let's do it.
NASCAR races you can take in.
Yeah. So we flew. I flew me, her, my stepson, my mother-in-law. Although my mother-in-law paid her own ticket, and we all went out, and we got to Chicago. We rented a car. We drove back to Kalamazoo. We spent a week in Kalamazoo. It was fantastic. Nice hotel. And then we were going to spend a week in Chicago. And I booked, is it Red Roof's hotels? American guys in the room. Red Roof Inn. Red Roof Inn. That's it. Yeah. So there was a Red Roof Inn in the centre of Chicago, and I thought, yeah, that'll do. That's good enough. Yeah.
Not usually.
No, so I've heard since, but it was all right. But I got to the front desk and I said, "Do you have like a parking lot, a car park, or whatever?" No, because they're, of course, why would they? They're in the centre of Chicago. But it said, "Oh yeah, but we can put your car in a car park, and it'll cost like $95 a day." And this was, this was like 20 years ago, and I just said, yeah, do it. Yeah, and I could have just sent the car back for a week, because we didn't use it at all that week until when we had to go back to the airport. So stupid things like that, and I just didn't care, and I lived in the moment, and then I ended up spending the next 15 years paying off something in the region of £30,000 worth of debt that I'd racked up by living in the moment.
Yeah, but question: if you weren't going to go into that mindset and start, just live in the moment and doing all those different things, would you have met Jackie?
Yes.
You would anyway?
Yes. I met her.
You were a bloody idiot then, Rob.
Well, no, the thing was, me and my first wife had been on a 3-year kind of trajectory to the end zone, and I met Jackie in the last 6 months of that. So me and my then wife were living separate lives anyway.
All right, no.
Until we sold the marital home.
I was just hunting for a redeeming feature.
No, there wasn't. I was stupid. I mean, look, I could have lived in the moment. I could have lived in the moment, but I kind of lived in the moment and a whole bunch of other people's moments as well, and just didn't think about it properly. And so, that one trip to the Midwest was a fantastic trip, and we had a great time, and I've made so many great memories from that. But I ended up paying for it, and then there was lots and lots of other things. It wasn't just a trip, to the US. There was many trips to Amsterdam. There was buying a car, a powerful hot hatch car, which I really, I ended up having to give it back to the finance company because I just couldn't afford to keep up the payments. It was being laid off. It was, I was being laid off from a job and then doing all these stupid things and not really rushing back into employment, which I should have done. and just lots of stupid mistakes.
It's interesting, though. I think we talk about the young folks, and a lot of people like to give them a hard time for kind of pulling back and saying, I don't want to work myself to death. They want to work to live or whatever. But I do think there's something to be said for kind of coming out of school and not being so aggressive to start your career. Like I don't like to think about mistakes, but I go, God, I really should have just gotten a band and got it for a couple of years and had some fun, and toured a little bit and just, I did a little bit of it later I did everything while I was working, right? I still do that, right? And I always hedged it. I never dove all in. And, but ironically, I think at this point in my life, now I'm kind of at that point where I'm like, okay, got to use it now or never,
Yeah.
Like I got to kind of,
it's like my daughter, she's doing A levels, which is like the last stint of high school, so she's 18 next month, and she's doing these A levels, and we're just assuming, or we were assuming, that she would go to university and carry that on at some point. The fact that I never went to university, my wife never went to university, our stepson never went to university, but all like my side of the family, like my brothers and sisters, all went to uni, and even my mum went back to uni in her 50s and got a degree. So there's this kind of sort of expectation, and I just naturally assumed that's what she wanted to do. And she came up to us a little while back and said, "No, I'm not going to do it." And we're like, "What? No, you've got to do it. You've got to do this."
Sensible girl.
Yeah, so I'm not going to do it. And I said, "Well, what are you going to do?" She says, "Well, I don't know yet." Okay, and we're just like, "Okay, well, this is your choice." She's got a job. She's got a part-time job at the moment that she does, when she finishes school. That could turn into a bit more.
Get her to join the armed services.
Oh God, no. No, that will not happen for a number of reasons.
No, something like the RAF or something.
No, trust me, no. You don't know my daughter. It's not that I didn't want her to do it. My stepson joined the army, and we were reluctant for him to do that because this was, when was this? Mid noughties. So lots of trips to Afghanistan were Jackie, my ex-wife. The only reason my stepson wanted to go in the army was because his dad was in the Royal Anglians and did 2 tours in Northern Ireland, saw some horrible shit, and Jackie was out there at the same time and didn't want her son to go through it, and understandably so. And in the end, luckily, because David signed up before he was 18, because we had to give our permission for him to do it, after 3 months, when it really found out it really wasn't for him, he was able to leave. He could walk out. So that was good. But the armed forces thing again was another thing that was mentioned to me when I was that age, because being Italian, they still had national service.
Yes.
But I was very, very lucky in that my dad didn't register my birth in Italy, and so they never came looking for me. My cousin, however, so my dad's brother's boy, did, and they came knocking for him. And luckily, he managed to get out of it. But it would have been good, 2 or 3 years learning a trade in Italy somewhere. So that was good. But no, she's now said, I'm just going to take a year off and then I'm going to go to university. Right. And I thought, okay, yeah, I get that. So
well, if I may wax on a bit about universities and colleges in general, having taught a bit in them, based on purely observational speculation and not on hard statistics, I reckon upwards of 70% of people who go to college don't know what they want to do when they get there and are going there to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
Some of them do figure out what to do. Out of a collection of about, I'd say 80% of the stuff that's taught does not lead to a discernible employment line.
No.
Maybe 20% does, and if you know what you want to do and it falls within those 20%, then graduating with a degree is actually a good thing, just like it was for generations before me.
Right.
But for a young person to go there and spend, certainly in our country, what it costs to figure out what you want to do next. As I said to my older son when he was looking at it, you don't need to be racking up giant debts to do that. If you're going to go to school to figure that out, then go to a funded school, a community college or a state school or someplace where the tuition load is a little less, at least as long as it takes you to figure out what it is you're there to study. And then maybe if you want to, you can talk about getting bigger loans and going somewhere else and such. So actually what she's doing is making sense, and she's just committing to going next year to keep you off her back. But the fact is she hasn't got a clue.
I'm not on her back about it because, say, I didn't do it.
No, but she feels guilty because she doesn't want to disappoint you.
It's
not that you're on her back.
But
it's that
you're exactly right.
She wants to please you.
And you're exactly right because, my sister went to uni. So she's the next one down. She went to university and and got a degree in journalism. And has never worked for a newspaper or for a television station or anything. What she does now, she got into insurance and banking, and she's now part of their corporate communications team. So really, you don't need a degree for journalism for that, but she ended up sort of doing a sort of kind of journalistic kind of job. One of my brothers did sports science. Now he's working as in insurance sales or something like that. Another sister, she did something musical. I can't remember exactly what, and now she's a semi-professional weightlifter, and a couple of other things. So they've never done the things that their university path was guiding them towards. They've just done it and then gone off and done something completely different. And like you say, they probably just worked out what they wanted to do, and it wasn't journalism, or it wasn't, whatever. So
it's not even reasonable to expect somebody at the age of 18 to know everything about what they want to do.
No. But I think it is important, if they go into any kind of the corporate world, you're going to need a degree at some point. So I would, when my kids get there, I'll probably say, just go to school for something that's cool, that you want to learn about. Don't get hung up. Again, Rich kind of alluded to it. Unless you're going to go in and be a CPA or an attorney, or go into music school for a specific. If you have a specific technical thing you want to learn, but other than that, just go get a degree. Try to keep your costs down. And that will be helpful to you. There's something to the intellectual process and the stimulation that I know I found. I kind of came out of high school kind of like lost a little bit. I didn't even care my senior year. You would have thought I was a deadbeat. But boy, I got into community college, got into some philosophy classes and different things. And I read those books from beginning to end. I was I didn't even care what the goal was. I was like, I'm just having so much fun. If my parents will let me do this. And, so I think that's what I'm hoping my kids do.
Well, we're having to jump right into a 4-year school. I actually went the junior college route. Not just to save my parents some money, but also I was working at the same time. And it turns out that one of the best instructors I've had in my entire life, the guy who just died last week, was amazing. I met him through junior college. He was great. And some of the teachers I had at the university weren't that great, but it was still a good experience.
Can you explain what junior college is?
Sorry?
I don't quite. I mean, I understand what community college is.
Junior,
I suppose what we used to call effectively polytechnics.
They're similar.
You can get like an AA degree, but you can't get a bachelor's through it.
Yeah, it's 2-year
school.
It's like a foundation degree.
But
it's halfway between a trade school and a full-on 4-year degree.
I guess the equivalent in the UK would be going and doing a BTEC for a couple of years in college, because our education system, high school generally finishes at 16, but you can do 2 more years, or go in. So you have the choice. You can either do 2 further years to do A-level exams, or you go into a working apprenticeship kind of thing. You have to stay in this kind of educational thing until you're 18, and then at 18 you can go to college and do any sort of course, whether it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 year course, or you can then go to university and do something there. So there's lots of kind of, but I guess if it's a 2-year stint, then it's kind of something like what we call a B.Tech over here.
Yeah, you could transfer it. But what I found, the junior, the community college was 25, 30 people in the class. I got to University of Maryland, which is massive, 40,000. It's probably more now. And it was literally, arenas, like, not arenas, but,
UC Berkeley has like 600 to 1,000 people in a class. So.
Yeah, so I was just sitting in the back of the room. It's like, oh, you go to University of Maryland. And I was thinking, I'm not learning anything here. I'm just sitting here. Yeah. Whereas when I was in the community college, I was right up front, like I said, taking classes, and I couldn't hide,
Yeah. No, I wish.
For example, the physics teacher I had at the same college, his name was Newton. Was kind of funny, but he was one of the hardest teachers I ever had, and one of the best teachers I ever had. And you won't get that experience at a university. You only get that at a smaller school.
A lot cheaper.
Well, I always regret that here in the UK we shut down all our technical colleges, because I think that forcing everyone to go to university to get a degree, well, not forcing everyone, but there was a target of 50% set for students to go and get degrees, and I think the number of young people attending universities is now, I think it's probably slightly higher than that, but all our technical colleges were shut down, and that's where people could go and learn how to become electricians and plumbers and mechanics and draftsmen, and do base the sort of work towards qualifications like B.Techs, etc. Or it could give you a foundation where you could go on and then develop engineering skills and all these sort of things. But you could be taught how to use a lathe, how to use machine tools, how to weld, and all these things, and they were all shut down.
Well, the tradesmen now, tradespeople, sorry, in the U.S. are doing. I know where I'm at. They are just killing it, right? Because there are so few electricians and carpenters, and these are serious skills, right? Yeah. These are not, HVAC.
Yeah.
We don't have enough.
Well, my nephew is 27, and is earning a considerable amount of money at the age of 27. He doesn't have a degree. He left school and did an apprenticeship. Hated the apprenticeship because it was too slow for him, but stuck with it. And as soon as he got his qualifications, he left that company, and he's heading towards 6 figures now at 27 as a Sparky.
Cool. Excellent.
Yeah, without a lot of debt, a lot of school debt.
With no debt.
Right.
That's the point. And he owns two houses.
I
always thought it was funny that how low the expectations were by companies back in the late 70s, early 80s anyway, because when I left school I had no qualifications whatsoever. I had taken 2 O-levels but failed them dismally. So I came away with nothing, and I left on the Friday, and I had an interview on the Monday for a company down the road here. That was a car repair centre, and I went for a job there. There's one for a panel beater, which would be 1 day release college a week sort of thing. And I went down there, and the reason I got the job.
Hang on, Ken. Sorry, just before you do, Rich, if you've got to go, I'll say.
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry to interrupt, Ken.
That's all right, buddy.
No worries.
Cheers, everybody.
Yeah.
See you later, mate.
Good to see you, Rich.
Good luck.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
have fun.
Take care, bud.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Sorry, Ken. Panel beating.
That's all right, mate. Yeah, and the only reason I got the job is that I had taken 2 O-levels. Regardless, I said, yeah, but I failed them. He goes, yeah, but you'd taken 2? So you're literally the most intelligent person we've had come to apply for this job. So you've got it.
But not everyone is academic, and this is where our system fails kids. And I think it would be much better if we had, classes like they have in from what I gather from movies, that things like shop class and such like, and kids that most teachers I think can work out how academic a kid is going to be probably by the age of about 14 or 15, and it would be good if we had a technical side that we could move the kids who aren't great at exams. It doesn't mean they're stupid, it just means that they're not good at taking tests, but actually help develop their intelligence in different ways than learning by rote.
Yeah.
Well, there's STEMs now. There's definitely, it's more computer based. That's what we're trying to steer. I know in the US especially, we're trying to steer them towards. Look, we all have different types of brains, right? We have different ways of working. Some people are a little more cerebral, some people are a little more physical, some people.
But the education system in this country doesn't recognise that.
No, you got to figure it out for yourself. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that is and it is now. But I would say they are trying to identify kids that are like my one young girl daughter. She that have a proclivity, or whatever the right word is, for STEMs and that science, technology, whatever it is. In math, so they are trying a little. I just think, public schools is just the whole thing is a mess. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Rob.
Well, I heard an interesting interview. Oh, go ahead.
No, you, Andy, go.
Well, speaking of the differences, I heard an interesting interview with a British celebrity. I forgot who it was, but she was saying that she was annoyed when she moved here and saw our system, and her daughter was going through our system. And you guys have, in a way, a more targeted, smarter system for you study what you're good at. That's the A-level stuff.
Yeah,
and you're not forced to cram everything down your throat and try to be good at everything, which will never happen for anybody, no matter how good you are.
Absolutely.
And so it's kind of a better system to do that, to target. Even though I like a lot of different crazy things, it's nice to be able to target and pick your focus and just do really well at that.
So my son is about to do his GCSEs, which is the end of his high school. So that's his. He'll be 16. No, he is 16. What I'm saying. So it's late. I've had a grapper. He's about to do his GCSEs, and he got like all children, he gets to choose which subjects he wants to take for these 2 years that culminate in a couple of months. But he also still has to do maths, English, and at least one of the science subjects. They're mandated. Now, he, by his own admission, doesn't really like the science stuff. He's very good at maths. He's very good at English, so that's fine. He'll. I'm sure he'll do really well in those. But there are some subjects that you have to do that you just think, why? Why do they have to do? If they've got a proclivity or they've got some kind of enthusiasm about doing physics or chemistry or biology, by all means go for it. But don't necessarily mandate it. But the thing is that once he's done these, he then gets to do his A-levels, where he just chooses 3 subjects, and that's all he has to do. And they're the 3 subjects he wants to do. And I can't remember what I think I said last night. One of them's music tech, the other one's politics, and I can't remember the third one. But media studies, thank you. He's cheeky little fucker. Anyway, so he's doing those 3, and that's all he'll have to do. So that then he can just focus on those areas. But my daughter is just coming to the end of that process, where she chose art, history, and French, and she's kind of getting all edgy now because her A-levels are coming up. But here's another thing. So the kids here in the UK will finish school. Well, certainly in this part of the UK, they finish school the end of next week. So Thursday, they break up for 2 weeks for Easter holiday. And in the last 3 or 4 days, we've been getting emails from teachers at school saying, we think your son would benefit from coming to a revision class during the Easter holidays. And if you look at all of the different revision classes he's been asked to go to, he's basically going to be back at school for the 2 weeks. He's not going to get any time off, no time, to refresh and prepare and just relax before going back in and doing all this stuff. And it's just a real... I feel for him, because I know he needs to, there are certain things, we've seen his reports, he might need to, polish up on one or two things. But I was speaking to my wife earlier about it, and she said, I'm not sending him to all of this stuff, maybe one or two. The one or two that he probably needs the most. And we'll send him to that, and then he can have the summer holidays to relax, and then it's all A levels again. So,
yeah.
But I was going to say something about So when you leave school here in the UK, whether you finish at GCSE or you finish at A level, certainly if you finish at GCSE, you still have to do 2 years of some education-based stuff. So either you go to college, or you go to sixth form, which is like a small college on a high school campus, or you do an apprenticeship. And if you want to be a bricklayer, an electrician, a carpenter, there are lots of opportunities for you to go into those things. But the problem is that the schools are targeted for how many people they send and get accepted in a university.
Yeah.
That's their main focus. Because they were badgering my daughter literally since she started sixth form just under 2 years ago. So what do you want to do at university? Where do you go? What, are you going to get your applications in for these places and for these courses?
Yeah.
And it's pressure because they have a quota to fill of, because then their stats for the high school is like, oh yeah, well we got 70% of our A level students into university. That's their measure. That's the measurement for them. So, there's a lot of pressure put on the kids to go to university. And as we've just been discussing, it's not always the best thing for everyone, but, And that's all I have to say about that.
There you go.
I also think that
Siri.
Post-COVID, and with the situations in Ukraine, Russia, tensions with China, etc., I think that there may be a drive to bring back manufacturing to both the US and the UK and probably most Western countries, to try and reduce the reliance so much on the likes of China. So I
and yet 10 years ago they were telling us, you should learn Chinese.
Officially the People's Republic of China.
Who's that? That's not me. That's not me.
Yeah, sorry.
But weren't they
Alexa telling me about China?
10 or 15 years ago, they were telling everyone, you should take Chinese. You should learn Mandarin or Cantonese, because China's going to be the big booming economy, and we need to be in there. And now they're telling us, we need to cut back our reliance on these places.
Well,
but Chinese
I'm not sure
is
that
actually collapsing.
Yeah.
There's a report today saying about it's actually not doing so good.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Anyway.
But I think there's an opportunity for us in the West to bring back manufacturing. I mean, I think I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, it would be great if the UK invested 3, 4, 5 billion in building a silicon foundry. To me it makes sense, and
I think it's great to bring it back, but we have to be ready to pay more money. People want cheap iPhones, people want cheap everything, and as long as we're willing to pay that money, we will get it back.
Yeah, and if we I think you're right, Sasquatch. If we did it and we committed to it, we could ultimately figure out the efficiencies, the sweet spot. But we have just abandoned it.
Yeah,
and
but also
we've really created our own problem.
Look at the nostalgia there is for old stuff that still works. So whether it's Westinghouse generators or cookers that were built in the 50s that. They still run. I mean, and people resurrecting old toasters, and isn't it odd how power drills that were made in the 50s and 60s in our respective countries are the ones that don't break down? all you need to do is replace the mains flex, and you get them back up and running, or replace the brushes and the motors. And it's changing. We need to move away from this. I'm going to replace my phone every 2 years, or I'm gonna.
No, that's not going to happen.
No, but
coming for our sins.
But it all ties into this, as Andy said. If people want cheap stuff, well, the only places that are going to be able to supply cheap stuff are countries like China, where human rights are not important.
Well, it's similar with the crops in California. People want cheap produce, so we have undocumented workers picking our crops because they want cheap produce.
Well, the big problem we have in the U.S. when it comes to we've got massively rising labor rates, which I'm not judging it for better or worse. We have exceptionally high insurance. My insurance is $25,000. Hard costs straight up. That's Jesus. Cut a check. Just for my family. We've got, well, let's just keep it there, right? Forget about everything else. I don't know what China has. I don't know what they're paying their people, but I know even the college kids coming out are paying, they're $6K. They're $6K for their health insurance. Straight up. That's what the cost is to the company. There's no profit. There's actually cost us more because we got to manage all the damn stuff. And I don't know. I'm just looking at the numbers and going, as somebody that owns a business, part of one, and says, I don't know how it's sustainable. If we raise these wages 10% or 15%, and the young ones coming out are looking at Google and they want $50,000 a year to start, and they'll say, oh, we don't need the health insurance. I go, yeah, but
you will.
This is for 3 or 4 years. Like you're gonna need it. And so to your point, when I look at this inflation right now, I'm just going, so I don't know how we're going to be able to afford anything but our houses, and how are we going to be able to get the hell away from, we're running out of places for cheap labor probably around the world, but the best thing that could happen is just across the board, China does the same thing and we'd be okay. It's that cheap labor, to Andy's point, right? Yeah. That we've abused, but I think the gig's up. I think the gig's coming up on the U.S. for that. What they, what we've done with Mexico, and
but also this mindset of disposability, and I think as Azia had said in the chat, and I hate to bring up Robbie's favourite subject, but when you've got companies like Apple that are deliberately making their products unrepairable or irreparable, it that completely changes it changes the relationship with the between the manufacturer and the consumer. Whereas Kent and probably many of us here could probably quite easily repair an old valve amplifier. I know it's a lot more. It's a very simplistic product in comparison, but I use Lenovo laptops and I can repair them myself.
Well, I think we may be heading back there.
I hope we are.
Well, I'm saying we are not going to be able to afford anything, to buy anything.
Yeah, we're going to have to fix it.
Right?
Yes.
We're just not going to have. We're going to have our house. The house, my house now. I just don't understand how it could double in value. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. It doesn't. There's no rational sense for it. Like, who could afford this? And I just don't know where we're going with all this. It feels like a house of cards. And as far as how much we're acquiring and how we're living, I don't see how the young people are going to be able to pull it off.
Yeah.
Well, I bought my first house in 1991. And there was a recession on, and the interest rates were 17.5%.
I remember it badly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I bought a brand new house. It was only a small little starter home, but I bought a brand new house on an endowment-based mortgage at 17.5% interest rates, and we managed. And then we moved a couple of years later because the value of the house went up a little bit, and we took ourselves off the endowment and got ourselves on a better mortgage, and we had, we both had full-time jobs, and it was easier for us to do that than but we did it in these really hard times, or what we thought back then were really hard times. Interest rates of 17.5% where they're now like, what are they, 1 or quarter, or I don't know.
That's not the mortgage rate though.
No, but your mortgage rates are, they're nowhere near what they used to be. However, when you think about somebody like my sister, one of my sisters who is in her sort of mid-20s, she's only just managed to find a place that her and her boyfriend can afford to but she's living hand to mouth. It's the only way she can do it is, and then I'm looking for, I haven't had a mortgage since I got divorced because of those financial things those stupid things that I did. I didn't manage my finances, and so I came off the housing ladder and wasn't able to get back on it. And when I was very fortunate to be offered an opportunity last year from my mother-in-law, who was going to help us with a deposit, I went to a financial advisor, a very good financial advisor, and said, I've got this deposit, and this is my salary, it's not a bad salary, and blah blah blah. And he said, no, yeah, absolutely, you've got no problem getting a mortgage whatsoever, but the payments are going to be over twice what I pay in rent to my landlord for this place, because mainly because even if my deposit is quite a large deposit, I've only technically got 15 years of employment left.
Yeah. To be honest, Robbie, you're probably better off buying a buy-to-let.
Yeah.
And just renting it out.
Well, the plan is, we said, my mother-in-law said to me, whatever you need for a deposit, I'll front it to you, because basically, when she passes, her inheritance goes to my wife and my brother-in-law.
She has to live 7 years though.
But because she's got an MOD pension, and she's also a widow from someone who had an MOD pension, she still gets both of those pensions, which are very good pensions. And she bought a house outright in Surrey decades ago and sold it 3 or 4 years ago with a massive profit. So the profit all went into the savings and ISAs and all that kind of stuff, and she bought a house here for like half of what she sold a house for. So she's very financially well catered for. And she said, look, you can have your inheritance in advance, which was lovely. It was very humbling. And but we went to this financial advisor, and he said, well, on the sort of size house that you need as a family, you're going to be looking at £2,500 a month mortgage.
Ouch.
Payments, yeah, and that's more than double what I pay in just rent for this place, which is ridiculous. And there's just no way I can afford it, because the government, no mortgage company is going to lend me anything beyond the age of 67, which is 15 years away. Yeah. So we just kind of went to mother-in-law and said, thank you, but it's not. It's just crazy, but it's not going to help. And it's just weird, isn't it? That somebody's offering you tens of thousands of pounds, and you still can't do what you want to do. Do I really want to do it though? Because this whole business of owning your own house, is it all it's cracked up to be? Because you go on the continent in Europe, and most people rent. Very,
it depends on what your pension is going to be. Can
not very good.
Can you afford to live after you retire paying a rent of £1,200 a month, £1,300 a month? And if you can't, then you need some form of investment that is going to support you. And if you can't buy a house where you are for you to live in, seriously consider buying a house elsewhere and renting it out and letting it pay for itself, and then at least you'll have a capital asset which you can then exploit at some stage in the future.
I think the decision we've made at the moment is that because mother-in-law is sticking around, which is good, don't get me wrong, I'm not wishing her gone, but because she seems to be sticking around for a while, we've just said, look, as long as we can rent this place here, and it seems, you know, we've been here 8 years, I think, and there's no sign of them wanting us to go. So it's all very, you know, nice and amicable. As long as we can keep that going, we will. And then when that time comes, we'll actually have a bigger lump sum, and we can actually, you know, the kids will have probably left home, hopefully, and there'll only be the two of us, and so we won't need the size of the house that we currently need. Because
well,
of two
you
children.
will just look around behind you.
Well,
and look in the garage.
But even so, I will still need half the size of. Yeah, I can still get away with half the size of the house that I have at the moment. So, yeah, it's the whole thing. Capitalism's fucked. Capitalism's on. Yes, it's on its last legs, I hope. And viva la revolution.
That's what Tony Montana said in Scarface. Capitalism's get fucked.
Yeah. Indeed.
But socialism hasn't necessarily worked out very well elsewhere, has it?
I think it's doing pretty well in the UK. You know, the
Venezuela,
National Health Service.
No,
and,
but
the education system, and pretty much everything that does pretty well in the UK is a socialist principle and a socialist idea.
Yes, but we do not live under socialism. We have socialist
politics.
Socialist constructs.
I was waiting.
We are a capitalist democracy.
He's in a blue mood.
I'm just gonna get fuck.
I thought we were an autonomous collective.
Oh, politics. Look, at the end of the day, they're all wankers. The whole fucking lot of them. They're all corrupt fucking wankers.
Spiritus Santi.
I'm glad we agreed to that. So now, how is everyone?
Pretty good. How's your evening gone?
I honestly, I came on and I'm thinking, fuck, have I just logged on to Financial Advisors 2022? It was
Invest in potato.
It was.
He's potato.
It is potato. Yeah.
He's potato.
No, evenings gone okay, thanks. Got that track finished. On to the next one.
Good one.
So that's one down. So that's another one knocked out the park.
54 to go.
I can't believe I've just said knocked out the park, as if I've ever knocked a fucking track out of the park. As if I really even know what
knocked
that means.
one off, but
I feel it, yeah.
Knocked one out. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously. On a
one off the wrist.
Yes. Anyway, where was I? Sorry, I just distracted them.
Strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. Sorry. I had to get the quotes in.
So, no, anyway, yeah, so one down, on to the next one. So I just thought I'd have a coffee and pop in and just say hello. And what do I get? Financial advice, which, to be fair, was very interesting. And
I try.
And then it was basically going along the route of politics, and I made the very mature choice to either just log off or to just scream at people.
Yay!
Turn into a puppet show or something. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
no, do you know what? It's. I tell you what it is. It's actually that and religion are the only two subjects that I mean, I'd make it sound as if they're not two very big subjects, but politics and religion are just two subjects that are just
but
the whole.
Here's one for you. Isn't the fact that we kind of consciously avoid talking about religion and politics? Maybe if we talked about religion and politics a bit more, they might not be so much of a problem.
Well,
I don't know.
You know what, Robbie? I'd love to say you're right, but you're not again.
Just on that point. Just on that point, I do feel that as most political discussion is, I won't say biased, but it is controlled in terms of what we see on media and the sort of debates that happen on media. And online, on Facebook or Twitter, it's just an absolute shithole. And, people, instead of talking about things, they'd rather, cover their ears, block, mute, whatever. And one of the reasons why I really enjoy these little get-togethers on a Thursday night is we can talk about things and not fall out about it.
And that's
I mean,
what
we
everyone's
don't
going
have to have to agree with each other. And I obviously come from a different political angle than Robbie, for example, and Kent, indeed. But I don't feel the need to scream and shout at them and shut them down just because I don't agree.
And that's the problem half the time, isn't it?
And we can actually agree on more than we disagree with. And you don't get that discourse anymore. We don't have political debate shows like that anymore.
Yeah, but we've been reduced to a society now where
it's binary.
If you don't agree with someone, then you must clearly hate that person or hate that.
They must be wrong.
No,
they are
exactly.
wrong.
Yeah, and and that's.
Well, not just that. It's hard to do nuances. 140 characters. So.
Yeah.
Oh, but don't worry. Elon Musk is in there. He's going to sort that out.
Oh yeah, he's great.
But I enjoy hearing alternative perspectives. I don't want to be in a bubble.
But
I don't want to just listen to
perspective.
people who agree with me and think that Behringer is the best music company in the world.
Three subjects. Okay.
Sorry, I had to do that just to make David drink.
Politics, religion, and Behringer.
But it's the ability to have that jokey but serious, just chat about ideas and things without people going off their heads and shutting down. I think actually we need more discussion. We could discuss anything from music to politics to religion to science. I mean, Andy with his Micro Addict channel, which he still hasn't updated often.
I know, I'm bad boy. Right.
So that there's, just having this platform where we can just talk, I really enjoy.
Well,
I appreciate that, Ty, you may hate certain bits, but that's life.
Can I make it? Whoa! Not my life. Fuck that. Don't do it. No. Can I kindly, with all due respect, make one very gentle request? Then, I'm only going to be on for 5 or 10 minutes. Please, can we just not talk about politics or religion for these 5 minutes? The moment I fuck off, everyone can talk about what the hell they like. But just for these 5 minutes, please, just give me a break from politics and religion. That would be.
I'm just waiting for the BBC to commission Ty to do the theme tune for a politics show.
No, can I tell you what I did do? This is absolutely genuine. So years ago, I don't know whether anyone knows, but basically I had
look at you.
Oh, stop. You're making my heart bleed.
No, I can.
You need a GoPro for the dog.
That tiny little face.
Dad.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. My tiny little face. I know.
Have you glued your hand to your head again?
I have, yes. No, I had a really bad car accident where I almost popped my clogs. I may have mentioned it before, but anyway, I decided to. I'd always wanted a TVR right from a student, and I bought a brand new T350C, and
nice.
A friend flew over from Dubai because he was teaching over there. We'd always sworn that one of us was going to get TVR. Who was going to get it first? I got it first, and he came over from Dubai for the weekend to stay at the mother-in-law's. And the last words I said to him were, as we were pulling along this long straight road, were, "Well," I turned and went, "Watch this," and he said, "I hope the handling's good on this because," and he never finished his sentence. And we ended up. We don't know how many times we rolled. The police. It's about 5 times or something. We rolled this, and we ended up wrapped around an oak tree, on a hedge, and air ambulances, all this kind of thing. Anyway, that isn't the story. We spent a long time in hospital together, and the ironic thing about it was on that journey down to Aylesbury, which is where it happened. As I was driving down, I had a phone call from the BBC. Asking if I'd do a thing. I think it was called the Hand of God. It was a religious thing called the Hand of God. And I remember taking this phone call, and of course you never say no to anything straight away. You always kind of have to take the phone call and think about it. And they said, would I do the music for this series? And I put the phone down thinking, fucking Hand of God. Fuck you if I'm going to write any religious shit. Anyway, because of this accident and the fact that realistically, I shouldn't really be here today because it was really quite bad. I was actually in there in hospital, and I called them back when I was recovering, and it was just like, yeah, okay, I will do it. And I swear at the same time, I was almost going, you fucker, this is the only thing I'm doing for you. And I did that one thing, and it's the only thing I've ever done that's got any kind of religious connotations, because, yeah, it's not for me. So I've done my time in terms of my one religious piece. In terms of politics, never fuck. I mean, no.
So you didn't come up to the theme for the Andrew Marr show? I'm disappointed.
Oh God, that music is fucking
Isn't
awful.
it?
Yes, Minister.
It's always been.
Oh,
Oh
Yes,
no,
Minister.
Yes, Minister, perfect. That's great theme music. I've just
Great
noticed.
show as well.
Will you let this Badger for Life thing go? I've not really even managed it. Every time I'm looking at you now, let it go.
Well, that's
all
not
know
even a
it's
badger
baboon.
behind him. That's an otter, isn't it?
Do you know what I thought was funny, right?
It's
Because-
a honey
Otters'
badger.
noses,
Because we
red
keep
spleens.
we
Sorry.
keep putting up strange names and stuff like that. A couple of 2 weeks ago, Richard Hilton come on and had changed his was it Hiltonius Erroneous?
Yeah.
And I had to laugh because when he was doing Sonic State, he hadn't changed it. And it still said Hiltonius Erroneous on it.
Oh, brilliant.
Because it will do that, you know.
Oh, love Rich.
Yeah, so
Rich is
I
such a
think we'll
great
keep that.
guy.
We've got dog cam now.
Oh, Noah Cam.
That's cute.
You need the GoPro to have the dog's point of view.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
the way to go with it. Where's the rest of them?
Oh, look at that tail!
Look at that face. Dad, don't fuck with me, Dad.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Siri. Oh, that's Molly. Where's Siri?
Nelly, Siri,
Here comes Siri.
Sissy Bum, come here.
No chance.
Anyway, for all
Yes.
the ones that weren't here early, is everyone good?
Well, better than usual. No, okay.
All at once, everyone's just too bothered looking at the dogs.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a choice between you and cute dogs. I mean, come on.
Oh, sorry. Did I tell you to fuck off there, Robin? Sorry.
You missed Charlie. Charlie.
By the way, Ty, are you bidding on that thing that we talked about?
Yeah, I'm gonna have a. I will, but only. I'm not. I'm not. I know, but
Are you
I
near your
told
ceiling?
you.
I wanted to have
It's
it.
the fact that I haven't got that much of the devil in me. I've gone up to what we talked about. I'll go up to that quite happily. If he's gonna play silly fuckers, I can't be arsed.
What made me laugh was that he's also got he's the top bidder on the DX1 that's there at 12 grand.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. He's either absolutely fucking minted.
Great, good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Or
the thing
he's
is, if
chancing his arm.
If he's stupid enough to pay what he's claiming he's going to pay for it,
Yeah.
then honestly, hats off to him. Let him go for it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I'll quite happily go up to what we talked about, and that's kind of what it's worth. I'm not going to start just going and doing it.
It's gone up again today.
Yeah, is it 6.5?
6.5. Yeah,
Yeah,
6.550. Yeah.
So no, you know, I'll stick my tuppence in, but I'm not going to.
Oh, you're over here.
I'm not going to be stupid about
I
it.
so want you to get that.
No, I know it'd be great, but you know, I'm not going to. You know, I'm sitting there going, I can spend 30k on a Colossus, or I can spend 30k on a Fairlight. So I'm not. You know.
I don't see what your problem is, but there you go.
Yeah,
Go for the
neither do
Colossus.
I. That's why. Neither do I. I don't see what the problem is.
Buy both.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not going to. I'm not. I'll stick my bit in. But if he wants it that badly, you know,
Yeah.
I say that. It's one of those things where in the film they now skip forward to me at 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, sitting there going, you know, 50 grand, fuck you, bastard! I haven't got the devil in me, fuck you! So, which is quite possible, but
and that means that will be the price from there on out.
Yes.
It's just ridiculous. That's the thing. But
it is mental.
You know.
Yeah, well.
It's fine. So, but yeah, I'll have a look at it. There's not. I have to say, there's not a lot else there that was really grabbing me. I mean, I did have a look the other day, and it's just, I don't know. I'm not saying it's disappointing, but normally there's more stuff than is there this time.
But don't you already own everything anyway, Ty? What are these things going to add to your sound palette that you can't already deliver?
Oh, absolutely nothing. No, but that's not why we buy them, though. That's not why we buy them.
No.
The days of me buying stuff because it genuinely added to my sound palette. And I loved those days. Don't get me wrong. And I was very proud of the fact that I would, every piece of gear that I had in my setup that served a very particular purpose, and I would have gear that was, did one thing and did one thing well. I mean, obviously the famous one back in the day was everyone had a mini Moog because a mini Moog did the bass, so that's why everyone had a mini Moog. And I was very proud of the fact that I wouldn't buy something and there wouldn't be much crossover. I think this was the thing, crossover. Everything did one thing very well, and it hasn't been that way now for some time, and so it's kind of become. I go to buy the stuff now because I love the stuff.
No, that's fair enough.
It's just we buy gear because we love the gear. It's not really now what it, almost not what it brings to the party. Or more to the point, it will bring something to the party, but all it really is that the margins of what it brings become narrower and narrower and narrower. That's all it. That's all it really is. Yeah. It's like with hi-fi. We all know that if you go and buy, kind of £1,000, £100 pair of speakers, and then buy £1,000 pair of speakers, the £1,000 pair of speakers will shit all over the £100 speakers. But the difference between the £1,000 speakers and the £5,000 speakers is less. And then when you go from the 5,000 to the 20,000,
it's even smaller.
It's even smaller. And we know, and it's the same with gear for me. It's the fact that everything I buy, I do buy because hopefully it will bring something new to the party. It's just the what it brings to the party that's new just becomes smaller and more specific.
Yeah.
But
I think that's what happened today with the car.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't asked what happened with the car.
Nothing.
Didn't buy it.
Oh, okay. Was it shite?
No, I didn't even go see it.
Obviously, I've missed a big part of the show here.
Change the heart.
Yeah. But,
briefly, why didn't you go?
I don't need it.
Well, I could have told you that fucking.
Yes,
how
I know
many years
that,
ago.
but look around you, okay?
Yeah.
Shut your face.
You fuck off.
No, you shut your face.
I don't care if this is your show.
Fuck you. Fuck you. No, it's sorry. Yeah, no, it's sort of like.
Was it just did you just have a wake up call?
Yeah, I just sort of like.
Good.
No, I don't need it.
No, good.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Good. Good. I'm genuinely pleased about that. We have so many arguments. How many conversations do I have with you just basically pulling you off from the wall going, no, Kent, don't buy it. You don't need it.
A great many.
Yeah, we do. But the thing is, and I know that, I've bought some things in the past where you buy it, it arrives the next day, and you kind of go, wow, that's great, and then think, I didn't really need to buy this, did I? And was it a mistake? Sometimes it's verging on a mistake, but but
I do have a cam belt and some brake shoes and a few other bits and pieces I've got to sell now.
Oh, hang on a minute! You bought
when they arrive.
Bought parts.
You bought the parts for the car that you hadn't even looked at.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
For that.
Do you know what? Do you know what's great about this show is that talking to Kent, when you think, "Fuck, I've got a bit of a problem," and then you talk to Kent and think, "No, I haven't."
No, I haven't. Yeah,
it's all relative.
At least I'm not him. Thank fuck for that. Yeah.
No. But
well,
that's good. That's. I think that's a good thing because no, you don't need it. But,
no, we're going to buy bespoke furniture for the workshop instead.
Oh well, I can tell you where to get that from. I can give you some. Huh?
Big Doug.
Okay, yes. Mine wasn't going to be Big Doug, but if that's fine. Yeah,
the Big Doug shelving is good.
Yeah, so I've got these lovely benches and stuff on wheels and all that sort of crap.
Good. Well, that's going to be more useful. That's excellent news. Well done.
Which means they don't have to build it.
Yeah.
Which means it'll be done quicker.
Yeah. That's always good.
So
good.
Yeah. No, I just decided that it's like, no, I don't need a V8. Shut up, Ken. Idiot.
No,
especially now with gas prices, right? I mean,
it's
yeah.
not
But
really
what I've got is a diesel, so. It's,
But I think it was something you kind of dreamed of, and we do go through that, right? We go through these moments where we kind of go, boy, I think this is special to me, and then maybe we stop and go, maybe it's not. Maybe I actually don't need it, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I used to change my cars at one stage it was like every year, then it was 2 years.
Yeah.
And, I've had the same cars now for, I don't know how long, but it's just, other things just become more important. I think that's what it was. There was a stage where the most important thing, not the most important thing, but cars were just really important to me. They were just really important. And then you suddenly it's the same way that suddenly, I'll go for stages where synths are really, or hi-fi is really important, or all this materialistic shit is really important. And then you come out the other side and go, actually, it's not important at all. The fact that I haven't changed the car for however long, it really is not going to affect my life. Or more to the point, what happens is you go and buy the new car, convincing yourself that this is the best thing that's ever going to happen. And then within a month, you're there going, this just feels like the old car, but a bit different.
Yeah. And I think that's the point, apart from the fact that it would be a V8 rather than a V6, and it would be 5.7 litre instead of 3. It's not really a big enough difference.
No. And I'm not being funny. Where you live, Kent, and where you're going to be driving it, the difference that you're going to get out of it is so negligible.
Yeah.
It's not like if you lived up here where I live, and it's all driving roads.
Yeah.
And you were, you're out driving it all the time, then that's great. But yeah.
Yeah. Now I think what I'll do to get it out of my system is I'll get a Dodge Charger G500 GT and take it out in Gran Turismo.
There you go.
And blat it around. What's the track here? Brooklyn, not Brooklands.
Silverstone.
You know where they do Festival of Speed?
Goodwood.
Goodwood. Thank you. Yeah, take it around the Goodwood track.
I did that Goodwood track the other day, and it automatically set it at like 5 p.m. And you come around one of those corners, and the fucking sunlight is like, I can't fucking see.
Yeah.
But have you got?
There's a YouTube channel, Overtake GG. Go and subscribe to that, because basically that's it's all about sim racing right across all the genres.
Okay.
But they do a lot on Gran Turismo and the best wheels, best pedals, and blah blah blah. This and tips and tricks and all that
get
bollocks.
a decent wheel.
You got a decent wheel, haven't you, Ty?
Do you know what? I can't even say I have now. Yes, I have. It's in that spare room somewhere, but I haven't had that out for so long now. The infamous spare room. Yeah.
Well, me nephew's got a 5 with GT7 now as well.
Fucking hate him.
Yeah, he got his early on. Got it from Very. Yeah, he got it from there.
Excellent. Good for
There's
him.
14 for sale on Amazon, but they're all about 800 quid.
Yeah.
Are there?
Yeah. And that's just the PS5. There's nothing with them.
What? Just there's no games or anything?
No.
No, it's just scalping.
I just did the 1.11 update, which has got some decent fixes in, and they've added a few bits and bobs. Nothing major track-wise, but...
Oh, that's what I didn't do today. I didn't update the Argon to version 2. I was going to do that. I was going to do it over WIDI, that's why.
Yeah, I'm one track off having every track now.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've been sort of going through the motion. I've been concentrating on the old cafe thing, which I thought was an interesting concept.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
They're a bit slow with releasing the British cars, aren't they?
Yeah. But
What sort of? Where are you now? What level are you now?
let me tell you, I'll fire it up.
Steady on.
Because I've got it on remote, so...
Oh! I'm on my headphones. Oh, that's better.
There you go. It's terrible when your testicles caught in your pocket, isn't it?
Oh, don't talk to me about that. Do you want to know what happened the other day? Okay, I'll tell you a funny story. If you really want a funny story,
go for it.
So I decided for my sins that I just really just had an urge for McDonald's breakfast. No idea why. So went for Mackie D's breakfast, sat there, Pip on this side, me sat there, got the breakfast, sat in the car, wedged the coffee between my legs and the steering wheel to put the sugar in.
No.
You know where this is going?
Yeah.
Yeah. And was in her car and went to put the sugar in, spilt, coffee went all over my jeans, all over my bollocks, basically, just all over. Yeah. And initially there's that sense of, oh, this isn't too bad. And then it gradually drains through the denim. Yeah. And I just went, fuck! Because my bollocks are now burning. So I leapt out of the car, and I was standing, pretending to mop up the coffee gone all over the seat in the car. Yeah. And the reason I was standing outside was I had one leg stood straight outside the door, and my other leg was horizontal with the car to try and spread my bollocks apart as I'm stood there going fuck as I'm mopping. At which point I turn around to Philippa and turn around and went, "There's no one in the car behind me, is there?" At which point she looked and went, "Yes, and he's got his window open." Now, what you need to know though is to put this is the real icing on the cake. Was the fact that because she had some offer that if you spent more than 15 quid, you got £5 off or something. So, of course, what you do is, even though 2 breakfasts at Mackie D's are never going to cost more than, a tenner, we were just buying stuff. So we bought 2 McFlurries as well. And so we both looked at one another going, do you think we should? And all we could envisage was me sat there dangling my bollocks in a McFlurry, each one in a McFlurry, to cool them down. This is the kind of conversations we have. Anyway, so this guy heard absolutely everything and saw absolutely everything, and so now there's a standing joke that every time we go to Mackie D's, I'm not allowed to have a coffee because if I do, I've got to actually buy McFlurries with them just in case it happens again. So. Yeah,
lucky it wasn't the apple pie. Would have completely.
Oh my god, those apple pies!
Oh, they're fucking lethal, dangerous. Aren't they? Radioactive.
They are dangerous.
I do miss their cherry pies, though. I'd much preferred the cherry pie to the apple pie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, because I think it was about 2 weeks ago I had the urge for a Mac, and I hadn't had one for donkey's years. And Fiona went and grabbed one, but by the time she got it back, it was all sort of like.
What a Mackie D. I'll be honest with you, Mackie D's for me I can't cope with them. They are but it's just every now and again I have a urge for a sausage and egg McMuffin. That's the best I can do. Other than that, no, Mackie D's are just work of the devil. So.
No, I remember because the very. I used to do it quite a lot. I did it to Larry. I used to have a Mackie, and I take out the gherkin and flip it. And Larry, my little Jack Russell at the time, he always used to catch it. But it got him right between the eyes, and it stuck right between his eyes, and he's trying to eat it. I left him like that. I kept him amused for like an hour. So I do it out of habit. I did it in somebody's house, so I wasn't thinking.
Flick gherkins?
Yeah, and just flicked it out on the carpet.
What kind
I
of
used to absolutely hate the gherkin, and now I love them.
Really?
Yeah,
it's
love
the only
them now.
thing that's got flavour.
What I really want to know is what kind of upbringing did you have that it was a natural thing to just get something, just flick gherkins onto the floor?
Always a dog, mate.
Oh, okay, fair
You
enough.
throw anything and it never hits the floor. But I did it
Fair
in
enough.
this guy's house without thinking. I just took it out and flipped it on his carpet. And then went, "Have you got a dog?" He went, "No." "Oh, hello, I'll just go pick this up." Sorry.
How's this, right? I've just had got my PlayStation 4 up and Gran Turismo. I open it up. Guess what music is playing?
Go on.
Go, no, you guess.
Me guess.
Yeah, you guess. The most apt music you could possibly have for us in this room. Particularly you.
What?
Something by the Grateful Dead?
No, Frank.
It is a Vangelis track.
Yeah. Chariots of Fire. I've got Chariots of Fire going in my ears at the moment. It's rather spectacular, actually. I haven't listened to it in its entirety for ages. It's really good.
Is it the proper version, or is it?
Yeah, it's the original.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they licensed it. Yeah.
Well, at least it isn't those horrible
Modern versions of Debussy and stuff.
Yeah.
And
I've heard about
Satie,
those.
yeah.
Yeah.
I have to go find those. I heard about that.
Yeah, I mean, they do
Something to be avoided by the sound of things.
I think it's Vivaldi's. Is it Vivaldi's Winter? Or no, it can't be.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in
But
there.
it's one of the Vivaldi's, and the way the drum pattern works.
Pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a chord that needs to be in there, but the change really doesn't suit what the rhythm's doing, so they just don't play it and just go to the final chord, and they just skip over it, and it's like.
I have to say, just the concept of that, it's just ringing of something that I never, ever want or need to hear.
Yeah, do you know what? I one of the first things I did was find out where you can turn off the in-game music.
So it's kind of like Mannheim Steamroller versions of stuff. Is that
Oh, it's much worse than that. Much worse than that. It's all. So, I mean, some of them they were all right, but a lot of them are like, ooh, no, don't do that. Really quite bad.
Okay, guys.
We still don't know what level he's on.
Sorry, what?
Well, you turned it on to find out what level.
I did. So I'm just carried away with the music. It's literally just finished.
Oh, okay.
It's got to that big crescendo when it just comes back. So collector level 24. A license, driver rating D, sportsmanship S.
Okay.
Total distance driven. All right. So how long's this game been out? About a month. 1,200 miles.
Yeah.
Total time 11 hours and 14 minutes.
Fuck.
And I've only completed 2% of the circuit experience.
Good.
But I have acquired in that time nearly 5 million credits.
Yeah.
I'm still on about 2.5 because I spent some. Total playtime 24 hours so far.
So you haven't been working this week then?
I can honestly say
I haven't played for a little while, actually.
I can honestly say I have not spent 11 hours in total on. I had a PlayStation 2, I had 2 PlayStation 3, and I've got a PlayStation 4, and I have not spent 11 hours in total on all 4 of those combined. So hats off to you for that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit obsessed with this game.
You've never played Crisis, have you?
No.
Oh, and there goes Vangelis. Well, no, maybe not.
I'm gonna go and do this track and get this track finished. So I am going to love and leave and.
Well, actually, I think I'm going to have to go to bed before I fall asleep again.
God, you're just a lightweight these days, Kent. What's happened to the Kent? What have you done with Kent? Is he in the
4
cupboard?
hours in 3
Have
days,
you put
mate.
Kent in the cupboard? Is that what you've done?
I'm just so.
No.
He fell asleep earlier.
Yeah, I fell asleep during the podcast.
You did not.
He
Did
did.
you really?
He did.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I'm
fucking done.
I'm vaguely feeling sorry for you now.
Yeah.
Go on, Kent. Let's all give him a rest. Come on, Kent. Go on. You go to bed.
Sorry, couldn't resist.
That's all right. That worked. think I can do another 2-3 minutes.
Oh, that upset David. He's gone.
Yeah, David's disappeared.
He got blown off the screen.
Okay,
Right,
I'm gonna love leave, and everyone have a great week. And if anyone's bidding at the Vimeo thing, I hope you get what you want. And
Just leave the Fairlight alone.
No, go for it. If you want it, then you want it more than I do, then that's absolutely fine. Go for it. So, but yeah, if you win it, fuck you. It's mine.
I might sneak a little bit in. No, I won't.
Go on.
May all your tantalum capacitors explode.
Yeah, exactly.
When they will.
No. Everyone have a good week, and hopefully see you soon. I'm so tempted at this point. But anyway, we've talked about to turn and go, God bless everybody. I really was so tempted. But yeah. Well, I'm not even going down that route. So
cheers, Ty. Have a good week.
Have a great one. See you later.
See you later, buddy.
Cheers all. Bye.
All right, everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll let you get some peace, Kat.
Yeah, I'll cut this one short this week.
I'll have a few laps and then I'll go to bed.
Oh, yeah. Famous last words.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right then.
Well,
all right, guys.
Catch everyone tomorrow, apart from Rob.
Apart from me. Enjoy tomorrow's show. Should be fun.
Yeah, should be.
We'll do.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Cool.
Right.
All right then.
See you soon.
See you later.
Take care now.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.